Chapter 41:12. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent for a moment before he said, "Palace Master, just tell me, what do you need me to do?" "Let me say this first. I won't do anything that's too difficult. It's fine, even if I have to keep an eye on my junior brother in the myriad jurisprudence palace. Don't forget that I'm not a native of the realms of gods. Even if my true body can't stay by his side to protect him, my law clone can." Yang Yuchen asked the old man what he needed him to do. In his opinion, the palace master of the myriad jurisprudence palace would not do this for free. "Boy, is this how you look at me?" The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. "What if I say I don't need you to do anything, and I only want to take care of your junior brother because of his talent?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen looked at the old man meaningfully. "If you don't need me to do anything, it seems like you've set your sights on my junior brother, Palace Master." "What do you want him to do, Palace Master?" Yang Yuchen asked. "What can I ask him to do?" The old man shook his head and smiled. "Boy, you're smart, but sometimes you're too smart for your own good. Don't worry, I have no intention of asking him to do anything. If you really want to tell me my purpose, you can think of it as, I intend to form a good relationship with him. I'm sure he'll appreciate my protection, right? If I need his help in the future, I don't think he'll refuse, right?" The old man's smile widened as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen's heart skipped a beat. However, he appeared nonchalant on the surface. "Palace Master, do you think so highly of my junior brother? Do you think he's worth your investment?" In Yang Yuchen's opinion, the old man intended to use this method to invest in his junior brother, hoping that his junior brother would have a bright future. At that time, he would repay the old man's favor. After all, this kind of thing was very risky. In the end, it might all be for naught. After all, a person's future, even a genius's future, was uncontrollable. No one could be certain that a person would not die prematurely unless he was protected by a powerhouse. Moreover, it could not be an ordinary powerhouse. Perhaps only a supreme powerhouse would be able to grow without any risk. But is that possible? Not to mention a genius without any background. Even if it was a direct descendant of a supreme expert, unless the descendant was by his side, the supreme expert would not be able to protect him when he went out. What's the harm in taking a gamble? The old man smiled faintly. Of course, the most important thing is, I believe in your judgment. Yang Yuchen didn't seem to comment on the old man's words. "Palace Master, I'm afraid you don't just trust my judgment, right? I'm sure Palace Master already knows the ins and outs of my junior brother, right?" Hearing this, the old man said calmly, "Is that important? No matter how talented you are, no matter how many miracles you can create, can you guarantee that you will continue to create miracles? At most, I can only guarantee that the possibility of me losing money on this investment is small." Hearing the old man's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Seeing that Yang Yuchen was silent, the old man didn't say anything either. He quietly waited for his response. About 15 minutes later, Yang Yuchen finally opened his mouth. "Palace Master, why don't you make a request of me to repay you for helping my little junior brother?" "Sure." When the old man heard this, his smile became even brighter. "How about you leave the inner palace and come to the legacy progeny?" Yang Yuchen was stunned. Then he smiled wryly. "Palace Master, you know that's impossible. If I really do that, my eldest senior sister won't let me off. At that time, not only will I be in trouble, but you'll be in trouble as well." This time, the old man smiled awkwardly. "I'm just joking, just joking. Even if I ask you to come to the legacy progeny, I won't let you leave the inner palace." At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of the old man's eyes. It was as though he was afraid of the eldest senior sister that Yang Yuchen mentioned. "Palace Master, I can't make this decision." Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn as he said, I'd rather have my clones by his side than take the initiative to agree to this favor on his behalf. I guessed this would be the outcome. The old man sighed. Then his body began to fade away. Forget it. I'll wait for him to come out and ask him if he wants this favor. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he had already disappeared without a trace. A puzzled expression appeared on Yang Yuchen's face. That old man is the kind of person who won't act until he sees a rabbit. He actually thinks so highly of Junior Brother? How strange. Could it be that he saw something? Suddenly, Yang Yuchen recalled a rumor. It was said that since ancient times the Myriad Arts Academy had inherited a divine artifact called the Divine Spying Mirror. It could peer into the past and the future, from the mundane realms down to the realms of gods, up to the realms of gods. He could not help but wonder if the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy had seen something through the divine Skypider mirror. Also, he insisted on making me the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy. Did he see something? If I become the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy, would it be better than any of the legacy progeny? Yang Yuchen's thoughts drifted away. Although many things did not become clear at this moment, they were not completely clueless. Although it was not explicitly stated that those from the inner palace were not the palace masters, it had always been this way in the long history of the Myriad Law Academy. The palace master of the Myriad Law Academy had always been from the legacy progeny. Even the current sect master was the most outstanding person in the legacy progeny of the Myriad Law Academy. There had always been 18 realms of gods in heaven and earth. Apart from the divine offering land, the sanction land, and the Shengang land, there were 15 other realms of gods. At this moment, in one of the realms of gods, a figure could be seen flitting through the void and hiding in a canyon. It was obvious he was in a sorry state. Figures whistled through the air above the canyon, and one of them came to a halt. "Lu Ha, stay behind and investigate this canyon. Feng Qingyang might be here." The voice in the void was getting farther and farther away. The person who stayed behind replied with a yes before he entered the canyon. He has mastered the heaven-shocking sword principle, and he's also from a lower secondary realm. Rumor has it that Feng Qingyang has obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Moreover, it's the kind of place where anyone can enter. As long as we can find Feng Qingyang and threaten him, we'll be able to enter the place of inheritance and obtain a great fortune. The middle-aged man, Lu Ha, who stayed behind, breathed heavily as his eyes lit up. Will Feng Qingyang be hiding here? If we can find him and capture him, we'll be rich. Lu Ha was a higher divine emperor itinerant cultivator. This time he had come with a group of people to search for Feng Qingyang because he had been summoned by a friend. A higher divine emperor. In the canyon, Feng Qingyang stood behind a protruding mountain wall, his eyes gleaming coldly. My law clone was crushed by a higher divine emperor. That's one thing. Today, a group of divine emperors dares to bully me? If it weren't for the 2 lower divine emperors among them, why would I need to escape? A higher divine emperor! Don't they know that I, Feng Qingyang, am not afraid of these ordinary higher divine emperors? With this thought, Feng Qingyang's figure flashed, and he appeared near the middle-aged man, Lu Ha. He stared coldly at Lu Ha as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, Lu Ha reacted. When he saw Feng Qingyang, his eyes lit up. He's really here. I've struck gold. In the next instant, Lu Ha, who was afraid that the person in front of him would escape, gathered his divine power and raged. Even if the person in front of him was only a lower divine emperor, he did not dare to underestimate him. It was said that this lower divine emperor had killed several middle divine emperors. Of course, there were just a few medium-level divine emperors. As a high-level divine emperor, he didn't care about them. Today, I, Feng Qingyang, with the cultivation of a lower divine emperor, will kill a higher divine emperor. Up until this moment, Feng Qingyang had not killed a higher divine emperor. However, a Among the middle divine emperors that he had killed earlier, 2 of them were outstanding middle divine emperors. They were comparable to ordinary higher divine emperors. He still had the strength to kill the 2 of them. Swoosh! The moment Lu He attacked, Feng Qingyang attacked as well. Sword radiance flashed, and sword chi swept out. Even the surrounding air seemed to be stirred at this moment. A terrifying sword intent appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the canyon. Countless sword marks appeared on the walls of the canyon. These sword marks were not left behind by Feng Qingyang. Instead, they were left behind by the sword essence that he had triggered when he attacked. After coming to the realm of gods, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao had improved significantly. It was precisely because of this heaven-defying sword Dao that he had planted the root of the problem, causing him to be framed and forced to flee under the pursuit of a group of unaware, rogue cultivators. There is no enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy. At the same time, Feng Qingyang's indifferent voice reverberated in the canyon. The middle-aged man with the cultivation of a higher divine emperor, Lu He, was disdainful when he heard this. How dare a lower divine emperor speak so arrogantly in front of a higher divine emperor? However, in the next moment, his disdainful expression changed completely. Swoosh! This was because he discovered that his opponent's sword had suppressed his attack. Even though he had used all his strength to launch his strongest attack, he was still suppressed. How is this possible? Is he really just a lower divine emperor? This terrifying sword essence, this sword principle is completely different from the rumors. What kind of sword principle is this? How can it be so terrifying? With all sorts of shocked and incredulous thoughts, Lu He's attack was completely crushed after a few breaths. The sword gleam instantly pierced through his head and chest and entered his body. Chapter 41:13. A higher divine emperor? Feng Qingyang glanced at Lu He's corpse indifferently. There was no pity in his eyes at all. In the next instant, he took Lu He's god artifact and left. As for Lu He's spatial ring, it was the kind of spatial ring that would self-destruct after the death of its owner. About 10 breaths after Feng Qingyang left, a ghostly figure appeared in the canyon. His expression changed slightly when he saw Lu He's corpse. Lu He was a higher divine emperor. How did he manage to kill him? A lower divine emperor killed a higher divine emperor? Although he was a lower god emperor at this moment, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew Lu He's strength. Before he had broken through, he was not much stronger than Lu He. However, such a person was killed by a lower divine emperor? In all the realms of gods, only the prodigies from the top forces can possess such combat prowess at the lower divine emperor realm. Should I continue to track him down? He might not be able to see my face clearly, and he might not be familiar with my aura. If I continue to track him down, it'll be fine if I can capture him and seize his fortuitous encounter. If I can't, I'll definitely become his sworn enemy. Forget it, I'll give up. It's too risky. What Feng Qingyang didn't know was that by killing Lu He, he had inadvertently intimidated a lesser god emperor who was chasing after him, causing the lesser god emperor to give up on him. In the profound Handle Land, in the Myriad Art Academy, in the ruins of a supreme expert, after Duan Lingtian killed Yin Qinyan, he entered the place where the supreme expert's silhouette had evolved the Tao of control. There was an unknown substance left behind by the supreme expert that entered his body and aided his comprehension of the Tao of control. In this environment, he immersed himself in familiarizing himself with the Tao of control and comprehending it. His attainment in the Tao of control continued to improve. During this process, he was so focused that he lost track of time. He immersed himself in his comprehension. I've broken through. When he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Tao of control and entered the next level, he finally regained his senses. At the same time, he discovered that he had left his original place. There was no longer the silhouette in front of him. How long was I in there? Even Duan Lingtian couldn't remember it clearly because he didn't pay attention to it at all. The one in front should be the third checkpoint, right? Returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Windy Town was the first hurdle. I died at that hurdle. After that, the scene in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven can be considered the second stage. I successfully passed through that hurdle and obtained the unknown substance related to the Tao of Control left behind by the ultimate powerhouse. My Tao of Control has clearly improved. After that, I'll have to face Yun Qin Yen in the third trial. Killing Yun Qin Yen and passing this trial will bring me the greatest improvement. Furthermore, I seem to have stayed in that comprehension space for quite some time. Duan Lingtian did not know how to describe the space he had been sent to, so he casually called it the comprehension space. After all, in that space, his comprehension of the Tao of Control had improved, and he had completely broken through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. After all, ever since he had started comprehending the Tao of Control, he had never had a breakthrough, not even once. This was his first time breaking through. Although his attainments in the Sword Tao were not as high as his attainments in the Sword Tao, he was getting closer and closer. My strength has improved again. I wonder what kind of trial I'll face in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked at his unfamiliar surroundings and thought to himself, perhaps this place is the scene of the fourth trial? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in the ruins of a city. It was called the ruins of a city because there were many broken buildings in the ruins. They were easily recognizable, and one could see the traces of a civilization. What will I face in this place? I'm sure I've never been to this place before. While Duan Lingtian was racking his brains, he could not recall coming to this place. At this moment, illusory figures began to appear in the ruins around him. There were men and women, old and young among these illusory figures. At this moment, they stood in the surroundings. Their figures seemed to be drifting as they stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, their lifeless eyes flashed as they stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. They even let out a low growl from the depths of their throats. Duan Lingtian, you're the one who destroyed us and the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian, why do you want to harm us? Duan Lingtian, we don't know you. Why do you want to harm us? Duan Lingtian, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why he had suddenly appeared in a place that he had never seen before. However, when the illusory figures around him spoke, realization dawned on him. As it turned out, this was a place in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian was still a little numb because he knew all of this was fake. However, when he heard more and more about the Saint Province realm being destroyed because of him, he could not help but feel guilty. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. Then he saw the ruins of the city around him turning into fine powder and disappearing without a trace. Soon after, he appeared in another place. He was familiar with this place. It was the first city he had come to after leaving his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. It was Aurora City. There were families he was familiar with in this city, as well as some of their descendants. In the beginning, everything seemed peaceful. However, after a while, everything in front of him, whether it was the people walking around Aurora City or the buildings, were turned into fine powder in an instant. Then, the scenery around him kept changing. Every time it changed, it was a scene he was familiar with. The scenes he had seen in his hometown, the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, appeared before him one by one. Then he watched these scenes and the people in these scenes perish, turn into fine powder, and disappear without a trace. During this process, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Although he kept reminding himself that all of this was fake, it was inevitable that his emotions would be affected. Perhaps when the Saint Province realm was destroyed by the people from the Monorigin spirit sect, this was the scene inside. Perhaps they didn't even have time to react before they were all gone. Everything is gone now. Duan Lingtian's eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Master, be careful. Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling melancholy, Huang Er's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Her tone was filled with anxiety. Duan Lingtian regained his senses in an instant. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time whizzed out. Although he was distracted earlier, he did not dare to be careless in the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse. The divine energy in his body was always in a state of readiness to deal with emergencies. Now, with Huang Er's reminder, the divine energy in his body erupted and merged with the law of space profundity. The space storm raged and blocked the attack behind him. However, even though he had mobilized his strength in time, the power of this attack still continued to fall on his body after destroying his strength. With a bang, he was sent flying. Puff! As he spat out a mouthful of blood, Duan Lingtan did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly teleported a second time. At the same time, the moment he disappeared, the place where he was originally, it was swept by a gust of energy. The air in the void seemed to have stagnated. When Duan Lingtian landed in the distance and looked around vigilantly, he discovered that the energy that had attacked him had disappeared. At the same time, he did not see anyone around him. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly discovered a familiar beam of light falling from the sky and enveloping him in an instant. Benefits? He did not have time to figure out what was going on. After the beam of light enveloped him, he was enlightened. This understanding fused into his body and soul, as if it was something he was born with. It's not the Tao of control. At the same time, he also discovered that the benefits he was receiving were not the Tao of control, but the law of space profundity. To be precise, it was the law of time. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, before entering, he had heard from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the ultimate powerhouse who had left behind the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse was skilled in the Tao of control and the law of time. The law of time has also improved. This ruins of an ultimate powerhouse is really a good place. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Originally, he was most skilled in the law of space and the law of life. The law of life was because of the existence of the law of life and the fact that he needed to sense and extract the power of life from the heaven and earth spirit chi to refine the divine pill. After these two laws, he was most skilled in the law of time. This was because the inheritance of the ultimate powerhouse that his master, Feng Qingyang, had obtained was left behind by an ultimate powerhouse who was skilled in the law of time. Now, the law of time had improved further and was about to catch up with the law of life. Let's continue. Before we leave, I'll try my best to get as much out of this ruins of an ultimate powerhouse as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he became more vigilant in his heart. Up until now, this ruins of an ultimate powerhouse had set up a different challenge for him every time, and it was always unexpected. Just now, if Sword Spirit Huang had not warned him, he would have been killed. I'll have to be more careful from now on. Outside the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse, Yang Yuchen was still waiting. In the blink of an eye, he had already waited for 2 months. It's been 2 months, but little junior brother still hasn't come out. He's already surpassed second senior brother. Yang Yuchen revealed a smile on his face. I just don't know if he can stay for 3 months. If he can, he'll be able to surpass me after 3 months. If he can still persevere by then, it's just a matter of time before he surpasses third senior sister. This time, I and the inner palace bloodline have picked up a treasure. Chapter 41:14. He still hasn't come out after 2 months. Yang Yuchen was not the only one who was surprised and expectant. At this moment, even the Myriad Law Institute master, the old man who had appeared beside Yang Yuchen, was deeply moved. However, he was no longer near Yang Yuchen. He was in a quiet courtyard, lying on a recliner with his legs crossed. He looked like an old man basking in the sun. His aged face revealed a hint of surprise. He surpassed the inner palace's second disciple. Looks like there's hope for him to catch up to that brat Yang Yuchen and that disrespectful girl. He's a good seedling. What a pity. That brat Yang Yuchen beat him to it. Humph. That group of brats usually only care about fighting for power. They can't put down their airs at critical moments. I don't believe they don't know about Duan Lingtian's existence. The old man's expression was still calm at first, but as he spoke he seemed to be exasperated. The group of brats he was talking about was none other than the current Myriad Law Institute's upper echelons in the branch of legacy, including the 2 Myriad Law Institute Vice Palace Masters. Within Myriad Law Institute, more and more people had forgotten about Duan Lingtian as he remained in seclusion, especially after the Dark Net mission against him was cancelled. His presence became weaker and weaker. Even the top geniuses in the 7 prefectures could not continue to receive attention. In the eyes of the Myriad Law Institute's students and teachers, the 7 prefectures were just relatively remote places in the Xiangang land. The strongest forces, there were only God Emperor level forces. Places that did not even have God Venerable level forces could only be considered small and remote places in the mountains. Duan Lingtian, however, there was one person who could never forget Duan Lingtian. It was the Monarch sect's holy son, Wang Yunsheng. After accepting the mission against Duan Lingtian on the Dark Net, Wang Yunsheng went to challenge Duan Lingtian but was rejected. Even if most people thought that Duan Lingtian rejected Wang Yunsheng because he felt that he was no match for Wang Yunsheng, they still couldn't take it to heart. This was because when Duan Lingtian rejected him, he did not see any fear or concern in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as if he really disdained to fight with him. One day I will trample you under my feet and let you know that a genius from a small place is nothing but mediocrity in the outside world. Wang Yunsheng's biggest wish right now was to fight with the Duan Lingtian. If he could fight with the Duan Lingtian, he would be willing to pay a certain price. He still couldn't swallow the anger from back then. Of course, there was also a group of people who were destined to never forget Duan Lingtian. They were the people of Myriad Arts Academy's legacy branch, who were deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian's appearance would give Yang Yuchen an advantage in the matter of becoming the next sect master. If Duan Lingtian did not appear, even if the current palace master of Myriad Arts Academy supported Yang Yuchen, they could still use the excuse that Yang Yuchen had not nurtured or recruited any outstanding disciples for the academy. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance now made up for Yang Yuchen's lack in this aspect. The more outstanding Duan Lingtian was, the more Yang Yuchen would no longer be lacking in this aspect, and would even have an advantage. This was also something they did not want to see. Perhaps Yang Yuchen personally left the academy and went to the Chunyang school in Tanglong province to invite Duan Lingtian to make up for his disadvantage. He really does want to compete for the position of the next palace master. Many people in the legacy branch thought this way. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was viewed as a thorn in their flesh by these people despite not knowing or even meeting them. Duan Lingtian has returned to the internal branch. We'll think of a way to test him when he comes out. I think we should just find a chance to get rid of him. If this person doesn't die, sooner or later he'll become Yang Yuchen's helper. Where there were people, there was the underworld. Some people whom Duan Lingtian had not even met before already had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was busy waiting in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse, harvesting the wool of the ultimate powerhouse's remains. It's been 2.5 months. After waiting for 2.5 months and not seeing Duan Lingtian come out, Yang Yuchen's face was full of emotion, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. My judgment is good. I just casually went out and picked up such a genius junior brother. That's amazing. I'm impressed by myself. Now he should be coming out soon, right? Yang Yuchen thought to himself. In fact, deep in his heart, Yang Yuchen hoped that this junior brother of his could break his record. Therefore, deep in his heart, he was still looking forward to it. 3 months later, Yang Yuchen's eyes glittered when he saw that his junior brother was still nowhere to be seen. This junior brother has a bright future ahead of him. He's almost catching up to me. Soon, many days passed. The time Duan Lingtian stayed in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse had officially surpassed Yang Yuchen's. Crazy! At this moment, Yang Yuchen could not help but smile bitterly. I've been surpassed. Is eldest senior sister still far away? After 4 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. The record set by eldest senior sister had been surpassed in the end. The highest record for the inner palace is 5 months and 5 days. It's said that that person had the potential to become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he died halfway. When he was a lower ultimate god, he was killed after a fierce battle with a higher ultimate god. Before this, the highest record of the inner palace in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle had been set in Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen's macro world. However, now that Duan Lingtian had stayed in there for 4 months, the record set by his eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, had been broken by him. However, this record was only a contemporary record. In the history of the inner palace, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. That record was set by a genius disciple of the inner palace 200,000 years ago. It's been 4.5 months. After waiting for 4.5 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. 5 months, is it still far away? Soon, 5 months had passed. Duan Lingtian still had not come out. Little junior brother, don't tell me he broke the best record set by the ancestor of 5 days and 5 days? He was only a few days away from breaking the record. Yang Yuchen, who was originally a little numb, was looking forward to it at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Duan Lingtian still had not come out. He broke the best record. What kind of monster did I find? Outside, Yang Yuchen was lamenting. In the ultimate powerhouse's miracle, Duan Lingtian was being chased by a group of people. Without exception, these people were all upper divine emperors. I've already died twice. If I die again, I'll be sent out. Now, I haven't spent more time in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle than third senior brother, right? After all, third senior brother started from nothing in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle and mastered the way of control. It's the same for eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian was being chased by a group of upper divine emperors. He wanted to escape, but he was quickly surrounded. For a time, he could only catch a few upper divine emperors and kill his way out. However, although he had killed his way out, he had also been injured further. I can't hold on for much longer. I'm afraid I'll be eliminated in a few days at most. Duan Lingtian felt bitter in his heart. Duan Lingtian was very clear about his own situation. After 3 days, Duan Lingtian could not hold on and was killed again. Then, in the blink of an eye, he found that he had left the ultimate powerhouse's miracle. This meant that he would not be able to enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle again in the future. A person could only enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle once in their lifetime. If they wanted to enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle a second time, they would be rejected and could not enter at all. 5 months and 9 days. When he saw the purple figure appear in front of him, the corner of Yang Yuchen's mouth could not help but twitch. However, Duan Lingtian, who was looking around in a daze, did not notice it. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses after a while. You're out? Third senior brother. How long have I been in there? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen. When he asked, he was a little nervous in the depths of his heart. 5 months and 9 days, Yang Yuchen said. At the same time, he tried to keep his face calm. He could not lose his composure. He definitely could not lose his composure. Otherwise, this little junior brother might think that he had not seen the world. 5 months and 9 days. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Not even a year. A year? Duan Lingtian's words made Yang Yuchen's heart twitch. This kid wanted to stay in there for a year? Third senior brother, how long have you? eldest senior sister, and second senior brother been in there? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. When Yang Yuchen heard Yang Yuchen's question, he sighed in his heart. Here it comes. In the end, this question still came. After taking a deep breath, Yang Yuchen looked calm and said casually, "Don't be discouraged. Although you've only been in there for 5 months and 9 days, it's not bad. After all, I've only been in there for slightly more than 6 months. As for your eldest senior sister, she almost stayed in there for 7 months." When Yang Yuchen said this, Duan Lingtian's face fell. "Is the difference that big? Third senior brother, I'm actually 1 month behind you? And I'm almost 2 months behind eldest senior sister?" Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian still felt a little disappointed when it really came to this. It seemed that his performance was not very good. He had already worked very hard. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed his disappointment and asked Yang Yuchen, "Third senior brother, how long have second senior brother and fourth senior sister been in there?" When Yang Yuchen heard this, he grinned. "They didn't stay in there as long as you did. Your second senior brother only stayed in there for about 5 months. As for your fourth senior sister, she stayed in there for 4 months." At this point, Yang Yuchen was already thinking to himself that he had to talk to his fourth junior sister later, lest she sold him out in front of his little junior brother. What he said were all white lies. He did not want his little junior brother to be proud. Everything he did was for his little junior brother's good. He definitely did not have any selfish motives. Chapter 41:15. Although I stayed in there longer than fourth senior sister and second senior brother, I'm still far behind third senior brother and eldest senior sister. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he had gained a lot from entering the Supreme Powerhouse's relic, he could not help but feel disappointed when he thought about how his third senior brother Yang Yuchen and eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, had stayed longer than him in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. 5 months and 9 days. That's not too bad. Yang Yuchen pretended to be calm as he comforted Duan Lingtian with a smile. At the same time, in a courtyard far away, an old man who was lying on a recliner and sunbathing could not help but twitch his mouth. Yang Yuchen is too shameless, isn't he? He stayed in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic for 5 months and 9 days, and he's still not as good as him. I remember. In the history of the Inner Palace, the longest senior who stayed in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic before this little fellow only stayed for 5 months and 5 days, right? Duan Lingtian not only broke the previous record, but he also set a new one. How could I not tell? Yang Yuchen has such a shameless side to him. As the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, the old man was well aware of the Inner Palace's affairs. Because of this, when he heard what Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, he could not help but grumble inwardly. However, the old man's expression darkened very quickly. "Who are you calling an old fart?" At this moment, Yang Yuchen was telling Duan Lingtian that he was bringing him to meet someone. Duan Lingtian was asking who he was going to meet. Yang Yuchen said, "An old fart." An old fart? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Third senior brother, is he a senior in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. To be precise, he's the current palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Yes, he's an extremely shameless old fart who often eavesdrops on other people's conversations. In the future, as long as you're in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, you have to be careful. If you don't set up a soundproof formation, it's best not to talk about confidential matters, lest he hears it. Almost as soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, a loud rumble suddenly sounded from the sky. Then an enormous bolt of lightning, like the heavenly tribulation lightning, came crashing down with a loud rumble. In the next moment, it instantly contracted and condensed, striking Yang Yuchen's body. Before this happened, Yang Yuchen reacted in time. He raised his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. He held it vertically, causing the ferocious, concentrated lightning to surge into it. Then, lightning surged on the 7-foot-long spear. Whoosh! Yang Yuchen shook his hand, and the lightning within the spear disappeared. In the next instant, a giant mountain peak outside the Myriad Arts Academy shattered with a loud bang, shaking the surroundings. Some of the higher-ups and students of the Myriad Arts Academy who were closer to the scene were also alarmed. However, it was a commotion that happened outside the Wanda Law Palace after all. No matter how big it was, not many people really cared about it. Most of them were just curious. Were there any experts fighting outside? To think that a mountain had been destroyed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was next to Yang Yuchen, had a strange glint in his eyes. Third senior brother, that didn't seem to be the law of space just now. It seems to be the law of time. Duan Lingtian also noticed the commotion outside. He was very far away, but he could see that Yang Yuchen had sent out the energy that had surged into his spear. As for the lightning attack that had fallen from the sky just now, he had already guessed where it had come from. It was obviously the doing of the old fart that third senior brother had mentioned. The other party had been listening to their conversation, including what third senior brother had said about the other party. He really was eavesdropping. Is this the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy? So immoral. Someone like him. I'm afraid no one would suspect anything if he said that the Darknet divine weapon is in his hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but become vigilant. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy did not seem to be a good person. Not only did he like to eavesdrop, he also liked to use underhanded means. Wretched, petty. This was the label he had placed on the other party before meeting the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. It was one thing for him to eavesdrop, but he actually attacked the person who had spoken ill of him while eavesdropping. If this was not petty, then what was? After all, the two of them were not great beauties. Wasn't it boring for an old man like him to eavesdrop on two grown men? Good lad. At the same time, the old man stood up from his recliner with a shocked expression. His mastery of the law of time has actually reached such a level? He wrapped my attack with the law of time and sent it out of the academy in an instant. It seems that his strength is no weaker than theirs. In fact, he might even be stronger. The old man's eyes flickered. As expected of the person I took a fancy to. Very good, very good. Little junior brother, let's go. After casually sending out the lightning, Yang Yuchen acted as if nothing had happened and greeted Duan Lingtian. Then he brought Duan Lingtian to see the old man. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Bailey. Duan Lingtian greets the palace master. On the way here, Duan Lingtian could not help but imagine the appearance of the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. He should be an old man with a wretched appearance. However, when he really met the other party, it gave him a visual impact. This amiable old man was really the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, who liked to eavesdrop and use underhanded methods? As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. The old man in front of him had a square face, but he did not appear dignified. Instead, he exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness, giving off a very amiable feeling. This lad Yang Yuchen has good eyesight. The old man, who was the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Bailey, smiled and nodded. I don't like to beat around the bush. Since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. The person who issued the mission on the dark web, I roughly know who it is. Just as Su Bailey said that, Duan Lingtian could not help but interrupt. Palace Master, don't you know who issued the mission? Rumor has it that the dark web artifact is in your hands, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. The reason why he dared to interrupt Su Bailey was because he could see that Su Bailey was not a serious person. In addition, from the previous confrontation between Su Bailey and Yang Yuchen, he could see that in front of Su Bailey, such a joke was still acceptable. Otherwise, he would not have dared to interrupt a superior ultimate god. For such an existence, not to mention killing him with a slap. Even a finger was enough to crush him to death. Did he tell you that? Su Baili heard that and subconsciously looked at Yang Yuchen. Before Yang Yuchen could speak, Duan Lingtian had already shook his head. Third senior brother didn't say it. I heard it from others. Su Baili heard that and did not ask further. He nodded and said, Rumors can't be trusted, especially such rumors. There's no need to believe them. When I said that I roughly knew who issued the mission, it was purely my personal guess. As for their goal, I can roughly guess. If you were just a mediocre person, it would be fine. But the problem is you're not. Now, I'm just worried that they'll risk their lives to take your life in the academy. When you prove your worth, perhaps an emperor god will make a move and exchange his life for yours. He'll kill you, and he'll be executed by the academy. Su Baili said it calmly, but Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard that. In fact, he had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Because of this, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had even asked him to take refuge in the independent realm where the internal palace was, and only come out after entering the ultimate expert's relic. He understood what his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, meant. He wanted him to enter the ultimate expert's relic to improve his strength so that he could deal with those who might attack him. However, just as Duan Lingtian frowned, Su Baili said, I can help you solve this problem. When Duan Lingtian stared at him, Su Baili said unhurriedly, I can warn them. Not only will they not harm you in the academy, but they might even protect you and prevent other people from killing you in the academy. Help me solve this problem? Duan Lingtian was not happy when he heard Su Baili's words. Instead, he frowned slightly. Could it be that Su Baili had some conditions? At the same time, as if he could read Duan Lingtian's mind, Su Baili continued, I've told your third senior brother about this. At first, he thought that I wanted him to do something. However, I told him that I don't need him to do anything, and I don't even need you to do anything. At most, you'll owe me a favor. It doesn't matter if you're willing to return this favor in the future. Su Baili said frankly and directly, according to your third senior brother, he can't decide for you on this matter. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the palace master of Everlasting Studies Palace did not intend to make any requests from him, his third senior brother, or even the internal palace. He just wanted to do him a favor. Of course, he knew that if he accepted the favor, he would have to return it in the future. The palace master was willing to do him a favor because he knew that. Little junior brother. At that moment, Yang Yuchen's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Do as you wish. Even if you don't want the palace master's favor, I can also create a law clone to protect you. Even if the lineage of inheritance really arranged for someone to kill you, it's unlikely that they would send an ultimate god to exchange their life for yours. Even if it's an ordinary lower ultimate god, my law clone can stop him for a moment. That moment is enough for my original body to arrive at the scene in time. Yang Yuchen said telepathically. Yang Yuchen's words were very simple. He did not want Duan Lingtian to deliberately accept Su Baili's favor. Even without Su Baili's favor, he could protect Duan Lingtian himself. Chapter 41:16. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, touched by Yang Yuchen's words. Naturally, he knew he could not allow his third senior brother to do this. If a law clone wanted to pay attention to something, it would affect the main body. Since Duan Lingtian had his own law clone, he was well aware of this. When the nomological avatar was doing something else, the main body could cultivate, but it couldn't fully focus on cultivation. There would always be some distractions. Only when the law clone entered a meditative state would the main body be able to focus on cultivating, comprehending the laws, and comprehending the four Taos of heaven and earth. Even his law clone would not do anything when his main body was cultivating. Most of the time, his law clone would be in seclusion. Even if his third senior brother's law clone was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had no intention of letting his law clone stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since the Monorigin divine sect did not send anyone, it meant they had guessed something was up. There was no point in continuing this. Palace Master. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Bailey and said solemnly, I owe you a favor. I won't disappoint you in the future, Palace Master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could tell Su Bailey wanted to invest in him. Since Su Bailey was optimistic about his future, Su Bailey was willing to help him. Indeed, Duan Lingtian needed this favor. This matter concerned his life and death. Naturally, he did not dare to be careless. Moreover, he did not want to drag his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, down with him. All right. When Su Bailai saw that Duan Lingtian had agreed, he immediately laughed out loud. His laughter was so bright that his eyes narrowed into slits. Duan Lingtian knew he was safe in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace from now on. He did not have to worry about being attacked by God Emperors. Yang Yuchen, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he did not say anything. Everyone had their own choices. Duan Lingtian, how long did you stay in the Supreme Expert's relic? Suddenly, Su Bailey smiled and asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's expression changed as well. He looked at Su Bailey with a warning gaze. He was certain this old man must have eavesdropped on their conversation after his junior brother came out. 5 months and 9 days. Duan Lingtian sighed dispiritedly. Why are you sighing? Su Bailey shook his head. Your result has broken the highest record in the history of the Inner Palace. Before you, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. You came out 4 days later than him. Su Bailey completely ignored Yang Yuchen's warning gaze. This brat, I wanted him to be the palace lord, but he still refused to listen to me. Now that I have a chance to teach him a lesson, I won't miss it. When Duan Lingtian heard Su Bailey's words, he was stunned. He then asked anxiously, Palace Master, are you mistaken? My third senior brother and eldest senior sister stayed in the relic longer than me. How could I have broken the record of the Inner Palace? Duan Lingtian thought Su Bailey had made a mistake. At the same time, he looked at Yang Yuchen and asked, Third senior brother, don't you agree? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yang Yuchen's expression was a little unnatural. He could not help but be stunned. What was going on? His third senior brother had said it himself just now. Could it be that he was lying to him? Was the palace lord telling the truth? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian obtained his answer from Yang Yuchen. Junior brother, I was afraid that you would be too proud, so I didn't tell you the truth. Actually, your result was very impressive. Not only did you surpass me and eldest senior sister, but you also broke the record of the Inner Palace's ancestors, Yang Yuchen said as he shook his head. Duan Lingtian finally understood. His third senior brother had lied to him. He had set a new record of the Inner Palace in the Ultimate Expert's relic. Su Bailey was standing at the side. When he heard Yang Yuchen's words, he said with a look of surprise, You brat, you should have reminded me to cooperate with you. While Yang Yuchen was so angry that the corners of his mouth were twitching, Su Bailey looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, Duan Lingtian, you won't be proud of this, right? If I am, then I'll have ruined your third senior brother's good intentions. I was too talkative. Su Bailey looked as if it was all his fault. As for Duan Lingtian, after a short moment of astonishment, he finally understood the situation in front of him. It turned out that the palace lord of the Myriad Arts Academy had deliberately told him this. He must have heard what his third senior brother had said to him. As for why his third senior brother had said that, he did not suspect anything. His third senior brother probably did not want him to be too proud, so he did not tell him the truth. Don't worry, third senior brother. I won't be proud. I came from the mundane realm, and this isn't the first time I've achieved something like this. I'm used to it, Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen nodded with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, he felt his liver ache. Was his little junior brother really unable to guess his thoughts? Or was he pretending not to know? At this moment, he felt as though he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his own feet. Third senior brother. After bidding farewell to Su Baili, Duan Lingtian made his way back to the independent realm where the inner palace was located. He asked Yang Yuchen, "What do you think the people who attacked the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and those who are related to me are from the Monarch sect?" More than 90%. Yang Yuchen asked curiously, "Little junior brother, aren't you 100% certain they're the culprits? Why are you asking me now?" "I just want to confirm it." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "It's very likely they're the culprits." Yang Yuchen continued to say, "Later on, when I made a move against the people from the Monarch spirit sect, it was after you rejected the challenge from Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect, in our Myriad Arts Academy. After the challenge, I heard that some of the disciples of the Monorigin divine sect were secretly saying that they wouldn't let you off the hook for humiliating their holy child." Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before he continued to say, "Speaking of which, this sounds like something the Monarch divine sect would do. Back then, I was the one who invited you to join the Myriad Law Academy. If you joined another ultimate god force, they would have attacked you as soon as you entered the Myriad Law Academy. If I invite you, they will be more or less afraid of me, because there are many people from the Monorigin sect in the Myriad Law Palace, including a saint. Under such circumstances, it's only normal for them to hold back temporarily. However, when you refused the challenge from the Monorigin divine sect's holy son, they saw it as a humiliation to their holy son. At that time, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. It's only natural that they would seek revenge on those around you." After listening to Yang Yuchen's analysis, Duan Lingtian was even more certain the people from the Monarch divine sect were the culprits. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian said, "I'm going to ask Hualao and Senior Meng Luo to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the next few days. At that time, you'll be able to retrieve your law of avatars." Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled wryly. "There's no need to rush. My law of avatars are still there. They won't affect me." Third senior brother. "That's not the only reason." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "The people from the Monarch Divine sect haven't made a move yet. They must have guessed that your law of avatars are guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Under such circumstances, it's meaningless to continue waiting for them to show up." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian's law of avatars left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with Hualao and Meng Luo. As for the others, they were those who were recruited later on. After receiving some benefits from Duan Lingtian, they happily left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian brought Hualao and Meng Luo out of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen's law of avatars personally escorted them out of the solitary destructive heaven. After settling down Hualao and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian's true body left the independent realm where the solitary destructive heaven's palace of the solitary destructive heaven was located. The palace master of Myriad Laws Academy, Su Baili, had asked his third senior brother to tell him that from now on, he would be absolutely safe in Myriad Laws Academy. No one would risk their lives to kill him. When Duan Lingtian's original body left the independent plane of the inner palace and returned to the student dormitory of the Myriad Arts Academy, all existences above the God-Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance received a warning from the few existences with the highest status in the lineage of inheritance, excluding the palace master. Everyone from today onwards, no one from the legacy bloodline is to have any thoughts of targeting Duan Lingtian. The headmaster has said that if anything happens to Duan Lingtian in the academy, he will disqualify the legacy bloodline from competing for the position of headmaster. Not only must we not target the Duan Lingtian, if we discover that someone is targeting the Duan Lingtian, we must also pay attention to whether or not the Duan Lingtian's life is in danger. If it is, we must protect the Duan Lingtian. When these words reverberated in the ears of those above the God-Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance, everyone fell silent after recovering from their shock. They knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the death-free golden medallion in the academy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation in the lineage of inheritance. Not long after he returned to dorm 603 in the second dormitory building, he walked out again and flew directly to the sky above a dormitory with a courtyard, overlooking the dormitory below him. "Wang Yinsheng, come out," Duan Lingtian said in a low voice, his tone indifferent beyond compare. In the next instant, when he saw that there was no movement in the dormitory, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. "Don't play dead." At this time, the people who had gathered to watch the commotion were somewhat speechless. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a little too impatient? He had spoken at the beginning and told Wang Yinsheng not to play dead at the end. It had all been done in succession, with only a pause of a breath in between. It was impossible for Wang Yinsheng to react in such a short time. Chapter 40:117. Humph. Just as the group of onlookers was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's words, a cold snort was heard from the dormitory overlooking by Duan Lingtian. Immediately afterward, there was a loud bang as a figure broke through the door and smashed it into pieces. After that, a figure directly soared into the sky and confronted Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, are you provoking me?" Wang Yinsheng stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. He never expected that before he could provoke Duan Lingtian would come knocking on his door. "Wang Yinsheng." Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Wang Yinsheng and said in a deep voice, "Last time I didn't want to hurt you, so I didn't accept your challenge. I didn't expect the Monarch spirit sect to be so ruthless as to massacre the forces of my friends and family in the lower secondary planes." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Yinsheng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. It was not impossible for the Monarch spirit sect to do such a thing. However, who was the one who did this? He did not know. The group of onlookers of the Myriad Art Academy also came to a realization at this time. At the same time, they looked at Wang Yinsheng with a hint of fear in their eyes. Of course, there was more disdain and disdain in the depths of their eyes. Even if he was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's refusal to accept his challenge in the past, that was between him and Duan Lingtian. There was no need to involve Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends, right? It's not the first time the Monarch spirit sect has done such a thing. It's not strange. Even so, isn't this a little too much? Such a small conflict involves Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends? In my opinion, this conflict may not be the only one. As far as I know, before Duan Lingtian was invited back to our Myriad Art Academy by Vice Palace Master Yang, someone from the Monarch spirit sect also went to invite Duan Lingtian but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. At that time, the Monarch spirit sect may have already held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. What happened between him and Wang Yinsheng was just a fuse. There was a lot of discussion among the onlookers. Among them, there was no lack of discerning people who vaguely guessed the ins and outs of the matter. At the same time, Wang Yinsheng sighed. He had learned that the Monarch spirit sect members had sent people to the lower secondary planes to retaliate against Duan Lingtian. Although this matter could not be spread around, it was not difficult for him to find out as a direct descendant of the Monarch divine, cult's higher-level supreme god. At this point, he even knew which vice sect master of the Monarch spirit sect was in charge of this matter. Duan Lingtian. The doubt deep in Wang Yunxing's eyes disappeared. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were indifferent. You'd better not speak without evidence. Even if you're Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, it doesn't mean you can slander the Monarch spirit sect at will. Although Wang Yunsheng already knew the truth, he was not stupid enough to admit that the Monarch spirit sect had done this. Even if most people suspected the Monarch spirit sect, they would not admit it. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person without any background. However, this person was Duan Lingtian. Behind Duan Lingtian was Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, a powerful medium-level ultimate god. If the Monarch spirit sect admitted this matter, the other party would definitely not let it go. When the time came, there was a possibility that he would personally take Duan Lingtian to the Monarch spirit sect to seek justice. If Duan Lingtian was in the right, the Myriad Art Academy's palace master might come forward in the end if the matter really blew up. At that time, the Monarch spirit sect would most likely abandon the vice leader behind the scenes in order to appease the Myriad Art Academy's palace master's anger because they were in the wrong. Duan Lingtian sneered. The disappearance of the doubt deep in Wang Yunxing's eyes did not escape his notice. It was not difficult for him to guess why there was such a change in Wang Yunxing's eyes. In all likelihood, Wang Yunxing had just found out about the Monarch spirit sect's attack on his relatives and friends. Previously, Duan Lingtian only felt that the people who attacked his relatives and friends were more than 90% sure they were from the Monarch spirit sect, but now he had full confidence in his ability to do so. Wang Yunxing's eyes betrayed them. As for Wang Yunxing's denial, he was not surprised because, even if everyone knew about it, Wang Yunxing would not dare to say it out loud. Whether it's slander or not, I'm afraid you know it in your heart. After Duan Lingtian sneered, he sneered again. Wang Yunxing, last time I refused you because I was afraid of hurting you, but I didn't expect your Monarch spirit sect to be so ruthless. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? If you dare, we'll go and sign a life and death contract now. If you don't dare, you, Wang Yunxing, the Monarch spirit sect's holy son, are just a useless waste. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, everyone was shocked. Even Wang Yunxing, after being angry, looked at Duan Lingtian again with a bit of fear in his eyes. As the Monarch spirit sect's holy son and the leader of the younger generation in the Shangying land, he was naturally not a fool. Duan Lingtian dared to challenge him to a life and death battle. Either he was deliberately mystifying things, or he really had the confidence to kill him. However, even if the possibility of killing him was slim, since the other party took the initiative to challenge him, he would not agree. Once he lost his life, he would lose everything. Even if there was only a slight chance of dying, he would not take the risk. Duan Lingtian issued a life and death battle to Wang Yunxing. The group of onlookers was shocked. Even if this is deliberately mystifying things, it's enough to see how bold Duan Lingtian is. This is a person who is ruthless to himself. I'm afraid Wang Yunxing might not accept the challenge. If he makes the wrong choice, he'll lose his life. Duan Lingtian is powerful. If Wang Yunxing refuses, he'll admit that he's inferior to him. As more and more onlookers gathered, Wang Yunxing's tone was indifferent as he directly rejected Duan Lingtian's life and death battle as most people had guessed. Of course, his original words were very pleasant to hear. Duan Lingtian, I'll give face to Vice Palace Master Yang and not accept your life and death battle, lest Vice Palace Master Yang loses his little junior brother in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian sneered again. Wang Yunxing, if you don't dare, just admit it. Is it that difficult to admit that you don't dare? What Monarch spirit sect's holy son? In my opinion, you're just a coward and a good-for-nothing. To think that I can kill a good-for-nothing like you even without using my law avatar. The law of clones was one of the trump cards of people from lower realms. It was comparable to the bloodline of natives in realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian's claim that he would be able to kill Wang Yunsheng without using his law of clones was rather exaggerated in the eyes of the 10,000 Arts Academy students. No matter what, Wang Yunsheng was the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son, an outstanding genius of the younger generation in the mystic gangland. However, when it came to Duan Ling Tian, he really did seem like a cowardly weakling. "You're inviting me to a life and death battle without using your law avatar?" At this moment, Wang Yunxing frowned. At the same time, he was somewhat tempted. If Duan Lingtian did not use his law avatar, his strength would undoubtedly be much weaker. Under such circumstances, was this Duan Lingtian still confident that he could kill him? He did not quite believe it. "If you agree to my life and death battle, I can make a heart demon blood oath that if I use my law avatar in a life and death battle with you, I'll die and my Tao will vanish." Duan Lingtian sneered indifferently. However, do Wang Yunxing dare to agree? For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Yunxing. In their opinion, it was already very rare for Duan Lingtian to make such a concession. Moreover, they also felt that if Duan Lingtian did not use his law avatar, it was almost impossible for him to kill Wang Yunxing. Will Wang Yunxing agree? I don't know. Maybe he will. Duan Lingtian is so arrogant. Isn't he worried that Wang Yunxing will really agree to his life and death battle? I feel that even so, Wang Yuanxing might not dare to agree. It's fine if he wins, but if he loses, he'll die and his Tao will vanish. Previously, most of the onlookers had guessed that Wang Yunxing would refuse. However, now, half of them felt that Wang Yunxing might agree. At the same time, they felt that Duan Lingtian was more likely to scare Wang Yunxing. "Do you dare?" Duan Lingtian asked again. The sneer on his face was getting wider and wider. After a while, Wang Yunxing said indifferently, "I'll say the same thing. I don't want Vice Palace Master Yang to lose a junior brother like you. I'll give Vice Palace Master Yang some face." As soon as Wang Yunxing said this, not only did Duan Lingtian look at him with disdain, but even those who thought that Wang Yunxing might agree and were waiting for Wang Yunxing to make a move looked at Wang Yunxing differently. Why didn't they think that the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son was so timid? He was actually scared by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian was obviously trying to scare him. Haha, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. "Wang Yunxing, do you want me to call my third senior brother here and let him tell you that you don't need to give him face?" Wang Yunxing's face stiffened when he heard this. "Duan Lingtian, if it's a normal challenge, I can ask about you. However, I'm not interested in a life and death challenge. I, Wang Yunxing, am not interested in a life and death challenge with you. How can your life be compared to mine?" "Ridiculous. Duan Lingtian, you think too highly of yourself. I, Wang Yunxing, am the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son and a direct descendant of the current high-level supreme god of the Monorigin spirit sect. My life is as precious as gold. Duan Lingtian, you're just a person who climbed up from a lower secondary plane with no background. Your life is as cheap as grass." Seeing that Wang Yunxing seemed to want to continue, Duan Lingtian yawned and interrupted him indifferently. "In the end, you, Wang Yunxing, don't dare to accept my life and death challenge. The Monorigin spirit sect's holy son is just S.O." With a sneer, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, ignoring Wang Yunxing. Of course, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This Wang Yunxing was actually so cautious. What a pity. Chapter 41:18. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian turn around and leave, Wang Yunxing noticed the strange gazes directed at him from the surroundings. His expression changed slightly, and he shouted at Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. "I, Wang Yunxing, invite you to a spar, the kind that doesn't overdo it. Do you dare?" The current Wang Yunsheng gave people the feeling that he wanted to regain the face he had just lost. He directly challenged Duan Lingtian, but it was only an ordinary spar, not a battle of life and death. For a moment, the strange gazes that fell on Wang Yunsheng became even stranger at this moment. This Wang Yunsheng wants to test Duan Lingtian's strength. If Duan Lingtian agrees and beats him, he won't lose. But if Duan Lingtian gives up for nothing, he can regain the face he lost just now. Unless Duan Lingtian is stupid, he won't agree to this spar. I think so too. This Wang Yunsheng, doesn't he think that it's a bit unnecessary to challenge Duan Lingtian like this? Does he think that Duan Lingtian will be stupid enough to accept his challenge? Under the shocked gazes of the 10,000 Arts Academy students, Duan Lingtian did not even pause for a moment before he left. As he left behind a sentence full of contempt and disdain. Wait until you have the courage to challenge me to a battle of life and death. Then come find me. Duan Lingtian's words angered Wang Yunsheng so much that his face turned red. He had a strong impulse to challenge Duan Lingtian to a battle of life and death. But in the end, he couldn't hold it in. Endure. This Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill me. I can't be impulsive. I can't take the risk. The current Wang Yunsheng was constantly comforting himself in the depths of his heart. Although he felt oppressed, he still gritted his teeth and endured. This Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill him. You can even hold it in. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still thinking that Wang Yunsheng might not be able to hold himself back and challenge him to a life and death battle. However, when he returned to his dormitory, Wang Yunsheng did not issue a life and death battle invitation. What a pity. He's too cautious. Looks like there's no chance to kill him openly in the 10,000 Laws Palace. Let's find another opportunity later. If we have the chance, we'll kill all the other Monorigin divine sect disciples in the Myriad Laws Palace as well. A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Monarch spirit cult, this is not over yet. After Duan Lingtian returned to his dormitory, more and more people in the Myriad Arts Academy found out about the conflict between him and the Monorigin spirit cult's holy son, Wang Yunsheng. He also knew that Wang Yunsheng did not dare to accept his life or death challenge. Although most people still felt that Wang Yunsheng was stronger, at the same time they either felt that Wang Yunsheng was too timid or too cautious. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian was completely famous this time. Previously, the great majority of people had already forgotten about him, yet now they remembered him once again. Furthermore, they earnestly remembered him. Duan Lingtian, this heaven's pride from the remote 7 prefectures, had first rejected Wang Yunsheng's challenge. Then, more than a year later, he came looking for Wang Yunsheng and issued a life and death challenge to him. In the end, Wang Yunsheng chose to escape. It was said that one would become famous after a battle. But this time, Duan Lingtian had become famous without a battle. At the legacy bloodlines, those who were god emperors and above were speechless when they heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Wang Yunsheng. Do we really care about Duan Lingtian? Why does it feel like he's in a hurry to die? Does he really think he's a match for Wang Yunsheng? If he really dies in Wang Yunsheng's hands in a life and death challenge, he can't blame us. It's a pity that Wang Yunsheng didn't accept his life and death challenge. Wang Yunsheng must be worried that Duan Lingtian is stronger than him. Wang Yunsheng is too timid. Those who were god emperors and above in the legacy bloodlines had received a warning from their superiors. They knew that not only could they not attack Duan Lingtian in the future, but they also had to protect Duan Lingtian when his life was in danger in the academy. Of course, if Duan Lingtian died in someone else's hands in a life and death challenge, they could not be blamed. The legacy bloodlines did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. In fact, they could not wait for Duan Lingtian to die. Now that they learned that Wang Yunsheng had missed the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian, They naturally felt that it was a pity. At the same time, they also felt that Wang Yunxing was too timid and cautious. A young man who was not even 3,000 years old would at most flaunt his prowess among the younger generation in the remote 7 prefectures. In the outside world, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. In Myriad Arts Academy, the students had their own small cliques. Those who came from the same faction naturally formed their own cliques. The Monarch sect was no exception. At this moment, everyone in the small circle of the Monarch divine sect, except for Wang Yunxing, had gathered together. They were all gathered in the dormitory of a Monarch sect disciple. What do you think the Holy Sun is thinking? That Duan Lingtian sent himself to his doorstep for him to kill, but he didn't kill him? A Monarch sect disciple asked with a gloomy expression. Maybe the Holy Sun is afraid that he's not as good as Duan Lingtian and will be killed instead. Another Monarch divine sect disciple said with a mocking expression. The Monarch sect disciples who could come to Myriad Arts Academy were basically the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Even if they weren't as good as the Holy Sun, they weren't too far off. Some of them were even as talented as the Holy Sun. However, they weren't as strong as the Holy Sun because they hadn't enjoyed as many resources in the past. Hulanchi, a Monarch sect disciple, reprimanded the disciple who had spoken first. Stop mocking and ridiculing us. I know you don't like the Holy Sun, but now isn't the time for internal strife. What are we gathered here for? Isn't it because of the Monarch sect? Hulanchi was a handsome young man with a wicked smile on his face when he heard the reprimand of the Monarch divine sect's disciple. He smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, there's no need for us to gather for such a trivial matter. There's nothing to discuss. What's there to discuss? Let's discuss who among us will challenge the Duan Lingtian to a death duel and test his strength. If we find out that he's not strong enough, we'll ask the Holy Sun to challenge him to a death duel to avenge our humiliation." At this point, Hulanchi sneered, "Let me put my words here first. If you want to do something like this, do it yourselves. Don't count me in." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Hulanchi left, another 2 disciples of the Monarch spirit sect followed suit. I won't get involved in this matter either. It's not our fault in the first place. I'll take my leave as well. The few of you have a good relationship with the Holy Sun, so think of a way to help him. For a time, only 4 Monarch sect disciples were left. They were either close to Wang Yunxing, the Holy Sun of the Monarch sect, or they were from Wang Yunxing's faction. When the 3 of them left, the 4 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. However, after the 3 of them left, their expressions gradually eased. They knew it was useless to be angry at this time. The 3 of them were not afraid of them. In the first place, the 4 of them and Wang Yunxing were not on good terms with the 3 of them. It was normal for them to leave without a care. Moreover, the 3 of them were not responsible for this matter. Even if news of this spread back to the Monarch sect, nobody would blame them. Are we just going to let this matter go? At this moment, the 4 of them looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. The 3 of them will definitely spread the news. If the Holy Sun can avenge his humiliation, his status in the sect will definitely be affected. That's not a good thing for us. The Monarch sect did not only have one Holy Sun. The Holy Sun's status often represented the faction he belonged to and the interests of the people around him. The 4 of them were different from the 3 who had left earlier. The 3 of them did not share the same interests as Wang Yunxing, but the 4 of them shared the same interests as Wang Yunxing. Do you think Duan Lingtian has the ability to defeat or even kill the Holy Sun? One of them asked in a deep voice. That's impossible. I think so too. I've seen the scryer recording of Duan Lingtian's battle. Although his strength is not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Holy Sun. Even if anyone of us can't defeat him, It won't be easy for him to kill us. I think so too. The other three felt that Duan Lingtian was not a match for the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun is too cautious. However, if any one of us were to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian, the chances of us dying are much higher than the Holy Sun fighting him. The four of us can test Duan Lingtian, but a battle to the death is unrealistic. Although the strength he displayed in the Scryer recording was extremely difficult to kill me, a long period of time has already passed since then. Who knows? His strength might have improved again. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old yet. I think so too. Based on their words, it was clear that none of them dared to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Let's see if he'll accept our challenge to a spar. Soon after, the four of them reached a consensus. Soon after, the four of them set off together and appeared outside dormitory number 2. One of them flew out and shouted, "Duan Lingtian, I'm Hongli, a disciple of the Mon-Origin divine sect. I'm here to challenge you. Do you dare to spar with me?" Hongli. As soon as the Mon-Origin divine sect's disciple Hong Li finished speaking, the group of students in dormitory number 2 immediately came out to watch the show. In the distance, the people from the other dormitories, as well as the dormitories who were free, came over to watch as well. Under the expectant gazes of the group of people, an indifferent voice came from dormitory 603 in dormitory number 2. "I'm not interested in a spar. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death." Chapter 4119. Duan Lingtian, you're afraid to fight me, right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Li, the disciple from the Mon-Origin spirit sect who had been clamoring outside, had an ugly expression on his face. However, he forced himself to mock Duan Lingtian. Afraid? This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked out of room 603 and flew up into the sky. He stared at Hong Li, who was standing nearby, and said indifferently, "Is there something wrong with the people from the Mon-Origin spirit sect?" "I've already said that I'll accept your challenge if you want to fight me to the death. Now you're saying that I don't dare to fight you? Seems like the Mon-Origin spirit sect's disciples are just as useless as Wang Yinsheng." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he shook his head lazily. Hong Li's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He almost challenged Duan Lingtian to a fight to the death, but in the end his rationality prevailed over his impulse. He was not a fool. Before he figured out Duan Lingtian's background, even Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, who was stronger than him, would not dare to fight Duan Lingtian to the death, let alone Hong Li. Duan Lingtian! At this time, the 3 disciples from the Mon-Origin spirit sect who had come with Hong Li also came to Hong Li's side and glared at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had not only insulted Hong Li, but also the disciples of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. They were also disciples of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. "Don't be too arrogant, Duan Lingtian. There are plenty of people in the Mon-Origin spirit sect who can deal with you. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that no one in the younger generation can deal with you?" Duan Lingtian, the 3 men from the Mon-Origin sect who had just appeared, were somewhat hysterical at the moment. They were considered geniuses in the Mon-Origin sect. Even in the myriad jurisprudence palace, they were the best among the students. But now they were being called trash by the person in front of them. How could they not be mad? For people. Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 people in front of him. His eyes narrowed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. "How about this, since you're all alone? You don't dare to fight me to the death. In that case, I'll allow you 4 pieces of trash to join the other piece of trash from the Mon-Origin spirit sect, Wang Yinsheng. The 5 of you will fight me 5 against 1. I will sign a life and death contract with the 5 of you. We will fight to the death. You pieces of trash, do you dare?" If they were ordinary people, Duan Lingtian might be a little more polite to them. But for the people of the mono spirit cult in front of him, there was only hatred and hatred. It was not that he was generalizing, but the people of the monorigin spirit cult were not good people to begin with. Just like now, the gazes of the 4 people in front of him were filled with killing intent. If they had the chance to kill him, he believed that they would definitely not miss it. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the group of students from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace who came to watch the show were all stunned. Duan Lingtian issued another life and death challenge after Wang Yunxing's rejection of the life and death challenge. He alone was challenging 5 monorigin spirit cult disciples, including Wang Yunxing. One should know that not only Wang Yunxing, but even the 4 people in front of them were not easy to deal with. At least, if the 4 of them joined forces, they could even defeat Wang Yunxing. Wang Yunxing is here too. At this time, someone saw Wang Yunxing, who had just stepped into the air from the dormitory. Many people also looked over at once. Wang Yunxing. This time Duan Lingtian is not only challenging you to a life and death challenge, but also the 5 people of the monorigin spirit cult. You won't refuse this time, right? Not far away, a person looked at Wang Yunxing and asked with a laugh. This person was naturally not an ordinary person. He was a heaven's pride from another heavyweight force in the mystic gangland. At this time, he had a bright smile on his face, looking like he was enjoying the show. Wang Yunxing is here too. Is Duan Lingtian crazy? He's challenging 5 people of the monorigin spirit cult to a life and death challenge by himself? While the other students of the Myriad Arts Academy thought that Duan Lingtian was crazy, the 4 people of the monorigin spirit cult, including Hong Li, turned to look at Wang Yunxing in the distance. Junior brother Yunxing, since Duan Lingtian wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish. You can't possibly think that he has the strength to kill the 5 of us alone, right? Hong Li looked at Wang Yunxing. When he transmitted his voice, the anger in his voice had not dissipated. Junior brother Yunxing, if the 5 of us join forces, who can't we kill in the mystic gangland under the age of 10,000? Even among the lesser god emperors, there are few who can stop us. Junior brother Yunxing, the 4 people of the monorigin spirit cult, including Hong Li, transmitted their voices to Wang Yunxing, asking him to join forces with them to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge and kill Duan Lingtian. Wang Yunxing is here too? At this time, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Wang Yunxing in the distance, and a bright smile appeared on his face. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Wang Yunxing, I'm challenging the 5 of you to a life and death challenge. Don't tell me you still don't dare to accept. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he tried to suppress the light in the depths of his eyes that was on the verge of bursting out. Seeing that Wang Yunxing still did not respond to Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Li and the other monorigin spirit cult disciples became anxious and hurriedly transmitted their voices to Wang Yunxing again. At this time, the others were also looking at Wang Yunxing. Wang Yunxing, don't tell me you still don't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? This Duan Lingtian is obviously deliberately mystifying things. If Wang Yunxing and the other 4 join forces in the mystic gangland, anyone below the lesser god emperor realm, I'm afraid no one can survive under their hands, right? I think so too. Even if it's the top prodigies of the giant ultimate god forces, I'm afraid no one below the god emperor realm would dare to fight against the 5 of them alone. If Wang Yunxing still doesn't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge at this time, then he's really too cowardly. Listening to the words that came to his ears and listening to the urging of Hong Li and the other 3, Wang Yunxing's face was gloomy and his eyes were indifferent. Did he want to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? Yes. However, now that he had sent a message to his lineage's old ancestor, a medium ultimate god, after a moment of hesitation, the old ancestor did not agree with him joining the battle. Although the old ancestor also believed that Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the other three could kill anyone below the God Emperor realm in the Mystic Gangland. However, after hearing that this was a life and death challenge initiated by Duan Lingtian and thinking that Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old and came from a mundane realm, he felt that the Duan Lingtian's demon was unimaginable for ordinary people. There was still a chance that he would fail. I'll get someone to contact the four of them. They have to accept this battle. However, that doesn't include you. With the four of them working together, they are stronger than you alone. Normally, even if Duan Lingtian is stronger than you, as long as he's not much stronger, the four of them together are enough to kill Duan Lingtian. You just have to keep quiet about this matter. I'll make the arrangements on my side. After hearing his old ancestor's words, Wang Yunsheng swallowed his anger. After a while, the four people who were urging Wang Yunsheng to join the battle also stopped sending voice transmissions to Wang Yunsheng. The four of them looked at each other and began to communicate through voice transmissions. My father wants me to join the three of you in accepting Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. My mother told me the same thing. The four of us together are stronger than the Holy Sun. It won't be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. I just don't know. Will this Duan Lingtian refuse on purpose? He'll only agree if the Holy Sun joins us. Let's ask first. The four of them did not have any objections to their elders asking them to join forces to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. This was because they felt that their combined strength was stronger than Wang Yunsheng, the Holy Sun. It would not be difficult for them to kill Duan Lingtian. While everyone's attention was still on Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the other three people turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Hong Li snorted coldly and said, Duan Lingtian, you're not worthy of the four of us and the Holy Sun joining forces. Don't you like life and death challenges? The four of us will play with you. What do you think? This is also taking care of you. If the Holy Sun joins us, you'll only die a worse death. Finally, Hong Li looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wang Yunsheng to Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Why did Hong Li from the Monarch spirit sect suddenly change his mind? Duan Lingtian is obviously trying to scare them. If they don't bring Wang Yunsheng along, the Duan Lingtian will have an excuse to reject them again. Is Wang Yunsheng that timid? Why isn't he joining the battle at this time? I used to think Wang Yunsheng was quite powerful. Now it seems like he's just SOO. How can someone like him be worthy of being the Monarch spirit sect's Holy Sun? Many people's words revealed their disdain for Wang Yunsheng. These people had powerful backgrounds and were not weak. Therefore, they were not afraid of Wang Yunsheng. The four of you? Upon hearing Hong Li's words, Duan Lingtian had a mocking expression on his face. Don't you think too highly of yourselves? The four of you are trash. Are you worthy of me, Duan Lingtian, joining the battle and having a life and death duel with you? I'll say it again. The four of you will join forces with Wang Yunsheng. I'll sign a life and death contract with all of you to have a life and death duel. It won't do if one of you is missing. If you agree, sign a life and death contract. If you don't agree, forget it. After all, the people of the Monarch spirit sect are all trash who are as timid as mice. After saying that, Duan Lingtian ignored the furious gazes of Hong Li and the other three. His gaze landed on Wang Yunsheng from afar. It had already come to this point. Could Wang Yunsheng still hold back? He was really powerful. The teenage mutant ninja turtle. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng, who had been trying his best to control his emotions, could no longer bear the pressure in his heart. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he shouted, Duan Lingtian, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Yunsheng had completely exploded. He could not bear it anymore. He did not even bother to send a message to his elders. End of chapter. Chapter 41:20. All geniuses were prideful. Wang Yunsheng had previously rejected Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. He was already filled with anger. However, he was worried that Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him. Therefore, he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. At that time, he had endured it to avoid any accidents. Today, when Duan Lingtian issued a life or death challenge to him, Hong Li and the others, although he felt humiliated, he still had the intention of letting Hong Li and the other 3 test Duan Lingtian's strength. Although deep in his heart, he felt that Duan Lingtian was no match for the 5 of them, he still did not intend to accept the challenge. This time it was no longer because he was afraid. It was more because he was afraid of embarrassing himself. After all, he was the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect. He was also one of the best among the younger generation in the Myriad Law Palace. Even if he joined forces with Hong Li and the other 3 to kill Duan Lingtian, there was nothing to be proud of. However, now that Duan Lingtian had rejected Hong Li and the other 3's challenge and insisted that he join the battle, coupled with the strange gazes from the surrounding people, he could not take it any more. If he was embarrassed, so be it. Now he only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, now that I've accepted your life or death challenge, you won't go back on your word, right? After accepting Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge, Wang Yunsheng was in high spirits. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. When he stared at Duan Lingtian, his aura was like a rainbow. Uft! Duan Lingtian sneered. Now that I've given you 4 helpers, you're finally not a coward anymore. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked you to find helpers 2 days ago. As for going back on my word, why should I go back on my word? After all, in my eyes, you're no different from a dead man after accepting my life or death challenge. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words came out, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others were instantly enraged. Arrogant, Duan Lingtian, go to the Hall of Life and Death and sign the life or death contract now. Duan Lingtian, I can't wait to kill you now. The Hall of Life and Death was the place where the Myriad Law Palace provided its disciples for life or death duels. Where there were people, there would be conflicts and battles. Some would even have a death grudge after their conflicts escalated. At that time, they needed a place to vent their emotions. The Hall of the Hall. The Hall of Life and Death was a place where not many people would go. There was only one teacher on duty, and this position was considered to be an idle position in the eyes of many people. The teachers on duty in the Hall of Life and Death usually cultivated in the Hall of Life and Death, and they would not be disturbed. They would only disturb them with disturbs to Lingtians. Recently, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death was called Yuan Dongchen. He was an upper divine emperor expert and was not far from the ultimate god realm. He had been trying to break through to the ultimate god realm recently. In his opinion, being on duty at the Hall of Life and Death was very leisurely. Even if he was cultivating in the Hall of Life and Death, he would not be disturbed. However, what he didn't expect was that the rule of not being interrupted when he was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death was broken when he was on duty this time. He was interrupted. Duan Lingtian? Yuan Dongchen was aware of Duan Lingtian's existence because he had only been on duty for 2 months. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian was challenged by Wang Yunsheng, the Monarch divine sect's holy son, but Duan Lingtian had rejected the challenge. At that time, someone on the dark net had posted a mission against Duan Lingtian. It could be said that it had caused a stir in the academy. Even Yuan Dongchen knew about it. 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian challenged Wang Yunsheng to a life or death duel, and Wang Yunsheng rejected it. A year ago, Duan Lingtian had rejected Wang Yunsheng's challenge. Like most people, Yuan Dongchen felt that Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge because he felt that he was no match for Wang Yunsheng. Yuan Dongchun did not expect that after more than a year, Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it was a life-or-death duel. According to what Yuan Dongchun had said at that time, he had rejected Wang Yunqing's challenge because he was concerned about Wang Yunqing's reputation. As for his challenge to Wang Yunqing this time, it was because he suspected that the Monarch divine sect had attacked the forces of his relatives and friends in the lower plains and killed them all. Even if there is no evidence, it is most likely done by the Monarch divine sect. Yuan Dongchun knew a little about the Monarch divine sect. This kind of thing seemed to be done by the Monarch divine sect, and the timing was right. Duan Lingtian's analysis was not wrong. However, what he did not expect was that Wang Yunqing would reject Duan Lingtian's life-or-death challenge. Obviously, he is worried that Duan Lingtian is deliberately mystifying to scare him. He is worried that Duan Lingtian really has the strength to kill him. After all, once a life-or-death contract is signed in the Myriad Law Palace, even the Monarch divine sect's leader can't change anything. Yuan Dongchun thought to himself. Of course, what shocked him the most was that 2 days after Duan Lingtian's life-or-death challenge was rejected by Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian actually issued another life-or-death challenge to Wang Yunqing, and this time he directly challenged 5 people from the Monarch divine sect. 5 people, including Wang Yunqing. The other 4 people were not weak either. If they joined hands, it would not be difficult to kill Wang Yunqing in a life-or-death duel. This Duan Lingtian, is he crazy? He is deliberately scaring them, right? But if he is deliberately scaring them, then why did he come to the Hall of Life and Death? Yuan Dongchun was shocked. He found it hard to understand. However, according to the rules of the Hall of Life and Death, as long as both sides had a request and there was no objection, they could sign a life-or-death contract. As for admitting defeat, there was no requirement. As long as both sides agreed, it was fine. Duan Lingtian. Yuan Dongchun looked at Duan Lingtian sternly and reminded him in a deep voice, "You must know that once the life-or-death contract is signed, you and the 5 of them will fight to the death. Are you sure you want to sign a life-or-death contract?" While reminding Duan Lingtian, Yuan Dongchun also sent a message. Vice Palace Master Yang, Duan Lingtian is going to have a life-or-death duel with 5 people from the Monarch divine sect, including Wang Yunqing. Are you aware of this? Yuan Dongchun was just an ordinary teacher in the Myriad Law Palace and was not a member of the Myriad Law Palace's legacy. Before, Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, stepped into the ultimate god realm. The 2 of them were friends and had a good relationship. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Yang Yuchen to remind him. He hoped that Yang Yuchen would stop Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was courting death. What? Do you think my little junior brother is courting death? Yang Yuchen, who received Yuan Dongchun's message, asked in a calm tone with a smile. Yuan Dongchun was shocked when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. You mean, your little junior brother has the strength to kill the 5 of them? Yuan Dongchun continued. If that's the case, it's not very appropriate, is it? Even if it's reasonable to kill them under such circumstances, it's equivalent to putting the Monarch divine sect on the opposite side. From now on, even if the Monarch divine sect doesn't openly target your little junior brother, I'm afraid they'll secretly think of ways to kill him and those related to him. Yuan Dongchun reminded Yang Yuchen. The Monarch divine sect has already done so. Yang Yuchen said faintly, "Let's deal with this matter as it should be. Let nature take its course." At this moment, Yuan Dongchun was still shocked. Did your little junior brother tell you himself that he's confident in killing Wang Yunqing and the others? Yes. Yang Yuchen replied. Do you trust him that much? He's new here, so I'm afraid he doesn't know the strength of Wang Yunqing and the others, right? I trust him. At this time, Yuan Dongchun did not say anything else. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yunqing, Hong Li, and the others who were not far away and asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you want to sign a life and death contract with Duan Lingtian? You should know that if you sign a life and death contract, even if you die, the Monorigin Divine sect won't be able to stand up for you. This is because you chose this path yourselves. In the face of Yuan Dongchuan's reminder, Wang Yunsheng, Han Li, and the others naturally ignored it. All right, Yuan Dongchuan nodded. Since you have no objections, then sign the life and death contract. Each of you write your name on it and press your palm print. At the same time, Yuan Dongchuan raised his hand and took out a stone tablet. There were many lines of words written on it, and they were the terms of the life and death contract. As long as it was clear that the following life and death duel in the Hall of Life and Death was voluntary and had nothing to do with others. Even if they died, they would bear all the responsibility. It had nothing to do with the Wanda Law Palace or the person who killed them. Who's first? As soon as Yuan Dongchuan finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng was the first to make a move. He wrote his name on the stone tablet and then gently patted his name, leaving his palm print. Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't run away. Wang Yunsheng looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled contemptuously. In his opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian had not signed the life and death contract, there was still room for regret. And he did not want Duan Lingtian to go back on his word. After all of you have signed it, I will naturally sign it. In the face of Wang Yunsheng's contempt, Duan Lingtian looked indifferent. Hearing his words, Wang Yunsheng looked at Han Li and the other three. Immediately, the four of them also signed their names on the life and death contract and left their palm prints. Duan Lingtian, it's your turn. Han Li sneered. At this time, the group of Wanda Law Palace students who came to watch also looked at Duan Lingtian. At this critical moment, will Duan Lingtian run away? If he was just putting on an act from the beginning, he will definitely go back on his word now. If he really signed the life and death contract, it means that he has blind confidence in himself. If he signs the life and death contract, he will definitely die. In the end, under the group of people's shocked gazes, Duan Lingtian casually left the sixth name and sixth palm print below the life and death contract. The life and death contract is formed. Yuan Dongchuan's voice sounded at the right time. Chapter 41:21. The life and death contract is formed. As Yuan Dongchuan's voice fell, he casually threw the life and death contract stele into the Hall of Life and Death. The eyes of the group of Myriad Art Academy students who came to watch the show lit up. More and more people came to watch the show after receiving the message. Among them, there were even some teachers from Myriad Art Academy. Duan Lingtian wants to have a death duel with 5 people, including Wang Yunsheng and Han Li? Is he crazy? Is he courting death? Now, those who came to watch the show heard that Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Wang Yunsheng and the other 4. Almost all of them felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. If Wang Yunsheng and the other 4 joined forces, no one under 10,000 years old in the entire profound Handaland could be their match. Wang Yunsheng was one of the top young geniuses in the profound Handaland. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been conferred the title of Holy Son by the Monorigin Spirit Sect. Holy Son was a candidate for the next leader of the Monorigin Spirit Sect. The other 4 were also the top young geniuses in the Monorigin Spirit Sect. Any one of them wasn't Wang Yunsheng's match. But if the 4 of them joined forces, Wang Yunsheng would definitely die in a battle of life and death. If it was in the wilderness or an open area, he might be able to avoid the 4 of them with his superhuman speed. But in the Hall of Life and Death of Myriad Art Academy, it was unrealistic. I thought that Duan Lingtian was just scaring Wang Yunsheng and the others and wouldn't dare to sign the life and death contract. I didn't expect that he would sign it. I don't know what he's thinking. Is it because he doesn't know the strength of Wang Yunsheng and the others? That's obviously the case. Otherwise, how can we explain his behavior? In the profound Handaland, No one under 10,000 years old dares to say that they have the ability to kill Wang Yunsheng. Maybe no one even dares to say that they can defeat the 5 of them. But he, a person under 3,000 years old, actually wants to kill Wang Yunsheng and the others. Isn't he Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother now? Shouldn't Vice Palace Master Yang stop him? I don't know. Maybe Vice Palace Master Yang is in seclusion and he acted on his own accord. In any case, Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Wang Yunsheng's group of 5. Moreover, according to the rules of Myriad Laws Academy, once a life and death contract was signed, there was no going back. If he went back on his word, it would be seen as a provocation to the Myriad Law Academy, and he would be executed by the Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, in the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, no one had ever gone back on their word after signing a life and death contract, because going back on their word meant certain death. If they didn't go back on their word, they would still have a chance to live. Moreover, under normal circumstances, those who dared to sign a life and death contract with others were people who had a certain level of confidence in their own strength. Since the life and death contract has been formed, you may enter the arena. Under Yuan Dongchuan's lead, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the other 4 entered the Hall of Life and Death first. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind, and behind them was a group of people who had rushed over to watch the show. Inside the Hall of Life and Death, it was spacious and empty. Following Yuan Dongchuan's hand gesture, the dimly lit hall became as bright as day. At this time, Duan Lingtian and the others could clearly see the situation inside the Hall of Life and Death. Inside the Hall of Life and Death, the entire hall was very spacious. In the middle of the hall, there was a faint circular light shield suspended in the air, giving off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. And what was supporting this round light barrier was clearly a formation. That's the Hall of Life and Death's battle formation. It said that the control of the formation is in the hands of the teacher on duty in the Hall of Life and Death. Only the old man on duty and the palace master himself can control this formation. This formation can even block the full force attack of a godly venerable expert. I just don't know if the godly venerable expert mentioned is just a lower godly venerable. However, even if it's just a lower godly venerable, it's still shocking enough. Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng, and the other 4 have signed a life and death contract. According to the rules, the formation won't be opened until one of them is dead. During this period, no one can rescue them and no one can. Otherwise, it will be seen as a challenge to the Academy, and they will be executed by the Academy. Duan Lingtian, there's no turning back. What a pity a talented genius is going to fall here today. Yeah, what a pity. Now, almost no one thought that Duan Lingtian could survive. Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death, was also doubting whether what Yang Yuchen said was true. Did Duan Lingtian really have the ability to kill Wang Yunsheng and the other 4? Based on his understanding of Yang Yuchen would not lie to him. However, this matter seemed a little unbelievable, right? If Duan Lingtian really had the ability, in the mysterious gangland, he could be considered invincible under 10,000 years old. In the various planes of gods, including the mysterious gangland, only those under 10,000 years old could be considered as the younger generation. If Duan Lingtian really fought against 5 and killed Wang Yunsheng and the other 4, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the number 1 of the younger generation in the mysterious gangland. Does Duan Lingtian really have the ability to do so? Although he was doubtful and didn't want Duan Lingtian to fall, after all, Duan Lingtian was the junior brother of his old friend Yang Yuchen. However, he also knew that after signing the life and death contract, there was no turning back for Duan Lingtian. Even he couldn't interfere. If he interfered, he wouldn't be able to escape death either. At this time, only the Myriad Arts Academy's palace master had the ability to stop this life and death duel. Of course, the palace master would definitely not do such a thing. Once he did, not only would there be people questioning the palace master, but even more people would question the credibility of the Myriad Arts Academy. There's no turning back. Yuan Dongchen sighed again in his heart and looked at Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng, and the other four. He said in a deep voice, "Now, I'll lead you into the life and death arena. Don't resist the power I've shrouded you with." After entering the life and death arena, don't make a move for the time being. You must wait until the life and death bell in the Hall of Life and Death rings. Otherwise, you'll be obliterated by the life and death arena's formation. Yuan Dongchen warned. Following his words, Duan Lingtian discovered a powerful force sweeping toward him and wrapping around him in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this was the power of Yuan Dongchen, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death. At the same time, he also saw that not only was he being brought into the huge circle at the center of the hall, but Wang Yunshan, Hong Li, and the others were also brought into the circle. The others can only watch from afar. If you get too close and are killed by the life and death arena's formation, the Hall of Life and Death won't be responsible for it. Yuan Dongchuan's next sentence also caused the group of people who came to watch the show to stop in their tracks. Many of them were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were killed by the life and death arena's formation, they would have died for nothing. How could Duan Lingtian be so foolish? Among the crowd, one of them shook his head and sighed. He was none other than Duan Lingtian's roommate from the Myriad Arts Academy, Tan Fei. Tan Fei had also heard that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others. At the same time, he regretted not coming out earlier. He might have been able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Of course, he also knew in his heart that it was unlikely that he would be able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Would no one persuade Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian had not been in the Myriad Arts Academy for long, since he had become Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, there would be many people who were on good terms with him. They warned him openly because they were afraid of offending the people from the Monarch spirit sect. However, it was impossible for the people from the Monarch spirit sect to know anything about it. In fact, along the way to the Hall of Life and Death, Duan Lingtian had indeed received many messages advising him not to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunxing and the others. However, he did not pay any attention to them. He did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Moreover, everyone thought he would be the only one to die in this battle, but was that really the case? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the hall. Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the other four also entered the hall. This time, Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. Among the crowd outside, there were 3 people gathered together. They were none other than the other 3 people from the Monarch spirit sect who had come to the Myriad Arts Academy. They were also the 3 people who had previously disagreed with Hong Li and the others. When they learned that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunxing and the others, they had also rushed over. At the same time, they also felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die without a doubt. Humph! Among the 3 people, the Monarch spirit sect disciple whose strength was second only to Wang Yunxing among the 7 young geniuses of the Myriad Arts Academy, Hulanqi snorted coldly. Wang Yunsheng is really getting worse and worse. It's just Duan Lingtian, but he actually dares to fight with Hong Li and the others. Hulanqi's words clearly showed some contempt for Wang Yunxing's approach. In my opinion, you're more suitable to be a holy son, senior brother Hu. One of the 2 people next to him said with a smile, Wang Yunsheng might have been stronger than you in the past, senior brother Hu, but that might not be the case now. That's right, the other person chimed in, who in the Monarch spirit sect doesn't know that Wang Yunsheng was able to become a holy son because of his good birth? If you have his background, you'll definitely be more outstanding than him. In the life and death duel, Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li, and the others faced each other. Outside, the number of people who had come to watch the show continued to increase. Duan Lingtian waited quietly for the life and death bell to ring in the Hall of Life and Death because it meant that he could make a move. At this moment, his divine energy had already surged through his 99 heavenly veins, ready to be unleashed. Wang Yunsheng and the others were about the same. Junior brother Yunsheng. At this time, Hong Li transmitted his voice to Wang Yunsheng. Why don't you fight with Duan Lingtian first? If you can kill him with your own strength, the voices that doubt you will naturally disappear. If you can't defeat him, we'll join forces to kill him. What do you think? Hong Li was clearly thinking for Wang Yunsheng's sake. When Wang Yunsheng heard this, he was naturally moved. Chapter 41:22. All geniuses were prideful. As the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect, Wang Yunsheng was no exception. Therefore, he was very tempted after hearing Hong Li's suggestion. As long as he killed Duan Lingtian on his own, the voices that questioned him earlier would vanish. It should be known that it was not only the group of students in the Myriad Law Palace who questioned his strength. Even those in the Monarch spirit sect who knew that he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a battle to the death were also full of doubts. In fact, many people in the Monarch spirit sect were saying that he had embarrassed the sect and was not worthy to be the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect. Under such pressure, it was impossible for Wang Yunsheng to not care. Today, if Duan Lingtian was killed by me, Hong Li, and the other three, no one will think that I, Wang Yunsheng, am stronger than Duan Lingtian. They will still think the same in the future. If Duan Lingtian dies, I won't have the chance to prove myself. But now, just as Hong Li said, if I kill him with my own strength, I can clear my name. If I'm not as good as him, I won't be killed by him with Hong Li and the other three by my side. If I'm not as good as him, I'll accept it. At this moment, Wang Yunsheng still felt that Duan Lingtian might not be as good as him in the depths of his heart. As for the reason why Duan Lingtian challenged him to a battle to the death, it was nothing more than deliberately mystifying, thinking that he could scare him. Perhaps it was also because Duan Lingtian was blindly confident in himself. Just like now, he actually wanted to fight him, Hong Li, and the other three by himself. This was simply courting death. With the strength of the 5 of them once they joined forces, he did not think that there was anyone among the younger generation in the mystic gangland who could not be killed by the 5 of them. If it was a spacious environment, the other party might be able to escape with his speed. However, in an environment like the life and death arena in the Hall of Life and Death, there was no way to escape. The only way was to fight. Senior brother Hong Li, let's do as you say. Discuss this with the other 3 senior brothers and inform me. Then, when the bell of life and death rings, I will have a one-on-one duel with this Duan Lingtian. If we can successfully kill him, I, Wang Yunsheng, will definitely repay the 4 of you generously in the future. Wang Yunsheng transmitted his voice to Hong Li. Junior brother Yunsheng, you're too polite. The 4 of us are on the same boat as you, junior martial brother Yunsheng. It's only natural that we support each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Li contacted the other 3 people. The other 3 didn't have any objections either. At the same time, he also felt that this was the right thing to do. Just as Hong Li had said to Wang Yunsheng in the Monarch spirit sect, they and Wang Yunsheng could be considered to be of the same lineage, and their lineage only had Wang Yunsheng as a holy son. If Wang Yunsheng didn't do well in the Monuan spirit cult, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. On the other hand, if Wang Yunsheng did well and even became the sect leader of the Monuan spirit cult in the future, their status and treatment in the Monuan spirit cult would definitely rise as well. They and Wang Yunsheng were bound together for glory and disgrace. Junior martial brother Yunsheng, the 4 of us will always keep an eye on you and Duan Lingtian. As soon as you show any signs of weakness, we'll immediately join forces with you to kill this Duan Lingtian. Junior martial brother Yunsheng, don't worry and go all out to kill this Duan Lingtian. It's best if you can kill him, but it's fine if you can't. We'll support you. This time it wasn't just Hong Li. The other 3 disciples of the Monuan spirit sect were also communicating with Wang Yunxing through voice transmission so that he wouldn't feel pressured. All he had to do was to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. When Wang Yunxing heard this, he naturally thanked them repeatedly. At the same time, he felt much more at ease. Then his gaze on Duan Lingtian became even sharper. This Wang Yunxing, Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on Wang Yunxing. He could vaguely sense the subtle changes in Wang Yunxing, but he did not know why Wang Yunxing had changed so much. Just like Wang Yunxing, he was waiting for the bell of life and death to ring. Outside the life and death arena, the spectating students and teachers from Myriad Law Palace were also waiting for the bell of life and death to ring. After a while, the bell of life and death still did not ring. Many of the students who were less patient became impatient. Is it about time? It's been almost 15 minutes since they entered the arena. Why hasn't the bell of life and death rung yet? Isn't it said that the bell of life and death will ring 15 minutes after both parties enter the arena for the death duel in the Hall of Life and Death? Right now, it seems like it's only been 15 minutes since they entered the arena. It's said that these 15 minutes are meant for each of them. After all, once the bell of life and death rings, they'll have to fight to the death. Say, how long do you think Duan Lingtian can last? If Wang Yunxing and the other 4 attacked together from the start, I'm afraid that Duan Lingtian won't be able to last more than 3 breaths. When the spectating students saw that the life and death duel had yet to begin, they began to whisper to each other. Quite a number of them were even guessing when Duan Lingtian would die. Evidently, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. The life and death arena's formation did not isolate sound. Given Duan Lingtian's hearing, he naturally heard the group of people who did not think highly of him. With regards to this, his heart did not waver. After a while, the bell of life and death that everyone had been waiting for finally rang out. Dong, the sound of the bell of life and death reverberated within the Hall of Life and Death. The sound was actually not loud, but when it entered the ears of everyone in the Hall of Life and Death, it caused their bodies to tremble. Subsequently, when their gazes landed on the life and death arena, they discovered that Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the other 3 beside him had simultaneously moved. Wang Yunxing directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Hong Li and the other 3 did not rush towards Duan Lingtian. Instead, they stood to one side and gathered together to watch the battle. Evidently, they did not plan to directly attack. Wang Yunxing wants to fight Duan Lingtian one-on-one. This scene also caused everyone to be startled. However, someone quickly regained his senses and said in realization, I understand now. This Wang Yunxing wants to fight Duan Lingtian himself to prove that he is not inferior to Duan Lingtian. I also understand if he kills Duan Lingtian by himself, the voices that previously questioned him will definitely disappear. Moreover, if he is really no match for Duan Lingtian, Hong Li and the other 3 will definitely join forces with him to deal with Duan Lingtian at the first opportunity. Do all of you think Wang Yunxing can kill Duan Lingtian by himself? I think Duan Lingtian is so arrogant that he dares to engage in a life and death duel with the 5 of them. Moreover, we all think that he will definitely die. However, I feel that since he dares to do so, he must have a certain level of confidence in his own strength. In a one-on-one battle, Wang Yunxing might not be his match. I don't think so. In my opinion, this Duan Lingtian is an arrogant, egotistical person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. While the crowd outside the life and death arena was discussing animatedly, they saw Wang Yunxing charging towards them alone, and then saw Hong Li and the other 3 supporting Duan Lingtian at the side. They were first stunned before they reacted. At this moment, the discussion outside also entered their ears. He wants to clear his name by fighting one-on-one. If he is no match for him, Hong Li and the other 3 will attack. Is he using me as a stepping stone? Duan Lingtian was amused. However, at the same time, a glint flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Whoosh! The moment Wang Yunxing charged towards him, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be unprepared, suddenly paused and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even Wang Yunxing had lost his target, Duan Lingtian. Teleportation? Wang Yunxing sneered. Where can you teleport to in this life and death arena? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng charged towards Duan Lingtian, who had just appeared in another corner of the life and death arena not far away. This Duan Lingtian has mastered the law of space to teleport twice. He will definitely teleport a second time. After he teleports a second time, we'll get closer and support him. Hong Li sent a voice transmission to the other 3 people beside him. The other 3 people nodded when they heard Hong Li's words. They also felt that Hong Li's words made sense. At the same time, they subconsciously felt that with the strength of Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect, even if he could not defeat Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be able to survive until they came to his rescue. Even if they were a little further away from Duan Lingtian, they would be able to teleport across the entire life and death arena. At the same time, many people outside the life and death arena began to whisper again. Duan Lingtian is going to teleport twice next. Second, teleportation. From what I know, the earliest person who grasped the second teleportation was also a lower god emperor who grasped the second teleportation. This Duan Lingtian is only a middle god emperor, but he has mastered teleportation twice. It's really terrifying. I've never seen a divine emperor use teleportation twice before. Duan Lingtian has left a deep impression on me since he was able to show me this before he died. Now, most people thought that Duan Lingtian would perform teleportation twice after being chased by Wang Yunxing. Teleportation twice would not only give him more time to prepare, but it would also further deplete Wang Yunxing's divine power. Even if the depletion was not much, it was still depletion. If the depletion was greater, his strength would naturally be affected. Even if it was only a slight effect, it was still an effect. Duan Lingtian, do you only know how to dodge? Wang Yunsheng asked with a cold smile as he charged towards Duan Lingtian again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already close to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Yunsheng approaching again, he smiled faintly and said, "Since you don't want me to dodge, then I won't dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body swayed and he teleported again. The second teleportation that everyone had been waiting for finally appeared. "Get ready to go." Hong Li transmitted his voice to the other 3 people beside him. At the same time, he stared at every corner of the life and death arena, preparing to approach Duan Lingtian after his second teleportation. Chapter 41:23. Hong Li and the other 3 disciples of the Monarch spirit sect were about to approach Duan Lingtian after his second teleportation. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The crowd outside the life and death arena was also stunned. Even the teacher of the Myriad Arts Academy, Yuan Dongchen, who was currently on duty in the life and death arena, was stunned like the others. This, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian had indeed performed second teleportation. However, the destination of this second teleportation was not as far away from Wang Yunsheng as the others had imagined. Instead, it was in Wang Yunxing's path. After the second teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared in Wang Yunxing's path. As soon as he appeared, an extremely terrifying spatial storm swept up around him. Humph! In the face of Duan Lingtian's surprise attack, Wang Yunxing's expression did not change. His body radiated light, and the divine artifact in his hand vibrated. "Duan Lingtian, you finally stopped hiding. In that case, I've overestimated you." As Wang Yunxing spoke, he made his move. The divine artifact vibrated, and terrifying divine power, combined with the Dharma that he was proficient in, swept out in an overwhelming manner. In fact, this was also his all-out attack that he had been accumulating power for. Because of this, even if Duan Lingtian appeared in his path and took the initiative to approach him, he was not afraid at all. At the same time, the spatial storm raged around Duan Lingtian, who was extremely close to Wang Yunxing, who had made his move at lightning speed, said calmly, "I don't care if a dead man overestimates me." As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the spatial storm around him suddenly changed. Control. The way of control was displayed at this moment. Duan Lingtian's current mastery of the sword Dao was no longer the same as before. In the ruin of the supreme powerhouse, Duan Lingtian's mastery of the sword Dao had improved a few times. In fact, it had even surpassed his mastery of the sword Dao. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spatial storm around Duan Lingtian grew even more terrifying. It was constantly twisting and turning. It looked like a tornado formed completely from the twisting and turning of spatial energy. In this tornado, the onlookers saw that the space inside seemed to be constantly crumbling. The crumbling space turned into fragments of space and joined the tornado. While everyone's attention was temporarily attracted by this sudden spatial storm, a rainbow-colored light sword appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Then a beautiful rainbow-colored figure flashed and merged with the light sword. This is Wang Yunxing, who was the closest, was the first to react. His expression changed dramatically. A full soul high-grade divine sword. How was that possible? This was the only thought in Wang Yunxing's mind at this moment. In fact, due to Wang Yunxing's overly emotional state, his attacks were affected to a certain extent. The holy son of Monarch's spirit sect is just SOSO. The others, including Hong Li and the other three, had just recovered from the spatial storm around Duan Lingtian and were once again shocked by the divine sword that Duan Lingtian had taken out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. Before Hong Li and the others could regain their senses from the seven orifices exquisite sword that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, they saw Duan Lingtian's sword piercing through Wang Yunsheng's thunderous attack as though it was nothing more than a piece of rotten wood being crushed by the seven orifices exquisite sword. Although Wang Yunsheng's attack was thunderous, it was only because he was stunned by the sight of Duan Lingtian taking out a full soul prominent divine sword. Due to this reason, the force of his attack had weakened a little. Whoosh! The sword swept out, and the rainbow-colored light illuminated the entire life and death arena. After destroying Wang Yunxing's attack, it continued to attack him. Junior brother Yunsheng. Hong Li and the other three, who had recovered from the shock, did not even have time to discuss the matter. They moved at the same time and flew toward Duan Lingtian and Wang Yunxing. However, when they were halfway there, the rainbow-colored light emitted by the seven orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand swallowed Wang Yunxing's body. Wang Yunxing's body turned into specks of light in the rainbow-colored light and fell silently to the ground in the blink of an eye. Only his full soul high-grade divine weapon was left. Duan Lingtian casually put it away. Wang Yunxing, the holy son of Monarch's spirit sect, was dead. To the crowd outside the life and death arena, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before they could recover from the shock of the rainbow-colored sword that Duan Lingtian had taken out, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. Not only did he shatter Wang Yunxing's attack, but he also killed Wang Yunxing with one strike. Everything happened so quickly that it was too much for the eyes to take in. That's a full soul high-grade divine weapon. It's a full soul high-grade divine weapon. And it's a full soul high-grade divine sword. Did Vice Palace Master Yang lend it to him? If so, isn't that against the rules? There's a rule in the Hall of Death that a senior is not allowed to lend a half-soul high-grade divine weapon or a full-soul high-grade divine weapon. It's not Vice Palace Master Yang's sword. At this moment, not many people seemed to care about Wang Yunqing's death. Everyone's attention was on the rainbow-colored sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Numerous gazes converged on him. Some of them carried envy, some of them carried shock, some of them carried disbelief, and some of them carried jealousy. A full-soul high-grade divine sword! Duan Lingtian, you've broken the rules. At this moment, Hong Li and the other three who were flying in midair and had managed to stop in time after Wang Yunqing's death had an ugly expression on their faces. Teacher, Duan Lingtian has broken the rules. Are you not going to do anything about it? Hong Li and the other three stared vigilantly at Duan Lingtian as they asked in a low voice. They were naturally asking the teacher of Myriad Arts Academy, Yuan Dongchen, who was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death today. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dongchen struck out a series of palm prints at the right time. Suddenly, the formation of the life and death arena changed. A barrier appeared between Duan Lingtian and the other three, separating the two. Obviously, this was to prevent both sides from attacking each other again. Duan Lingtian. Yuan Dongchen flew out and looked at Duan Lingtian in the life and death arena. He asked in a low voice, "Where did the full-soul high-grade divine sword in your hand come from?" Faced with Yuan Dongchuan's question, Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Dongchen and smiled faintly. "Teacher, everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. It's not convenient for me to say this, but I don't have to, right?" "You cannot say it." Yuan Dongchen nodded. "However, if you use this divine sword in the life and death arena, unless you can prove that this is your own divine sword and not a temporary gift from someone else. Otherwise, it's a violation of the rules of Myriad Arts Academy and the Hall of Life and Death. Breaking the rules by using a full-soul high-grade divine sword to kill your opponent. If you can't prove that the divine sword was not borrowed by someone else, you won't be able to escape death either." As soon as Yuan Dongchen said this, the hearts of everyone present trembled. Yes, there were rules in Myriad Arts Academy. In the Hall of Life and Death, half or full-soul high-grade divine weapons were not allowed unless it was one's own divine weapon. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. After breaking the rules, if one only injured the opponent, the punishment would not be death. However, if one killed the opponent, one was destined to die. "This is my divine weapon," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "The rules of the Hall of Life and Death are clearly written on the wall. If it's not my divine weapon, how would I dare to use it? If the Academy doesn't believe me, they can investigate. If they find out that this divine sword was lent to me by someone else, they can kill me at any time. In any case, I don't plan to leave Myriad Arts Academy for the time being. Of course, before they find out, the Academy can also ground me." At this point, Duan Lingtian continued, "In addition, I can make a heart, demon blood oath. From today onwards, as long as I, Duan Lingtian, am not dead, this divine sword will not be given to anyone else. If I return it to anyone else, I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian directly made a heart demon blood oath without waiting for Yuan Dongchen to speak. A self-proving speech, coupled with a heart demon blood oath at this moment, no one doubted Duan Lingtian's words anymore. More people looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. Duan Lingtian is only a divine emperor, but he already has his own full-soul high-grade divine weapon? Heavens! Did he obtain the inheritance of a supreme expert? Or is it the complete inheritance of a supreme god? No wonder he dared to challenge Wang Yunqing to a life-and-death duel. It turns out that he has a full-soul high-grade divine sword. While the crowd was in an uproar, Hong Li and the other three's expressions were extremely ugly. At the same time, they said to Yuan Dongchen, "Teacher, up until now, it's only his side of the story." Who knows if this sword was lent to him by someone else? As for the Academy's investigation that he mentioned, when did the investigation results come out? As for the heart demon blood oath, if he kills junior brother Yunsheng and us today, even if he dies because of the heart demon blood oath in the future, wouldn't we have died in vain? We suggest that this life and death duel be cancelled. Hong Li and the other 3 all advocated for the cancellation of the life and death duel. Duan Lingtian had killed Wang Yunsheng with one blow. Even if Wang Yunsheng was shocked by the full soul high-grade divine sword and was distracted, one could not ignore Duan Lingtian's strength. A full soul high-grade divine sword, generally speaking, only upper god emperors and above could possess such a divine weapon. Moreover, ordinary upper god emperors might not even possess a full soul high-grade divine sword. There's another way to prove whether Duan Lingtian borrowed this sword from someone else. At this time, a Myriad Arts Academy teacher who was watching from the sidelines spoke. He looked at Yuan Dongchen and said bluntly, "Teacher Yuan, the weapon soul of your full soul high-grade divine weapon is also a woman. If Duan Lingtian is innocent, let your weapon soul examine his weapon soul to see if there's a second person's aura in it. If a full soul high-grade divine weapon changes owners in a short period of time, there'll definitely be remnants of the previous owner's aura in the weapon soul." Chapter 41-24. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yuan Dongchen in surprise when he heard what the 10,000 Arts Academy teacher said to Yuan Dongchen outside the life and death arena. This teacher actually had a full soul high-quality divine weapon. Not just anyone could have a full soul high-quality divine weapon. Not even a higher god emperor could have one. A full soul high-quality divine weapon mainly relied on one's own creation of the weapon soul. Other than that, one could only follow the path of inheritance. For example, after someone failed a tribulation or died in an accident, they left behind a full soul high-quality divine weapon for their descendants. However, such situations were rare. This was because there were very few full soul high-quality divine weapons that could be inherited. Not all full soul high-quality divine weapons could be inherited. Generally, a full soul high-quality divine weapon, even if its weapon soul was complete, would often choose to follow its master after his death because of its limited intelligence. Those weapon souls were one-track minded. Even if their master dissuaded them, they would not listen. They only knew that they were born for their master. If their master was gone, there was no reason for them to exist. Only those weapon souls whose intelligence had been developed to a certain extent and were no different from ordinary people could possibly survive after their master's death. The development of a weapon soul's intelligence required time. Even the weapon soul of an ordinary full soul high-quality divine weapon had not developed to the point where it could be inherited by others. Duan Lingtian, do you have any objections? Yuan Dongchen heard the reminder and looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, "I have no objections. Teacher, even if the Monorigin spirit sect sent someone to check after their master's death, I have no objections, let alone your weapon soul. However, the prerequisite is that the weapon soul of the person sent by the Monorigin spirit sect must also be a female weapon soul. Weapon souls might not have a gender in the beginning. However, when a weapon soul had a certain level of intelligence, it was no different from a normal life form. It had a rejection from the depths of its soul toward a foreign weapon soul." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the expressions of Hong Li and the others changed instantly. This Duan Lingtian was so unscrupulous? Could it be that the full soul high-quality divine sword in his hand was really his? If that's the case, then let the sword spirit of your divine sword come out. As Yuan Dongchen spoke, a divine weapon appeared before him. It was a long and narrow curved blade. It was like a bright moon. Then a beautiful figure appeared on the moon. A woman in a silver-white outfit with a sacred aura appeared. The woman's face was beautiful and perfect. She gave off a gentle feeling, and no one would have any blasphemous thoughts towards her. Obviously, this was the saber soul of Yuan Dongchuan's divine saber. Its teacher Yuan's moonlight flowing blade. Outside the life and death arena, a few students cried out in surprise. Clearly, they knew that Yuan Dongchuan's teacher had such a god artifact and even knew its name. It's said that Master Yuan Dongchuan is about to enter the godly venerable realm. No wonder he has a high-grade, full-soul divine artifact. Moonlight Flowing Blade? That's a great name. This teacher Yuan is not simple. While the crowd was whispering, Duan Lingtian led Huang, or come out from the 7 orifices, exquisite sword. Once again, a rainbow light swept out and lit up the entire hall of life and death. Huang, who was wearing a rainbow robe, stood in the air. Her body was emitting a sacred rainbow light. It was dazzling. As soon as she appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. This sword spirit, at this moment, many people were stunned. Why do I feel that Duan Lingtian's sword spirit's eyes are more intelligent than teacher Yuan's saber soul? Duan Lingtian's divine sword spirit is more mature than teacher Yuan's divine saber soul. I'm afraid only the divine weapon spirit of a godly venerable realm expert would have such intelligence. At this moment, many people with good eyesight could see that the sword spirit of Duan Lingtian's divine sword was not simple. Even Yuan Dongchuan had a look of surprise on her face. However, he immediately let his saber soul enter the ring of life and death. Duan Lingtian, let your sword spirit cooperate with her to investigate. You won't hurt her. Tell her not to worry. Okay. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he quickly called out to Huang. And Huang responded respectfully. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a sacred white light extended from Yuan Dongchuan's saber soul. It swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian's sword spirit. After a while, the white light pulsed rhythmically. After about 10 breaths of time, the white light left Duan Lingtian's sword spirit and returned to Yuan Dongchuan's saber soul. When all the white light was withdrawn into the body, the saber soul turned around and glanced at Yuan Dongchuan before shaking its head. Then, she allowed Yuan Dongchuan to bring her out of the life and death ring. It can be confirmed that the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was not lent to him by someone for the life and death battle. Duan Lingtian didn't break the rules by using this divine sword against the enemy. Yuan Dongchuan continued. Next, the battle of life and death will continue. After Yuan Dongchuan's words sounded, the energy barrier that isolated Duan Lingtian, Hong Li, and the other 3 gradually faded into an illusionary figure. At this moment, the energy barrier that separated the 4 of them and Duan Lingtian from the life and death arena was fading, and it would disappear soon. The expression of one of the people beside Hong Li changed drastically. At the same time, he looked at Yuan Dongchuan and cried out in shock, "Teacher Yuan, I regret it. I admit defeat." As soon as this person spoke, Hong Li and the other 2 people immediately followed suit. "Teacher Yuan, we didn't know Duan Lingtian had a high-grade artifact with a complete soul as his trump card. We admit defeat. Teacher Yuan, please forgive our ignorance. Please remove the life and death pact between us and Duan Lingtian." At this moment, Hong Li and the other 3 people had lost all will to fight. Until now, they still did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect, if he did not use a high-grade artifact with a complete soul. Even if Wang Yunsheng died in Duan Lingtian's hands, they still felt that it was due to the high-grade artifact with a complete soul. A high-grade artifact with a complete soul was too powerful. However, they did not even have a half-grade artifact with a high-grade artifact without a soul. How could they fight Duan Lingtian if they only had a high-grade artifact without a soul? Wang Yunsheng had been killed in an instant. Even if they were stronger than Wang Yunsheng when they joined forces, they did not stand a chance against Duan Lingtian, who had a high-grade artifact with a complete soul. Since Duan Lingtian did not violate the rules, the life and death duel will naturally continue. Before Yuan Dongchen could speak, many people outside the life and death duel had already begun to jeer. That's right. If he did not violate the rules, why should he remove the life and death pact? The life and death duel is voluntary. As for whether the other party has concealed his strength, it does not affect the life and death duel. As the crowd jeered, the energy barrier that separated Duan Lingtian from Hong Li and the other 3 people in the life and death duel completely disappeared. Huang, who was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe, once again entered the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The rainbow-colored light on the 7 orifices exquisite sword became even more dazzling. The life and death duel will continue. At this moment, Yuan Dongchen spoke again. When Hong Li and the other 3 people heard this, a look of despair appeared on their faces. After a moment of despair, a ferocious look appeared on their faces. Since there's no way to avoid it, let's fight. Let's fight. If we can snatch the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, we can turn the tables. Cut off his arm, separate him from his divine sword, and cut off their connection. If we don't fight, we'll definitely die. Let's fight. Seeing that the life and death duel was not going to be cancelled, Hong Li and the other 3 people calmed down at this critical moment. Then they took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian. The 4 of them joined forces, and their aura was domineering. For different colored energy swept toward Duan Lingtian from different angles. It was as if 4 dragons were attacking, and their target was Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression remained indifferent. In just a flash, he disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he was already in Hong Li's path. Then, at the instant Hong Li's expression changed drastically, a sword whistled out. Just like how it had killed Wang Yunsheng, it first destroyed Hong Li's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds before killing Hong Li. With the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the way of control, and the way of sword, the power of Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than most of the lower Emperor God's attacks. In an instant, there were only 3 people left out of the 4 people. Whoosh! With a second teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared in the path of another person. This person was obviously prepared. The moment he saw Duan Lingtian appear, he quickly retreated and did not follow in Hong Li's footsteps. At the same time, after he avoided the attack, he heaved a sigh of relief. Swoosh! Swoosh! After this person avoided the attack, the other 2 people immediately stopped and turned to escape. The 3 of them gathered again and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Of course, although their eyes were fierce, if one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see the fear and panic in their eyes. Obviously, their hearts were not as calm as they looked on the surface. Duan Lingtian, spare me. There is no enmity between us. As long as you spare me, I am willing to give you all of my wealth. I am even willing to promise to be your servant for 10,000 years. One of the 3 people took the initiative to transmit his voice to Duan Lingtian. In his words, he was even willing to be Duan Lingtian's servant for 10,000 years in order to live. He was still young and did not want to die. 10,000 years. Even if it was humiliating as long as he could live, he did not care. His life had just begun. The other 2 people also transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian, trying to get Duan Lingtian to stop and not kill them in the Hall of Life and Death of the Myriad Arts Academy. Only when both parties chose to cancel the battle would the life and death contract become invalid. Of course, under such circumstances, both parties would have to pay a huge fine to the Hall of Life and Death. Chapter 41:25. Although the three of them had followed Hong Li's lead and were overbearing, they had lost their confidence. After Hong Li's death, their inner defenses had crumbled by more than half. Now, in order to survive, they even communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about their conditions. In his eyes, the three of them were already dead. When the people from the Monarch spirit sect attacked the sects and clans of the people around him, did they ever think about the innocent lives of those people? Most of those people had not even met Duan Lingtian before. Even so, they were still killed. Of course, the three of them did not represent the Monarch spirit sect. However, they had accepted his challenge because they wanted to join forces to kill him. Did they want him to give up on killing them? What a joke! I'll try my best to send all of you on your way to accompany Hong Li and Wang Yunxing in 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently to the three of them begging for mercy through voice transmission. Then he teleported again. The expressions of the three changed drastically. They did not flee separately but joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. It had to be said that they had made the right decision. With the three of them working together, they would not be defeated one by Duan Lingtian. In the face of Duan Lingtian's attacks with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the three of them joined forces and managed to withstand the attacks for a short period of time despite suffering from internal injuries. However, as Duan Lingtian attacked again and again, their internal injuries continued to worsen. After a few breaths, they began to show signs of defeat. Duan Lingtian, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. One of them was furious. He charged forward and allowed Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword to pierce through his body. He used all his strength to suppress the power of the 7 orifices exquisite sword so that it would not destroy his body. As for himself, he risked being hit by the sword to attack Duan Lingtian. However, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian only chose to let go of the 7 orifices exquisite sword and teleported away from his original spot to avoid the desperate blow from his opponent. Then Huang appeared with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in her hand. With a shake of the sword, she killed the person in front of her. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian only had 2 opponents left. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported again and stood shoulder to shoulder with Huang. He calmly stared at the 2 people in front of him. With a wave of his hand, Huang became one with her sword and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. There were only 2 of them left. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to stop Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword, and within 2 breaths he had killed the remaining 2. At this point, the 5 people who were confronting Duan Lingtian had all died in the life and death arena. As the instigator, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in his hand. The sword in his hand shone brightly, and there was not a trace of blood on it. Duan Lingtian's purple robe was the same. It was as if there was not a speck of dust on it. In fact, whether it was Duan Lingtian killing Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect, or the other 4 people of the Monarch spirit sect, the killing process added up to less than 20 breaths. After Duan Lingtian entered the life and death arena, most of the time was delayed by waiting at the beginning and the process of Yuan Dongchen probing his sword soul with his saber soul. Until the last Monarch spirit sect disciple fell in the life and death arena, there was still a dead silence. Dead. All of them were dead. The 5 people of the Monarch spirit sect, including the strongest holy son, Wang Yunsheng, were all dead. All of them are dead. Hulanqi, the strongest disciple of the Monarch spirit sect in Myriad Arts Academy, muttered one of the 2 disciples beside him with a lingering fear on his face. The other person heaved a long sigh. Fortunately, we didn't go with them to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, we would have been in the life and death arena today. Duan Lingtian has a high-grade, complete soul divine sword. Even with the 3 of us, I'm afraid he won't be the one to die. Hu Lanqi's expression changed when he heard their words. Fear and dread flashed in his eyes as he looked at the purple figure in the arena. If Duan Lingtian did not use a high-grade, complete-soul divine sword, he might not be stronger than Wang Yunsheng. However, when he used a high-grade, complete-soul divine sword, he killed Wang Yunsheng in an instant. Even if he was able to kill Wang Yunsheng in an instant because Wang Yunsheng had been frightened by the full-soul high-grade divine sword he had taken out, even if that wasn't the reason, with Wang Yunsheng's strength, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 5 breaths of time. He's too strong. If I were to fight him and he used a high-grade, complete-soul divine sword, I might not even be able to last more than 3 breaths of time. Hu Lanqi's heart trembled. While the group of people was still staring blankly at Duan Lingtian, Hu Lanqi transmitted his voice to the 2 people beside him and left first. Hu Lanqi did this because he was afraid Duan Lingtian would provoke them if he was not satisfied after killing the 5 Mon-origin spirit sect's disciples. At that time, if Duan Lingtian challenged them to a life-and-death arena, they would naturally not dare to accept. Instead of staying and embarrassing themselves, they might as well leave now. Of course, they had other things to do. Currently, 5 disciples of the Mon-origin spirit sect had died in the Myriad Arts Academy, including Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of the Mon-origin spirit sect. They had to report this matter to the Mon-origin spirit sect. In fact, not long after Wang Yunsheng's death, someone from the Mon-origin spirit sect discovered that his soul pearl had shattered. However, before the Mon-origin spirit sect could send a message to inquire, the soul pearls of another 4 disciples of the Myriad Arts Academy shattered one after another. It was only at this time that they realized something big had happened. The Holy Son, Hongli, and the other 3 were all killed by Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy. Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy might not be stronger than the Holy Son, but he relied on a high-grade, complete-soul divine sword to kill the Holy Son, Hongli, and the other 3. How can a medium divine emperor possess a high-grade, complete-soul divine sword? Someone must have lent it to him, right? As far as I know, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Yang Yuchen, is his senior brother. Did Yang Yuchen give it to him? Yang Yuchen's high-grade, complete-soul divine weapon isn't a sword. Then Yang Yuchen must have lent it to him. There's a rule in the Hall of Life and Death at the Myriad Arts Academy that one can't use a high-grade, incomplete soul divine weapon or a high-grade, complete soul divine weapon in a life and death duel. One can only use one's own divine weapon. That Duan Lingtian broke the rule, right? If that Duan Lingtian didn't break the rule, we can only suffer in silence. After all, the Holy Son and the other 4 died at the hands of Duan Lingtian after signing a life and death contract. However, if Duan Lingtian broke the rule, he must pay with his life. The Mon-origin spirit sect was in an uproar after the news spread. The leaders of the Mon-origin spirit cult also held an emergency meeting under the leadership of the cult leader. During the meeting, an old man became the target of many people. Vice sect leader Liu, I heard that the reason Duan Lingtian challenged Wang Yunsheng to a life and death duel was because you sent people to attack his friends and family in the lower plains? A middle-aged man with a hooked nose asked in a deep voice as he glared at the old man. He was aware of this matter. In the past, he did not say anything because this was how most people in the Mon-origin spirit sect acted. However, this time, because of this incident, it was naturally different from the usual. That's right, Vice Sect Leader Liu. You didn't do a clean job, did you? How did Duan Lingtian find out? Vice Sect Leader Liu, you should have asked me to help you with this matter. I never leave any traces behind when I do things. The old man was none other than the vice sect leader of the Mon-origin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng, who had sent people to the lower plains to attack everyone related to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Lu Tianfeng's expression was not very good. Although Wang Yunsheng was not the holy son of the Mon-origin spirit sect, he was involved in this matter, so he had to take responsibility. However, although his expression was unsightly, he was still calm. I can guarantee that the people I sent out did a clean job and did not leave any traces behind to point to the Monarch spirit sect. Based on what I know so far, it's all Duan Lingtian's speculation. The reason he guessed the Monarch spirit sect had something to do with our code of conduct and reputation in the past. Before you blame me, you should ask yourselves if you haven't done something like this before. If you haven't done something like this before, you're qualified to blame me. If you have, you're not qualified to blame me. As soon as Lu Tianfeng finished speaking, the group of people who were still criticizing him fell silent. They had all experienced something like this before. Even in the past, many people had guessed the Monarch spirit sect was the culprit, let alone this time. However, even if those people retaliated against the Monarch spirit sect, it did not hurt the Monarch spirit sect at all. However, it was different this time. This time the Monarch sect's losses could be said to be unprecedented. A holy son was dead. The holy princes were usually the most outstanding existences among the younger generation of the Monarch spirit sect. The Monarch spirit sect had high hopes for any of the holy princes. For example, the current sect master of the Monarch spirit sect had been one of the holy sons in the past. In addition to holy son Wang Yunsheng, the other disciples of the Monarch spirit sect who had died in the Myriad Law Academy's life and death hall were also the cream of the crop among the younger generation. They were all godly venerable seedlings. None of the Monarch spirit sect disciples who were sent to Myriad Law Academy were mediocre. If they were mediocre, Myriad Law Academy would not have accepted them. Humph. At the head of the table, the Monarch spirit sect master, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His cold snort reverberated in the meeting hall, causing everyone to fall silent, including Lu Tianfeng, the deputy sect master. All the senior members of the Monarch divine sect present looked at the sect master with a solemn expression. Chapter 41:26. What's the point of shirking responsibility now that things have come to this? The Monarch spirit sect leader said indifferently, now that we've received news from Myriad Law Academy, what we can do is to send someone to confirm that the high-grade divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession truly belongs to him and isn't borrowed. Upon hearing this, an elder from the Monarch spirit sect asked in confusion, Sect leader, didn't the teacher on duty in Myriad Law Academy's Hall of Life and Death already confirm this matter? The Monarch spirit sect leader said indifferently, the teacher on duty in Myriad Law Academy's Hall of Life and Death is Yuan Dongchen. Yuan Dongchen is good friends with Yang Yuchen, the vice palace master of Myriad Law Academy. We can't rule out the possibility that he's shielding Duan Lingtian. Therefore, we'll have to confirm this matter ourselves. If we can confirm that the high-grade divine artifact really belongs to Duan Lingtian and isn't lent to him temporarily, then we can forget about it. After all, Wang Yunsheng, Hongli, and the others signed the life and death pact willingly. However, if it's confirmed that the high-grade divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession was lent to him temporarily, then Myriad Law Academy will have to give us an explanation for this matter. Vice Sect Leader Lu, you and your disciples will have to make a trip to Myriad Law Academy personally. The Monarch spirit sect leader looked at Vice Sect Leader Lu Tianfeng and said indifferently, you must seek the truth in this matter. He then reminded Lu Tianfeng, if you don't seek the truth and Myriad Law Academy finds a third party and confirms that you're messing around, then it'll be the Monarch spirit sect's fault. There's no need to play tricks on the surface. Otherwise, you'll only be lifting a rock and smashing your own foot in the end. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand my words. Lu Tianfeng nodded in response. Don't worry, sect leader. I know what I'm doing. He knew what to do and what not to do. Even if Duan Lingtian was the one who sent people to exterminate the families and sects of his friends and family, it was not something that could be seen on the surface. As long as there was no evidence, Duan Lingtian and the others would at most suspect that it was the people of the Monarch spirit sect who did it. No matter what, Duan Lingtian now had the backing of the Myriad Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master. While the higher-ups of the Monorigin spirit cult were holding an emergency meeting inside the Myriad Arts Academy's Hall of Life and Death, the death match between Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunsheng Hongli, and the others was finally over. Duan Lingtian, relying on his high-grade divine artifact soul, killed Wang Yunsheng and the others one by one. Since then, the entire Myriad Arts Academy knew that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine artifact soul. Moreover, it was not the kind that was temporarily lent to him. It was completely his own. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have his own high-grade divine artifact soul. Wang Yunsheng Hongli and the others died unjustly. Yes, they died unjustly. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine artifact soul, they would never have accepted Duan Lingtian's deathmatch challenge. It can't be helped. It can only be said that Duan Lingtian hit it too deeply. In the past, I heard that his performance at the Seven Prefectures banquet was amazing enough, but at that time he didn't use his high-grade divine artifact soul. It can only be said that in the 7 prefectures, among the younger generation under 10,000 years old, no one can make him use the divine artifact. Didn't they say that he came from the lower planes? Where did he get a high-grade divine artifact soul from? He must have obtained the inheritance of an expert. His divine artifact should have been used by some godly venerable expert in our mysterious gangland in the past. Moreover, it's the kind of divine artifact that has a mature spirit and intelligence that can be inherited by others. This luck is simply heaven-defying, not to mention the inheritance of a godly venerable expert. Even if someone obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert, they might not be able to obtain a high-grade divine artifact soul with a complete high-grade divine artifact soul. Duan Lingtian, who had already made a name for himself in Myriad Arts Academy, was once again in the limelight in Myriad Arts Academy. At the same time, many people felt pity for the 5 people from the Monorigin divine sect. They were all geniuses. They were all godly venerable seedlings of the Monorigin divine sect. But this time, they all fell into the hands of Duan Lingtian. The Monorigin divine sect has always been vengeful. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go. Many people felt so. So what if they won't let this matter go? They have conflicts with Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian suspects that the Monorigin divine sect made a move against the forces of his relatives and friends in the lower dimensions. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian challenge Wang Yunsheng to a life and death duel? I think so too. Duan Lingtian had the intention to kill Wang Yunsheng the moment he challenged him to a life and death duel. It's obvious that he wants to avenge his friends and family in the lower planes. In order to avenge his relatives and friends, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal the high-grade divine artifact soul with a high-grade divine artifact soul that he had never shown in front of others before. In any case, this matter happened after the life and death duel was signed. Even if the Monorigin divine sect is at a disadvantage, they can only suffer in silence. At least, they won't dare to act recklessly on the surface. Yes, they won't dare to act recklessly on the surface. As for behind the scenes, even if Duan Lingtian didn't do this, they might not let Duan Lingtian off the hook. Duan Lingtian should be aware of this, which is why he did not hold back and killed the 5 disciples of the Monorigin divine sect. The Monorigin divine sect had suffered a great loss this time, and it caused a sensation in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Of course, many people felt that the Monorigin divine sect had only themselves to blame for suffering such a loss. If they had not provoked Duan Lingtian first, Why would Duan Lingtian target Wang Yunxing and the others? If there's a chance, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't let any of the disciples from the Monorigin divine sect go. Someone said, I'm afraid someone from the Monorigin divine sect will come. Although the life and death duel is over, they will definitely come to verify whether Duan Lingtian's high-grade divine artifact soul is his. Some people who knew about the relationship between Yuan Dongchen, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death, and Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, thought so. Soon, the people from the Monorigin divine sect arrived at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. 2 people came from the Monorigin divine sect, an old man and a woman. After the 2 of them contacted the higher-ups of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace asked Yang Yuchen to contact Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to go over and verify whether the high-grade divine artifact soul was his. You still want to verify it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he received the message from his third senior brother. Yuan Dongchen, who was on duty at the Hall of Life and Death that day, is a good friend of mine, Yang Yuchen said. The Monorigin divine sect probably thinks that Yuan Dongchen is biased toward you, Yang Yuchen said via voice transmission. Therefore, they came this time to verify it personally. You don't have to worry. Even if they verify this matter, they won't dare to lie. We can find a third party to verify this matter. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder that teacher Yuan Dongchen had advised him out of goodwill and was very patient during the process. It turned out that he had a close relationship with his third senior brother. I'll come over to pick you up now, Yang Yuchen said. All right, Duan Lingtian responded. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Yuchen arrived, and the 2 of them went to meet the people from the Monorigin divine sect. 2 people from the Monorigin divine sect came this time. One of them is the vice leader of the Monorigin divine sect, Lu Tianfeng. On the way, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, Lu Tianfeng is a mid-level ultimate god and can be considered a ruthless character in the Monorigin divine sect. According to some rumors I received, it's very likely that he was the one who sent people to annihilate the forces your family and friends belong to in the lower planes. Of course, it's just rumors and there's no concrete evidence. It's very difficult to find evidence for this kind of thing. Although Yang Yuchen said there was no concrete evidence, a cold-killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As the saying went, there's no smoke without fire. Even if it was just rumors, he felt that the vice leader of the Monorigin divine sect, Lu Tianfeng, was unlikely to be innocent. The person who came with Lu Tianfeng is one of his disciples who's already a lesser ultimate god. The other party is a female, and the artifact soul of the full soul, prominent divine weapon in her hand, is also a female. This time, she'll be the one to verify your artifact soul. Yang Yuchen continued. Yang Yuchen's face was calm from the beginning to the end because he knew his good friend Yuan Dongchen was not biased toward his little junior brother. His little junior brother's artifact soul did not have the aura of a second person. It belonged to his little junior brother. Of course, a few days ago, when he found out that his little junior brother had killed Wang Yunxing and the others with a full soul high-grade divine artifact, he was shocked. He never thought that his little junior brother would even have such a thing. However, on second thought, he felt relieved when he thought about his little junior brother's achievements before he was even 1,000 years old. His little junior brother was in existence with heaven-defying luck, at least in the history of their internal palace. He did not know of a second person who had achieved the same achievements as his little junior brother at his age. Anyway, it's just a formality. They won't dare to act recklessly in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the killing intent deep in his eyes gradually disappeared. Lu Tianfeng. the vice leader of the Monarchian divine sect, a medium ultimate god. Such an existence could not be shaken by the current him. If Lu Tianfeng were to seize the opportunity, he would be crushed to death with just a flick of his little finger. There with Vice Palace Master Yu. Yang Yuchen continued, "We'll go there directly now." Vice Palace Master Yu? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. One of the two Vice Palace Masters of the branch of Legacy? Chapter 41-27. Yang Yuchen nodded. "Don't worry. He sees me as a thorn in his side, but he won't make things difficult for you in this matter, unless he wants to be unlucky. Moreover, after that old fellow made you a promise last time, he looked for him and the other Vice Palace Master of the lineage of Legacy to warn them. Now, I'm sure they've already warned the other people in the lineage of Legacy who have the strength to kill you not to act rashly. Perhaps in the Myriad Law Academy, even if they know someone wants to kill you, they'll still protect you." Yang Yuchen laughed at the end of his sentence. The lineage of Legacy had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also laughed. Of course, although he was laughing, he knew in his heart that it was not that he did not pay a price. At the very least, it was with his permission that the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy stood up for him. This favor could be considered as owed. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen to a reception hall in the Myriad Law Academy. There were already people in the hall. On both sides of the hall stood a person, both of whom were old men. Behind the two old men stood a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man. When Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen in, the four people's gazes all turned toward him. "Little junior brother, this is Vice Palace Master Yu of the Myriad Law Academy." After Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian in, he introduced one of the old men with a medium build and a thin face. Although the old man looked ordinary, his eyes were particularly bright. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy, Yuing. "Vice Palace Master Yu." Duan Lingtian greeted the old man in a timely manner. The old man's originally cold face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Vice Palace Master Yang, this is the first time you've accepted a disciple on behalf of your master. The facts show that you're indeed very outstanding. He has a good eye." As soon as Yuing opened his mouth, he praised Duan Lingtian. He did not seem to have any conflicts with Yang Yuchen at all, causing Duan Lingtian to sigh inwardly at how well Yuing did. "Vice Palace Master Yu, you flatter me." Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. At the same time, the middle-aged man behind Yuing greeted Yang Yuchen, and Yang Yuchen introduced him to Duan Lingtian. He was the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, Yuing. As for Duan Lingtian, he also greeted the other party. The other party also warmly greeted him, junior brother Duan. In fact, that man was even older than Yang Yuchen. However, because Yang Yuchen was of the same generation as the other party's master, and Yang Yuchen's strength and status were extraordinary, the other party addressed Yang Yuchen as martial uncle. "All right, we've greeted our own people, and we've been left out." At this moment, Yuing smiled and looked at the two people standing opposite him. Vice Sect Leader Lu and his disciple are still waiting to get down to business. "There's no hurry." The old man, who was dressed in a gray robe, said with a fake smile, "We've waited for so long just now, so there's no hurry." When he reached the end of his sentence, his gaze fell on Yang Yuchen. "Vice Palace Master Yang, when we last met, you weren't the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I really didn't expect you to enter the intermediate Divine Emperor stage and become the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in just a few thousand years." As the Vice Sect leader of Monarchian Spirit Sect, Lu Tianfeng had met Yang Yuchen once in the past. However, at that time, Yang Yuchen was just an ordinary teacher in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. In front of Lu Tianfeng, Yang Yuchen was only a junior. A few thousand years had passed, and the junior from back then had become someone who was on equal footing with him. He even felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Within the Myriad Law Palace, Yang Yuchen was absolutely considered a rare, monstrous talent. I was just lucky. Yang Yuchen looked at Lu Tianfeng and smiled. Vice Sect Leader Lu, we haven't met for many years, but you're still as graceful as ever. I've gotten old. Lu Tianfeng sighed. In the future, the world will belong to you young people. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Yang Yuchen, and smiled. This must be the little junior brother that Vice Palace Master Yang accepted on behalf of his master, right? I've heard of Duan Lingtian in the past. He's the #1 genius of the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already an intermediate divine emperor. His potential is extraordinary. As soon as Lu Tianfeng opened his mouth, he revealed that Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen's expressions were still calm. However, the expressions of the woman behind him, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, Yuing, and the middle-aged man behind you, Ying, changed. Not even 1,000 years old, not even 3,000 years old. In an instant, the 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. Yang Yuchen looked deeply at Lu Tianfeng and smiled faintly. It seems that Vice Sect Master Lu has spent a lot of effort on my junior brother. You even know about this. You found out about it in the lower dimensions. When Yang Yuchen spoke, cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Was this deputy hierarch of the Monorigin divine cult confessing that he was the one who had sent the assassins who attacked the families and sects of the people around him in the lower levels? Ha! Lu Tianfeng laughed. That day, the Monorigin spirit sect elder, who went to Chunyang school to invite your junior brother, was sent by me. While he was on his way, I also sent someone to the lower dimensions to see what kind of genius your junior brother is. It would have been better if I didn't investigate, but when I did, even I was shocked. If it weren't for the fact that the person I sent was reliable, I really couldn't imagine that someone from the mundane dimensions could have such achievements at such a young age. I'm afraid he's no longer in the category of genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a monster or a son of providence. Lu Tianfeng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Ying, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. Vice Palace Master Yu, judging from your expression earlier, don't tell me you don't know that Duan Lingtian is not even 1,000 years old? Upon hearing this, Yu Ying looked at Lu Tianfeng with a complicated expression. I don't know. Lu Tianfeng smiled. If that's the case, then I can understand your current feelings. Vice Palace Master Yu. When I first learned about this, I was also very surprised. Unfortunately, by the time I confirmed this matter, Vice Palace Master Yang had already taken this monster as a disciple on behalf of his master. Lu Tianfeng sighed and looked at Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, I would have asked the Monorigin spirit sect's elder to promise a higher price to let this monster join our sect. What a pity. I'm afraid that this matter will be one of the greatest regrets in my life. In fact, I might even have a heart demon in the next heavenly tribulation because of this matter. Lu Tianfeng looked at Yang Yuchen and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Vice Palace Master Yang, I wonder, are you willing to part with your treasure? Yang Yuchen was stunned when he heard this. Vice Sect Master Lu, what do you mean? Lu Tianfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, I'd like to ask Vice Palace Master Yang to part with your junior brother and let him join our Monorigin spirit sect. I won't let him suffer a loss. I'm willing to accept him as my junior brother on behalf of my master. In the future, his treatment in the Monorigin spirit sect will be better than the holy sons of our Monorigin spirit sect. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, not only did Yang Yuchen's expression change, but even Yu Ing and his master's expressions changed. They were not stupid people. Naturally, they knew Lu Tianfeng's so-called parting with his treasure was not as simple as letting Duan Lingtian join his sect. Perhaps he would kill Duan Lingtian as soon as he brought him out of the myriad jurisprudence palace. At this time, Lu Tianfeng continued to say, "I can also pay a price for Vice Palace Master Yang. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Obviously, he wanted to lure Yang Yuchen to buy Duan Lingtian's life. Of course, he made it sound dignified on the surface. Vice Sect Master Lu. At this time, Yang Yuchen spoke. His face was no longer polite, and his eyes turned cold. "In the future, don't make such jokes. Otherwise, I'll take it seriously." When his voice fell, a fierce look flashed in the depths of Yang Yuchen's eyes. Lu Tianfeng laughed when he heard this. "Ha! I didn't expect Vice Palace Master Yang to see through my joke. Duan Lingtian, you're not scared, right?" Lu Tianfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his expression remained calm as he said indifferently, "Vice Sect Leader Lu, do you think I'm scared? It's just a joke. Who would take it seriously?" Of course, Duan Lingtian only said that on the surface. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lu Tianfeng to death. A medium ultimate god? He could not kill him now. But it did not mean he could not kill him in the future. If he could not even kill a medium ultimate god, how could he go to the world of divine remains and take his wife Kurawei under the noses of the two ultimate god clans? Let's get down to business. At this time, Yang Yuchen spoke impatiently. Okay. Lu Tianfeng heard this, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He then called out to the woman behind him. The woman was also Lu Tianfeng's disciple. She was a lower ultimate god with an ordinary appearance and a rough temperament. She gave off the impression of a man rather than a woman. As soon as she stepped forward, a crystal-clear bead appeared in front of her. The bead was the size of a baseball and emitted a beautiful light. A moment later, a soul aura escaped from the bead and a beautiful figure rose from it. An old woman in a light green robe appeared. "This is Lu Tianfeng's disciple. I heard that she didn't want her artifact's artifact soul to be prettier than herself. Therefore, when the artifact soul was just born, it transformed into this appearance." Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard this. Could this be? Someone was worried that their artifact soul would be prettier than themselves? At her level of cultivation, she can transform into any appearance she likes, right? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen through voice transmission. Chapter 41:28. It's easy to change one's appearance, but it's difficult to change one's bearing. Yang Yuchen transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Can you imagine what she would look like if she was given a beautiful face? Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel chills running up his spine. Moreover, Yang Yuchen continued, when one reaches our level of cultivation, it's very easy to see through the disguise. It's also because of this that at our level of cultivation, very few people deliberately change their appearance because it's completely superfluous. Who wouldn't be able to see through disguises? Only the true appearance that you were born with is completely natural. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware of Yang Yuchen's words. After becoming a godly king, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. At the same time, one would become more sensitive to many things. One of them was the appearance of a person. No matter how cunning a person was, even if it was a disguise he had learned in the mundane realms and Devata realms that could change one's facial structure, as long as it was a disguise, even if one could not see through it, one's appearance would not be natural. One might be able to deceive others and even oneself, but one would not be able to deceive the heavens above one's head. After becoming a godly king, It was equivalent to obtaining the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. At that time, one would be able to sense the heavenly Tao. For example, since Duan Ling Tian had entered the God King stage, he could sense that some of the people he had come into contact with had changed their appearances. However, most people's appearances gave him a natural feeling. This meant those people did not change their appearances at all. Lu Tianfeng's disciple, Tai Xingnan, is a prideful person. Naturally, she wouldn't easily change her appearance. As I've said, even if she changed her appearance, her bearing wouldn't be able to keep up. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood what Yang Yuchen meant. Tai Xingnan was a very competitive person. Naturally, she would not change her appearance. After all, people would be able to see through her disguise. At that time, she could imagine that many people would make fun of her behind her back. Little junior brother, you should also summon your artifact soul. Seeing that Tai Xingnan's artifact soul had completely manifested, Yang Yuchen spoke to Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. He also wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible, so that these two people from the Monarch spirit cult could return to where they came from. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he did not waste any more words. With a thought, a divine sword flashing with 7-colored light appeared in front of him, emitting a dazzling radiance. A moment later, a beautiful figure in a rainbow-colored robe appeared in the void at the right time. It was none other than Huang. In front of so many people, Huang Er's temperament was cold. She was like a noble queen overlooking her subjects. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt an intense hostility. It wasn't directed at him, but at Huang and this hostility came from Tai Xingnan and her artifact soul. Let's begin. Lu Tianfeng, the vice sect leader of the Monarch spirit cult, spoke in a timely manner. At the same time, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Although he had never come into contact with Duan Lingtian's divine sword, he could still sense that it was not simple when he extended his divine consciousness. Even when compared to his own full soul high-grade divine artifact, it was not inferior in any way. It should be known that his superior divine artifact soul had been nurtured by him for many years. It had gone through a very long process before it became what it was today. He thought about how difficult it was for him to nurture his superior divine artifact to this extent, but Duan Lingtian was only a medium divine emperor, and he already had such a divine artifact. At this moment, the flames of jealousy burned in his heart. For the first time, he was jealous of a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. He now has such a superior divine artifact soul. In the future, when he enters the God Emperor realm, he can avoid the process of nurturing his divine artifact soul. We nurture our divine artifacts to resist the heavenly tribulation that comes once every 1,000 years. For God Emperors, nurturing their divine artifacts to increase their strength is far more cost-effective than cultivating to increase their strength. Thinking of this, Lu Tianfeng's heart was twisted with jealousy. A person who was originally more talented than him had such a divine artifact soul at the medium divine emperor realm. In the future, there would be fewer forks in the road. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of when he was young. This kind of person shouldn't live in this world. Although Lu Tianfeng had long made up his mind to kill Duan Lingtian, at this moment, his impulse to kill Duan Lingtian was even stronger. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Yang Yuchen and Yuing were here, and if it weren't for the fact that this was the Wandala Palace, he would have been unable to hold himself back and would have attacked. Yes, master. While Lu Tianfeng's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, Tai Xingnan responded respectfully and then called out to her artifact soul. Then the artifact soul, which looked like an old woman, began to check on Duan Lingtian's divine sword soul, Huang Er. After a while, the old woman's extended divine sense returned to her body. How is it? Tai Xingnan looked at the old woman and asked with bright eyes. At the same time, Lu Tianfeng also looked at the old woman. How he hoped that the old woman would tell them that Duan Lingtian's divine sword soul still had the aura of a second owner. However, he knew that the possibility of this was very small. Since Duan Lingtian dared to come and Yang Yuchen dared to bring him here, it meant that he was confident. The old woman's next words also proved this point. The divine sword soul only has his aura in it. There is no aura of a second person. It's undoubtedly his divine weapon. The old woman said. It was not that she did not want to slander Duan Lingtian and help Tai Xingnan and the Monorigin spirit sect. But from the beginning, Lu Tianfeng had asked Tai Xingnan to tell the truth. Therefore, she could only tell the truth. Vice Leader Lu. As the old woman's voice fell, Yang Yuchen looked at Lu Tianfeng and smiled faintly. Now that the results are out, our Myriad Arts Academy can be considered to have given your Monorigin spirit sect an explanation, right? Lu Tianfeng smiled faintly. Vice Leader Yang, I'm only here to go through the formalities on behalf of the sect. I personally do not doubt the Myriad Arts Academy's impartiality. Since the matter is settled, we master and disciple will take our leave. After bidding farewell to Yang Yuchen, Lu Tianfeng also bid farewell to Yuing. When he came, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian's divine weapon soul had the aura of a second owner. Then he would have an excuse to destroy Duan Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen appeared together, he knew that his chances were slim. The result was similar to what he had guessed. A moment later, Lu Tianfeng left Myriad Arts Academy with Tai Xingnan and headed back to the Monorigin spirit sect. On the way, Tai Xingnan asked, Master, just now, you deliberately mentioned that Duan Lingtian is less than 1,000 years old in front of Yuing, the vice leader of Myriad Arts Academy, right? She had only just found out that Duan Lingtian was less than 1,000 years old. Before this, she had never heard her master mention it. Even her master, who had never mentioned this matter to her, had brought it up in front of another vice palace master of Myriad Arts Academy. She couldn't help but suspect that her master had done this on purpose. Yes, it was on purpose. Lu Tianfeng narrowed his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Yu Ying is one of the vice leaders of Myriad Arts Academy, the vice leader of the Legacy Branch. Su Bailey, the vice leader of Myriad Arts Academy, wants to cultivate Yang Yuchen as the next vice leader of the Legacy Branch. This has made Yang Yuchen a thorn in the side of Yu Ying and the other vice leader of the Legacy Branch. Yang Yuchen's advantage is that he is younger than them, and his talent and comprehension are stronger than theirs. Moreover, his strength is not weaker than any of them. Of course, Yang Yuchen has his disadvantages as well. He doesn't have any outstanding juniors by his side, unlike Yu Ying and the others who have disciples and grand disciples all over Myriad Arts Academy. Duan Lingtian's appearance has undoubtedly broken this balance. The more outstanding Duan Lingtian is, the more this balance will be shattered. At that time, do you think he'll have a good ending? Lu Tianfeng's smile was somewhat sinister as he spoke. Master, you mean? Tai Xingnan's eyes lit up. Tai Xingnan's eyes lit up. The 10,000 Arts Academy's line of inheritance will eliminate Duan Lingtian. That's true. They won't be able to deal with Yang Yuchen. However, it won't be difficult for them to deal with Duan Lingtian. In fact, in order to prevent Yang Yuchen from ascending to the position, they might even use the life of a god emperor to exchange for Duan Lingtian's life. Tai Xingnan's eyes shone brighter as she spoke. The smile on Lu Tianfeng's face became even more brilliant. Myriad Arts Academy. After Lu Tianfeng and his disciple left, Yang Yuchen and Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Yu Ying and his disciple and left. On the way back, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Lu Tianfeng, the vice leader of the Monorigin spirit sect, said in front of Vice Palace Master Yu that I'm not even 1,000 years old. Is he planning to use Vice Palace Master Yu to get rid of me? Yang Yuchen smiled as well. Isn't it obvious? However, I'm afraid he would never have imagined that the palace master has already warned the legacy branch to protect you. After Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen left, Yu Ying and his disciple did not follow them. Master, is Duan Lingtian really not even 1,000 years old? Yu Ying's disciple had a look of disbelief on his face. Yu Ying's eyes flashed when he heard this. It shouldn't be fake. Lu Tianfeng deliberately mentioned this in front of me because he wants to use me and the legacy branch to get rid of Duan Lingtian. If it was before, even if we knew that he wanted to use the legacy branch to get rid of Duan Lingtian, we would still do it. But now, the palace master has spoken, which is equivalent to giving him a death exemption card. Even if Lu Tianfeng really wants to make a move in the academy and get someone to touch him, we still have to protect him. Chapter 41:29. Third Senior Brother. Duan Lingtian asked in confusion, why would the Monorigin sect and other heavyweight forces send their disciples or family members to Myriad Law Academy? Before Duan Lingtian came to the 10,000 Arts Academy, he had heard that there were people from powerful forces studying in the 10,000 Arts Academy. In fact, there might even be people from Overlord Ultimate God's forces studying in the 10,000 Arts Academy. At that time, he only thought that some of the younger generation of those forces came to Myriad Law Academy because they could not get good treatment in their respective forces. It was not until he came to Myriad Law Academy for a period of time that he realized his previous thoughts were completely wrong. Although there were cases of people from major Ultimate God forces coming to Myriad Law Academy to study, it was very rare. For example, Myriad Law Academy had not heard of any major Ultimate God forces coming to Myriad Law Academy. Of course, it did not mean that there were no students from major Ultimate God forces in Myriad Law Academy. After all, if the other party deliberately concealed their identity, no one would know that they came from a major Ultimate God force. As for major Ultimate God forces, those who came from those heavyweight, godly venerable level forces and entered the Myriad Law Academy to become its students were not mediocre. They were all well-known figures in their respective forces. They were all young prodigies with ultimate God potential, not to mention others. Just the 5 people from the Monorigin sect that he had killed earlier. Not to mention Wang Yunsheng, the Holy Son. The other 4 were all ordinary people. They might not be as good as Wang Yunsheng, but they were not much worse. Even if 2 of them joined forces, they could probably fight Wang Yunsheng for hundreds of rounds without being defeated. If the 3 of them joined forces, they could at least tie with Wang Yunsheng and even have a certain chance of winning. If the 4 of them joined forces, they could easily kill Wang Yunsheng. I heard, among the 8 students from the Monorigin sect in Myriad Law Academy, other than the 5 I killed, the remaining 3 are not mediocre. One of them is also known as the number 1 below the Holy Son in the Monorigin sect. However, because the 3 of them do not belong to the same faction as Wang Yunsheng's group of 5, they did not participate in targeting me this time. When Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen, he also told him what he knew. In addition, it said that the people from the other major God Venerable level forces who are in our Myriad Law Academy are all outstanding people. They are all the best among the younger generation of those forces. The more ordinary ones are the disciples of ordinary ultimate God sects or clans. Duan Lingtian added. When Yang Yuchen heard this and saw that Duan Lingtian did not continue, he smiled and said, I didn't expect that you would discover this not long after entering the palace. It had to be said that when he first discovered this, it was a long time after he had entered the academy. His little junior brother, on the other hand, had only been here for a short period of time. Yet he had already discovered this. Of course, he was well aware that the reason why his junior brother was able to discover this so quickly was most likely related to the conflict with the disciples of the Monorigin sect. Not bad. Yang Yuchen nodded and said, The people from the major forces are indeed the young prodigies of their clans and clans. They may not be the top prodigies, but they are still the second-tier prodigies. When I first learned about this, I was also quite puzzled. It wasn't until second senior brother explained it to me that I found out that there are things that the major God-venerable level forces want in the Myriad Law Academy. To be precise, the ancestors of the Myriad Law Academy had promised something to the major God-venerable level forces. It's a long story. Let's talk about it at my place. Yang Yuchen did not send Duan Lingtian back. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian to his residence in the Myriad Law Academy as the Vice Palace Master's residence. It was a spacious mansion. In the mansion, there was a front yard and a backyard, which occupied an extremely large area. Inside the mansion, one could see the chores and cleaners. However, as soon as Yang Yuchen called out to them, all of them left, leaving only Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen behind. Speaking of which, the things that the Myriad Law Academy obtained back then were not only due to the contributions of the major God-venerable level forces, but also our internal palace branch. It was also at that time that our internal palace branch obtained the ultimate expert's remains. That ultimate expert's remains were completely discovered and obtained by our internal palace branch's ancestors. Therefore, even if others were jealous, they had nothing to say. As for the Myriad Law Academy, our internal palace branch has never taken up any resources. The people of the internal palace branch also enjoy the treatment of ordinary students in the Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, no one said anything about not sharing it with the entire Myriad Law Academy. Of course, in the history of our internal palace branch, there are still a few people who, after paying a certain price, obtain the permission of the current leader of our internal palace branch to enter the ultimate expert's remains. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, what the Myriad Law Academy obtained was not considered an ultimate expert's remains. However, it was an independent dimension opened up by an ultimate expert. Moreover, it was an independent dimension opened up by many ultimate experts. That independent dimension was also a training ground. There were all kinds of opportunities left behind by the ultimate experts. Moreover, it was the kind that was constantly updated. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's last words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. Constantly updated? Yes, constantly updated. Yang Yuchen nodded. Every time the Myriad Arts Academy opens that place, those supreme powerhouses will update everything inside at the right time. For example, some of the opportunities inside will be obtained, as well as the way to obtain them will all change. In addition to some opportunities that have appeared before, new opportunities would appear. That place, you can think of it as the benefits that the ultimate experts gave to the Myriad Law Academy and more than a dozen other heavyweight ultimate god forces. Duan Lingtian understood when he heard Yang Yuchen's explanation. In that case, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. That place is actually similar in nature to the realm battlefield. Yes. Yang Yuchen smiled and nodded. His junior brother was indeed a smart person. He understood immediately. That place is similar to the realm battlefield. There are opportunities left behind by the ultimate experts. However, compared to the realm battlefield where everyone from the realm of gods can enter, that place is only accessible to those who are permitted by the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, there are restrictions. That place is a training ground left behind by the ultimate experts for the younger generation. Therefore, only young people under the age of 10,000 can enter. Moreover, there's a limit to the number of people who can enter each time. The upper limit is 100 people. Out of the 100 spots, 20 of them belong to the Myriad Law Academy. The remaining 80 spots are divided among more than a dozen heavyweight forces. At that time, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace managed to seize the 100,000-year ownership of the Trial of God from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Duan Lingtian explained. It's a competition between the profound gangland and another powerful force in the realms of gods. It's also because of that competition that our myriad jurisprudence palace managed to obtain the 100,000-year ownership of the trial of God. Of course, during this process, other heavyweight, ultimate God forces helped. Therefore, every time the trial of God opens, they'll have a share. However, it's a benefit that their ancestors obtained for them. If they want to enjoy this benefit, they have to pay a price. At the very least, those who want to enter the trial of God must pay a price. Let them enter the Myriad Law Academy and become a Myriad Law Academy student. Then, they'll have to accumulate a certain number of credits in the Myriad Law Academy to be qualified to enter the trial of God. For example, out of the 8 people from the Monarch spirit sect who entered the Myriad Arts Academy, only 4 of them have accumulated enough credits to qualify for the divine trial. However, 3 of them were killed by you. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, I'm afraid there won't be many people from the Monorigin divine sect entering the trial of God in the coming days. After all, time is of the essence. It won't be easy to accumulate enough credits in such a short period of time. It's also because of this that the Monorigin divine sect won't let the matter of you killing Wang Yuxing and the other 4 go. Originally, this matter could be solved by a lesser ultimate god elder, but they sent a vice sect leader instead. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian learned many things he did not know before. Among them, the thing that surprised him the most was the trial of God. The trials of God was an independent plane that several supreme powerhouses had opened up together. Were the various trials and there also the supreme powerhouses who had put in the effort to update them in a timely manner? As expected of a top force in the realms of gods, I can't believe there are ultimate experts helping them nurture their juniors. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Such treatment was not something he could receive in the Chunyang school. Perhaps only the young prodigies from the overlord ultimate god forces would not lack such treatment. After all, every overlord ultimate god forces had an ultimate expert behind them. Ultimate experts would definitely have friends who are also ultimate experts, right? Pulling a few friends together to seek benefits for their juniors was also a very normal thing. Third senior brother, have you entered the trial of God before? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Yang Yuchen. Of course. Yang Yuchen nodded. It's not just me. Even your eldest senior sister and second senior brother have entered the trial of God. You and your 4th senior sister will be able to enter the trial of God in the coming days. Every 10,000 years, only one person from the inner palace will be allowed to enter the trial of God. If the previous quota is not used, it can be accumulated until the next time. Of course, it can only be accumulated once. In other words, if the quota is not used for 2 consecutive 10,000 years, there will only be 2 quotas for the third 10,000 years. Chapter 4130. In the last 10,000 years, no one from the internal palace met the requirements to enter the trial of God, so the quota was left open. This time, the internal palace has 2 quotas. Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, only 1 quota in 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Is it enough? It's good enough to have 1 quota. Yang Yuchen smiled. Back then, the things that the few ultimate experts took out were not only the trial of God, but also the ultimate expert's remains. It was considered a bonus. At that time, when the ancestors of our inner palace helped the Myriad Arts Academy, they discovered it and took it for themselves. According to the words of the few ultimate powerhouses back then, the legacy of the ultimate powerhouses will belong to whoever discovers it. It was owned by an individual. Because of this, the ultimate expert's remains were publicly recognized as belonging to the internal palace, and no one could take it. It's not easy to take the inheritance from the Myriad Arts Academy. If an outsider took it, the inheritance couldn't just stand by and watch. No matter what, the internal palace is still one of the myriad arts academy's own people. After listening to Yang Yu-chen's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the origin of the Supreme Powerhouse's relic in the Inner Palace. Previously, he only knew it was obtained by an ancestor of the Inner Palace. Now he completely understood the origin of the ultimate expert's remains. As for whether the quota is enough or not, it's very rare that it's not enough. Yang Yu-chen smiled. Moreover, even if it's not enough, you can fight for it yourself. You should know that even the inheritance only has 9 fixed quotas. The remaining 10 quotas are for other students in the academy to fight for. Of course, these 10 quotas can only be fought for by people who aren't heavyweight ultimate god forces. In the history of Myriad Arts Academy, there have even been people from heavyweight ultimate god forces who came in as students to fight for these quotas. However, such situations are rare. After all, heavyweight ultimate god forces also care about their reputation. Moreover, heavyweight ultimate god forces don't lack places like the Trial of God to cultivate their younger disciples. After all, they have ultimate experts behind them, living ultimate experts. After listening to Yang Yu-chen's explanation, Duan Lingtian thought of his wife, Kerr. Since there are so many godly venerable rank forces, why would Kerr risk her life in the dimensional battlefield? These were all opportunities left behind by supreme experts. Wasn't the trial of gods the same as the planar battlefield? Perplexed, Duan Lingtian humbly asked his third senior brother, Yang Yu-chen, about this question. However, Yang Yu-chen simply shook his head and smiled at his puzzlement. Little junior brother, any normal person would find your way of thinking very normal. However, you've neglected one point. Compared to a place like the Trials of Gods, the planar battlefield is much more unpredictable. The trial of God couldn't compare to the many experiences of life and death. Even some of the fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield can't be compared to the fortuitous encounters in the divine trials. The fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield were left behind by a dozen or even more supreme experts. A place like the Trials of Gods was left behind by just a few supreme experts. Moreover, for supreme experts, even if it's just a game of chess, they still prefer a chessboard, like the planar battlefield. It's big enough and exciting enough. After hearing Yang Yu-chen's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. At the same time, he felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. Kerr, is this why you entered the planar battlefield? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yu-chen, Senior brother, with my current strength, I should be able to protect myself if I enter the planar battlefield, right? When Yang Yu-chen heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instantly frowned. Little junior brother, it's best that you don't have such thoughts for now. In the planar battlefield, there are as many godly emperors as dogs and godly emperors everywhere. Although your strength isn't weaker than an ordinary godly emperor's, it's nothing in the planar battlefield. In the planar battlefield, not to mention godly emperors, even godly venerables are common. In there aren't so many restrictions. It's common for godly venerables to kill godly emperors. Yang Yu-chen paused for a moment before continuing. In our Myriad Law Academy's lineage of inheritance, as well as the major godly venerables forces, there's a clear rule. Only after entering the upper godly emperor realm and nurturing a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul can one enter the planar battlefield. This is also in consideration of the safety of our disciples. Yang Yu-chen's tone was a lot more serious now. Clearly, he was worried that Duan Lingtian wouldn't take his words to heart. After hearing Yang Yu-chen's words, Duan Lingtian realized how lucky he was to have been able to survive in the planar battlefield. As for Senior Yi Beiyuan, who helped him in the planar battlefield and successfully left the battlefield, although he was a godly emperor, Duan Lingtian knew that there was a lot of luck involved. Moreover, Yi Beiyuan's range of activity should be near the military camp and not deep into the central region of the planar battlefield. In the central region, godly emperors and godly emperors died every day. Even godly venerables died every once in a while. When the battle was intense, there might even be a few godly venerables dying every day. In the various planes of gods, godly venerables weren't just limited to godly venerables' forces. Many godly venerables were hidden experts who didn't belong to any forces. Even among these hidden experts, there were many experts who used to belong to godly venerables' forces. Under the threat of the heavenly tribulation, they left their forces and became independent cultivators. They changed their way of life in order to advance further. The planar battlefield was an opportunity for these people. The most important point was the planar battlefield wasn't like the trial of God, which restricted entry to people over 10,000 years old. There was no age restriction in the planar battlefield. Anyone could enter. Little junior brother, Yang Yuchen continued. Speaking of which, compared to finding a needle in a haystack in the planar battlefield, the chances of finding a fortuitous encounter in the trial of God are much greater. Take me, eldest senior sister, and second senior brother, for example. We more or less found some fortuitous encounters in there. For the current you, entering the trial of God is better than entering the planar battlefield. Moreover, the trial of God is about to begin. Yang Yuchen said, Third senior brother, don't worry. I won't be entering the planar battlefield for the time being. Duan Lingtian smiled. He couldn't help but ask Yang Yuchen to confirm when the trial of God would open next time. After confirming, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. He could wait for 100 years. If it was a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, he definitely couldn't wait. It'll be difficult to enter the godly emperor realm in 100 years. However, it shouldn't be a problem to enter the high-level godly emperor realm. I'll try to raise my cultivation level to near the godly emperor realm before I enter the trial of God. Perhaps I can enter the godly emperor realm in the trial of God. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with bright lights. Little junior brother, Yang Yuchen continued, don't think that the people entering the trial of God won't be a threat to you just because you killed the 5 from the Monarch divine sect. The 5 from the Monarch divine sect, even the holy son Wang Yunsheng, can't be considered the strongest of the Monarch divine sect's younger generation. Based on past practice, the people sent by the major godly venerate factions to the Myriad Arts Academy aren't considered the top geniuses of their factions. Take the Monarch divine sect, for example. Even if you didn't kill the 5 from the Monarch divine sect, they'll still send another 2 holy sons over in a few decades. Those 2, if there's no accident, they'll most likely be intermediate godly emperors by the time they enter the trial of God. Yang Yuchen's words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. Intermediate godly emperors? Moreover, they were intermediate godly emperors under the age of 10,000. In other words, they were already lower godly emperors now. Even if such seeded contestants entered the Myriad Arts Academy a few decades before the trial of God opened, they'd be able to quickly obtain enough credits in a short period of time. The credits awarded for godly emperor-level missions can't be compared to godly emperor-level missions. The credits in the Myriad Arts Academy were obtained by completing various missions issued by the Academy. Some of these missions were issued by the Academy, some by teachers and some by students. The rewards for these missions were all in the form of credits. Third senior brother, fourth senior sister, and I don't have to accumulate a certain amount of credits to enter the trial of God, right? Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of this question. Of course not. Yang Yuchen smiled. No matter what, the Inner Palace is still a part of the Myriad Arts Academy. If the quota for the Inner Palace still requires academic credits, then it would be meaningless. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. There's one more thing. As if suddenly remembering something, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian and said again, although your fourth senior sister is a higher godly emperor. Don't think that she'll be able to help you in the trial of God. The trial of God is a very strange place. Apart from entering, you won't appear in the same place. It's even possible that you won't be able to recognize your fourth senior sister, even if you meet her face to face, unless you can confirm your identity after exchanging some words. Yang Yuchen's words made Duan Lingtian somewhat curious. Can't recognize each other even if we meet face to face. Yes, Yang Yuchen nodded. Not only will your appearance change, even your aura will change. Even if you use your divine sense to investigate, you won't be able to discover anything. Of course, the divine artifacts in your hands won't change. Inside, it is often possible to identify a person through a divine artifact that can identify them. Yang Yuchen's words made Duan Lingtian feel quite a bit of novelty. What kind of place could cause a person's appearance and aura to change at this moment? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ultimate experts really knew how to play. Chapter 40, 131. However, at the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he sighed with emotion at the supreme powerhouse's playfulness. Only then did he remember that his fourth senior sister was also a young genius under 10,000 years old. She was already a higher god emperor and was even more monstrous than the two lower god emperor, holy sons of the Monarch spirit sect. Fourth senior sister! Thinking of his fourth senior sister, who looked harmless but had extraordinary experiences, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of emotions. Perhaps it was because she was undistracted that she could cultivate to her current level. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. Not to mention fourth senior sister. Even third senior brother must have entered the higher god emperor realm before he was 10,000 years old. After all, it was said that he had broken through to the ultimate god realm when he was 10,000 years old. It was not easy to break through to the ultimate god realm. No matter what, it was still the last great realm of cultivation before one could become a supreme expert. Third senior brother. In the current generation of the Xiangang land, other than fourth senior sister, are there any other higher god emperors under 10,000 years old? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Currently, the Monarch spirit sect did not have any. As for the Myriad Law Academy, he was not sure if there were any other higher god emperors other than fourth senior sister. He was also not sure about the other heavyweight ultimate god emperor's forces, much less the giant ultimate god emperor's forces. However, it was possible that there were. Of course there are. Yang Yuchen's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's guess. Let's not talk about the other forces. Even our Myriad Law Academy has a higher god emperor under 10,000 years old. Only the other heavyweight ultimate god emperors have some higher god emperors. Some of them are known to not have any, but I dare not say for sure. As for those giant ultimate god emperors' forces, they basically have more than one higher god emperor under 10,000 years old. After all, the resources they have are incomparable to our heavyweight ultimate god emperor's forces. I'm sure you've heard that in terms of top combat power, our Myriad Law Academy and the Monarch spirit sect are not too far away from the giant ultimate god emperor's forces, right? Yang Yuchen asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Both of them are high-level supreme gods. The difference isn't big. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen smiled bitterly. Actually, the gap is huge. At the very least, the number of high-level ultimate gods is on a completely different level. However, most of the high-level ultimate gods of the giant ultimate gods forces are hiding behind the scenes. Some say they died under the heavenly tribulation, while others say most of them are still alive. However, it's true that we can't see them. No one has ever seen them, not even in those giant ultimate gods forces. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized the difference between a heavyweight ultimate god force and a giant ultimate god force. In fact, as soon as he learned about the existence of the Myriad Law Academy's trial of God and that the giant ultimate god forces did not lack such a place to train their younger generation, he had already felt the difference between a heavyweight ultimate god force and a giant ultimate god force. At that time, he thought that since the giant ultimate god forces had such resources, their top combat power should not be overtaken by the heavyweight ultimate god forces. It turned out that the rumor was because most of the high-level supreme gods of the giant ultimate god forces did not appear in public. If you have nothing else to do in the next 100 years, you can return to the inner palace to cultivate. The palace master has already warned the heritage branch, so they won't dare to act rashly. However, I'm still worried that the Monarch spirit sect will encourage the disciples to attack you. As long as there's enough profit or a corresponding threat, it won't be difficult to find a suitable divine emperor to kill you. Yang Yuchen voiced his concern. Before you killed Wang Yunxing and the others, your conflict with the Monarch spirit sect was more in the dark. At least, that's what the Monarch spirit sect thinks. In the past, it was only them who attacked you. You didn't do anything to them. Now that you've taken revenge on them, even if you're in the right and they don't dare to attack you openly because of the Myriad Law Academy, it's inevitable that they will attack you secretly. There are some things that Yang Yuchen had not said yet. The two lesser god emperor, holy sons of the Monarch spirit sect, would be sent over soon. Perhaps they would be lesser god emperors by the time they arrived. He did not want his seemingly docile but hot-tempered little junior brother to go up against those two. Those two were not people Wang Yunsheng and the others could compare to. In the next 100 years, if you need anything for your cultivation, I'll do my best to find it for you. You're good at refining divine pills, so I can also find the herbs needed to refine divine pills. Although your current strength is not bad, you may not have an advantage in the trial of God, unless you're already a greater God Emperor by the time you enter the trial of God. His little junior brother was already stronger than most lesser God Emperors when he was only a lesser God Emperor. If he went one step further, it would be difficult to find a lesser God Emperor who could be his opponent. Third senior brother, I have the same intention. Duan Lingtian did not reject Yang Yuchen's suggestion and even said that he had the same intention. From the moment he killed Wang Yunsheng and the other Monarch spirit sect disciples, he knew that he had completely fallen out with the Monarch spirit sect and that the Monarch spirit sect would take revenge on him. In the past, he didn't cause any harm to the Monarch spirit cult. At most, he didn't give the Monarch spirit cult any face. Therefore, the Monarch spirit cult only targeted his friends and family in the lower planes to disgust him. They had not reached the point of directly hiring assassins to kill him. But this time it was different. Now, the Monarch spirit sect might be waiting to watch a good show, waiting for the lineage of legacy to kill him, but they would not be able to watch for long. It would not be long before they found out that the lineage of legacy did not intend to kill him. If they investigated further, it would not be difficult to find out that the palace master had warned the lineage of legacy. In the lineage of legacy, all existences above the great God Emperor realm were aware of this matter. Through their dissemination, there were very few in the lineage of legacy who did not know about it. With so many people knowing about it, it would not be difficult for the Monarch spirit sect to find out. It would be great if fourth junior sister was as easy to deal with as you. Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a gratified expression. At the same time, he did not forget to ridicule his fourth junior sister, which startled Duan Lingtian. Third senior brother, fourth senior sister. She seems quite easy to talk to, right? Easy to talk to? Yang Yuchen shook his head and added inwardly, "That's only for you, junior brother." In the inner palace, that girl was not afraid of anyone except her eldest senior sister. Not only did she not like to listen to her third senior brother, but she also did not like to listen to her second senior brother. Now that she had a junior brother, she could enjoy being called a senior sister. From now on, this junior brother's words would be useful to her, just as Duan Ling Tian had expected. A few months after Duan Ling Tian returned to the independent realm where the 10,000 Arts Academy's progeny resided, the single-origin divine sect finally learned the reason why the 10,000 Arts Academy's progeny did not kill Duan Ling Tian. That old man, Su Bailey, actually came out personally to warn the branch of legacy not to touch Duan Ling Tian? Is it because of Yang Yuchen? Does he really want to push Yang Yuchen to the top? Isn't he afraid that those old fellows from the branch of legacy will be disheartened and rebel? The Monorigin spirit cult's vice sect master, Lu Tianfeng, was naturally a little angry after learning about the situation with the Myriad Law Academy's lineage of inheritance. He was originally prepared to watch the show, but he didn't expect that the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Bailey, would interfere. Humph! Since I can't count on the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy, I'll find someone to do it myself. The branch of legacy is not the only divine emperor in Myriad Arts Academy. Lu Tianfeng took a deep breath and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then issued an order, and before long, several people from the Monorigin spirit sect left. After they left, they also took a set of information with them. As for the content, it was information about some divine emperor teachers in Myriad Arts Academy. These divine emperor teachers were not from the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy. They were either from the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy or from some ordinary godly venerables or divine emperors. Some were even from small clans or sections. There were also many rogue cultivators. The reason why they went to the Myriad Laws Academy to be teachers was because they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and obtain more cultivation resources in the Myriad Laws Academy. The Monorigin spirit sect had also collected some information about these people. This time it had come in handy. If temptation doesn't work, we'll use coercion. As long as they aren't overly selfish, they will have weaknesses. It's best to use their children to threaten them. No matter how many children they have, as long as they aren't from Myriad Arts Academy, capture them all. This was also Lu Tianfeng's reminder to the Monorigin spirit sect's elders who had left. The 7 prefectures could only be considered a small place in the entire profound Handle land. If it wasn't for the appearance of a Chunyang school disciple, Duan Lingtian, at the 7 prefectures banquet, many people wouldn't have even heard of the 7 prefectures. However, this time, the 7 prefectures had become famous again. Have you heard? In the 7 prefectures, a high god emperor had killed a godly venerable level force and killed a godly venerable expert. He killed an enemy of a higher realm. He even killed an enemy of a higher realm. Is that true? This news has already spread like wildfire. Do you think it's true? A higher god emperor killed a godly venerables? Is this a joke? It's really not a joke. Which factions, godly venerables, did he kill? It's a new godly venerables faction. That faction became a godly venerables because of that godly venerables. That godly venerables had just broken through. Even if it's just a lower godly venerables, a higher god emperor can't kill them. The gap between a god emperor and a godly venerables is huge. How did that higher god emperor do it? Chapter 40-132 Little Junior Brother. Duan Lingtian was originally cultivating peacefully in the inner palace when his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuqin, came to look for him. It was a rare occasion. 3rd senior brother, what is the matter? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he saw that Yang Yuchen had come in a hurry. Little junior brother, when you were in Chunyang school, you seemed to be on good terms with Yi Qinfeng. Yang Yuchen asked, Yi Qinfeng? Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Yang Yuchen's question. Elder Yi and I are on good terms. My master and Elder Yi call each other brothers. Duan Lingtian knew very well that compared to him, Elder Yi actually valued his master more. This was because his master had won over Elder Yi in terms of sword Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked Yang Yuchen anxiously, "Third senior brother, what happened to Elder Yi?" Although Yi Qinfeng had no intention of making him owe him a favor, he could not forget the favor he had done for him in the past. If not for Yi Qinfeng's help during the 7 prefectures banquet, his strength would not have improved so quickly. Of course, the current him did not have the ability to repay Yi Qinfeng's favor. However, when he suddenly heard his third senior brother mention Yi Qinfeng and ask if he was on good terms with him, he could not help but feel anxious. He's fine. Yang Yuchen knew that his little junior brother had misunderstood. He's doing very well, better than anyone else. Speaking up to this point, Yang Yuchen's gaze suddenly became a little strange. He has already successfully stepped into the realm of Upper Divine Emperor. Upper God Emperor. When Duan Lingtian heard this, a smile subconsciously appeared on his face. Elder Yi had broken through so quickly? Was it related to the 7 prefectures, banquets, Holy Land, Secret Realm? No matter what, after learning that Yi Qinfeng had stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm, Duan Lingtian felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Of course, other than feeling happy for Yi Qinfeng, Duan Lingtian was still a little surprised. Although he had long expected this day to come, he did not expect it to be so fast. When he was still in Chunyang School, he had heard from Zhen Pingfan that Yi Qinfeng was the one who had the highest chance of becoming an Upper God Emperor among all the Emperor Gods in Chunyang School. He was also the one who was closest to becoming an Upper God Emperor. Something's not right, suddenly. Duan Lingtian realized that something was wrong. Third senior brother, what's the meaning of your gaze? You shouldn't be here just to tell me that Elder Yi has broken through to the Upper Divine Lord Realm, right? Just now, he felt that Yang Yuchen's gaze was a bit strange, but he didn't pay much attention to it because his attention was more focused on Yi Qinfeng's breakthrough. Now, when he came back to his senses and saw that Yang Yuchen's gaze was still the same, he suddenly realized that Yang Yuchen still had something to say. When Yang Yuchen heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. After Yi Qinfeng stepped into the Upper Divine Lord Realm, he went directly to an ultimate God-level force without even stabilizing his cultivation base. He challenged the only ultimate God in that ultimate God-level force, a lower ultimate God. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Challenging an ultimate God-level expert? Was Elder Yi? Was he crazy? Even if he was strong enough to fight opponents of a higher level, it did not mean that he could fight opponents of a higher level, especially when it was the difference between an Emperor God and an ultimate God. Besides, Elder Yi had just broken through to the Upper Divine Lord Realm and had not stabilized his cultivation base. Even if his opponent was only a lower ultimate God who had not stabilized his cultivation base, he was still not someone he could deal with. Do you want to know? Why did he kill that lower ultimate God? Yang Yuchen asked with a smile. Third senior brother, what I want to know is, how did Elder Yi escape unscathed in the end? Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Until now, his third senior brother was still smiling, which meant that Yi Qinfeng was most likely fine. After all, he had just admitted that he had a good relationship with Yi Qinfeng. Under such circumstances, his third senior brother would not be smiling like this when Yi Qinfeng was in trouble. Don't worry, I'll talk about this later. Yang Yuchen was not surprised that his little junior brother could tell that Yi Qinfeng was fine. After all, the smile on his face said it all. Speaking of which, it was that ultimate God level force's ultimate God who was domineering. In the early years, when Yi Qinfeng was still a divine emperor, he was already an upper divine lord. Because of a small matter, he bullied the weak and almost killed Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was lucky. At that time, a lower ultimate god happened to pass by. That upper divine lord did not dare to act recklessly for fear of angering the ultimate god. Yi Qinfeng took advantage of that opportunity to escape successfully. However, the ultimate god did not know Yi Qinfeng's identity at that time. He did not know that Yi Qinfeng was a disciple of the Chunyang school. In fact, many people did not know about this. It was not until Yi Qinfeng went to that ultimate god level force and told them about it that this matter was made public. That ultimate god level force's ultimate god level expert also remembered Yi Qinfeng. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment. Under Duan Lingtian's urging gaze, he continued, "When the ultimate god found out that Yi Qinfeng was that person and saw that Yi Qinfeng was already a dead upper divine lord, his expression changed drastically. After all, it was only a matter of time before such an existence surpassed him. So, he directly attacked Yi Qinfeng. Yang Yuchen spoke casually, but it caused Duan Lingtian to shudder with fear when he heard it. An ultimate god-level expert attacked Elder Yi. How did he escape unscathed? Could it be that someone helped him? Could it be his third senior brother? This time, was he here to take credit for his work? It was no wonder that Duan Lingtian would think so. Yi Qinfeng had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Even if his mastery of the sword principle was extraordinary and his comprehension of the law profundity was not weaker than that of an ordinary ultimate god, it was still difficult for him to defeat a lower divine lord. However, as Yang Yuchen continued, he realized that it was not Yang Yuchen who had attacked. It was Yi Qinfeng who had killed that ultimate god-level expert. Moreover, according to what Yi Qinfeng said after he killed the Divine Lord, he was going to kill the Divine Lord to settle the grudge between them all those years ago. Elder Yi is indeed very vengeful. However, he actually killed the ultimate god-level expert. He attacked as soon as he had the strength. Revenge really doesn't wait a night. Thinking back to what Zhen Pingfan had told him about Yi Qinfeng's vengeful nature, Duan Lingtian was even more certain now. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he was not Elder Ye's enemy. Elder Yi, how is he so strong? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen in shock. He has just broken through to the upper divine lord realm, but he can already kill a lower divine lord? That's what I wanted to ask you too. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, killing a lower divine lord when he has just broken through to the upper divine lord realm. No matter how weak a lower divine lord is, it is not something an upper divine lord who has yet to consolidate his cultivation can kill. At least, this has never happened in the history of the Xiangang land. Even Elda Senior Sister and I couldn't kill a lower-level ultimate god in a head-on battle before we consolidated our cultivation base as upper-level ultimate gods. That Yi Qinfeng is a monster. In the past, I have underestimated him. Yang Yuchen sighed. If I had known, I would have brought him back the last time. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Hearing Yang Yuchen's next words, Duan Lingtian also realized a problem. A person who had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm could kill a lower divine lord, and in the history of the Xiangang land, such a person had never appeared before. Such a person must be very popular in the Xiangang land, right? Third senior brother, there should be a heavyweight ultimate god force who will send someone to invite Elder Yi to join, right? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen. Previously, when he was still in Chunyang school, he heard from Elder Zhen Pingfan that Yi Qinfeng had to enter the ultimate god realm if he wanted to join a heavyweight ultimate god force. Now, Elder Yi, who had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm, had killed a lower divine lord in a fair and square battle. Such a person must have great potential, right? He had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm and could already kill half of the lower divine lords. Then, when he entered the lower divine lord realm, wouldn't killing a medium divine lord be as easy as cutting vegetables? After all, the gap between the upper divine lord realm and the lower divine lord realm was much bigger than the gap between the lower divine lord realm and the medium divine lord realm. Of course, Yang Yuchen said matter-of-factly, this time even the lineage of inheritance can't sit still. Maybe it's because I came out to bring you back last time and provoked them. This time, their vice palace master Yuing, whom you met before, has personally gone to their lineage of inheritance. They're preparing to invite Yi Qinfeng to join the lineage of inheritance in the Myriad Law Palace. I just don't know if he'll succeed. At this point, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Little junior brother, you have a good relationship with Yi Qinfeng. Why don't you get him to join our lineage of inheritance? Although it'll take nearly 10,000 years for us to enter the ultimate god relic of the inner palace again, we can give him the quota for the next entry in advance. Yang Yuchen's words stunned Duan Lingtian. Third senior brother, it'll take nearly 10,000 years for us to enter the ultimate god relic again. Why so long? When I went in, it wasn't that long ago when fourth senior sister went in, right? Only 2,000 years. Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. Why would it take so long? When Yang Yuchen heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Little junior brother, it's all your fault. The longer you stay in there, the more the ultimate god relic will consume. How long has fourth junior sister been in there? How long have you been in there? When Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he felt a little embarrassed at the same time. It turned out that it was because of him that the ultimate god relic was consumed so much that it could not be re-entered for the next 10,000 years. Of course, he also knew that he could definitely force his way in, but he would definitely not gain any benefits after entering. How about it, little junior brother? Why don't you give it a try? Clearly, Yang Yuchen really wanted to rope Yi Qinfeng in. Tell him that once he joins the lineage of inheritance, he'll be fourth senior brother. Fourth junior sister will become fifth junior sister. As for you, nothing has changed. You're still little junior brother. Chapter 4133. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. What do you mean I haven't changed and am still little junior brother? I've dropped from 5th to 6th. At this moment, he was not sure if Yang Yuchen was joking. So he said with a serious expression, Third senior brother, I can speak on behalf of the inner palace. However, at the same time, I'll also tell him about the current situation of the inner palace. If he doesn't choose the internal palace in the end, there's nothing I can do. Yang Yuchen could not help but laugh when he saw Duan Lingtian's seriousness. Little junior brother, I'm just joking. Don't be so serious. I have no intention of letting him join the internal palace. He's on the path of the sword and is very focused. If I let him come into contact with the path of control, it might waste his time and slow down his progress. I came to you mainly because I hope you can tell him not to consider the Myriad Law Academy's lineage of inheritance. I'm afraid he'll think you've joined the Myriad Law Academy and prioritize the Myriad Law Academy. Yang Yuchen explained his intentions. Why? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Based on what he knew, joining the progeny of succession was no different from joining a heavyweight, ultimate god sect. The resources and treatment in the progeny of succession were not inferior to heavyweight, ultimate god sects like the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace and the Monarch Divine Sect. Yang Yuchen continued, the legacy branch isn't too peaceful either. In recent years, they've been secretly competing against each other. I even suspect that the palace master wants me to take the position so that he can wake up those people in the legacy branch. However, although they're united in their attitude towards me, they're still fighting in private. Yi Qinfeng will be valued if he joins the lineage of inheritance. That's without a doubt. However, I personally feel that the lineage of inheritance's environment is not suitable for him. Moreover, no one in the lineage of inheritance has mastered the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Only Vice Palace Master Yuing has mastered the fledgling form of Saber Dao. Although they're both weapons Dao, his attainments are much worse than Yi Qinfeng's. Also, I suggest that he doesn't rush to make a decision. This time, he's killed a lower ultimate god as soon as he entered the upper divine emperor realm. I'm afraid even the heavyweight ultimate god sects will be alarmed. I'm guessing those godly venerable level forces might also send someone to invite him. Compared to a heavyweight ultimate god force, it's better for him to join a giant ultimate god force. Among the giant godly venerable level forces, a sect is naturally his best choice. Yang Yuchen's words could be said to be very attentive, and this was also because he heard that his junior brother confirmed that he had a good relationship with Yi Qinfeng. Otherwise, what did Yi Qinfeng's choice have to do with him? A giant ultimate god level force. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even when he performed amazingly at the 7 prefectures banquet in the 7 prefectures, he did not attract the attention of any ultimate god forces. There was no shortage of people like him in the giant ultimate god forces. There were even people who were more talented than him. As for the resources he enjoyed in the past, they were not as good as the young geniuses of the giant ultimate god forces. However, the other party would not think too much about it. Perhaps they would think that he was lucky and had obtained some opportunities to help him grow. That was why he could achieve what he had at such a young age. Will someone from a giant ultimate god level force really invite Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I think so. Yang Yuchen said with certainty. After all, even among the giant ultimate god forces, there is no one who can kill a lower level ultimate god as soon as they enter the upper level ultimate god realm. Even the weakest lower level ultimate god can't do that. Such a person, when he grows up in the future, how powerful will his combat strength be? Not everyone can become an ultimate god. No matter how high one's talent and comprehension is, they need certain opportunities and opportunities. However, as long as one has a good foundation, it's not difficult to enter the upper level ultimate god realm. Based on Yi Qinfeng's current foundation, entering the ultimate god realm in a giant ultimate god force is basically a done deal. Once he enters the ultimate god realm, it's only a matter of time before he enters the ultimate god realm with his battle prowess and enough time for him to improve his cultivation. A monster like Yi Qinfeng. Once he enters the upper level ultimate god realm, how many people below the ultimate god realm can be his opponent? Of course, the premise is that his attainments in sword principles and the law he's good at will gradually improve and not stay in the same place. Duan Lingtian finally understood the situation after listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation. The giant ultimate god forces were interested in Elder Yi because of his combat strength. Once he was invited, they would definitely do their best to nurture him. This was because every giant ultimate god force wanted to have an invincible upper level ultimate god. In this world, below the ultimate gods, the strongest were upper level ultimate gods. There were strong and weak upper level ultimate gods. A strong upper level ultimate god can even kill a weak upper level ultimate god. Duan Lingtian was instantly speechless when Yang Yuchen said that. They were both upper level ultimate gods. How could the gap between them be so huge? After all, almost everyone who could enter the upper level ultimate god realm was mediocre. What a joke! The heavenly tribulation came once every 1,000 years. How could one become an upper-level ultimate god without sufficient strength and talent? Third senior brother, I'm going out for a while to contact Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian had Yi Qinfeng's soul orb, but he was currently in an independent plane of the inner palace and could not use it to send a message. I'll go with you. Yang Yuchen said. Over at the Monorigin spirit sect side, everything seemed to be calm, and there were no movements in the Myriad Arts Academy. However, Yang Yuchen knew that the Monorigin spirit sect definitely had a backup plan, a contingency against his little junior brother. It would be fine if his little junior brother did not leave the inner palace, but if he did, he would most likely die. After a while, Duan Lingtian left the inner palace with Yang Yuchen. After leaving, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and directly contacted Yi Qinfeng through his soul orb. Elder Yi, congratulations. His first sentence was to congratulate Yi Qinfeng. You know. Yi Qinfeng soon got a reply and asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied and then sighed. I didn't expect Elder Yi to be able to kill an ultimate god expert when you just entered the upper-level god emperor realm. Yi Qinfeng quickly said modestly, It's just someone who just entered the ultimate god realm. It's nothing. It's nothing? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Elder Yi, I heard from my third senior brother that in the history of the Xianging land, there has never been anyone who could kill an ultimate god after entering the upper-level god emperor realm. It can be said that your achievement is unprecedented in the Xiangang land. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, he thought to himself, It seems that Elder Ye's cultivation has not only increased, maybe his sword principle has also improved. Duan Lingtian knew that Yi Qinfeng's sword principle was not weaker than his. It was not strange that he had entered the next realm first. Your third senior brother? Yi Qinfeng was puzzled. He did not know that Duan Lingtian was in the Myriad Arts Academy. After all, the Tunglung province where the Chunyang school was located was too remote. Even the 7 prefectures where Tunglung province was located were far away. It's Yang Yuchen who went to receive me, Duan Lingtian said. The Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy? The medium ultimate god? Yi Qinfeng's reply was a little surprised and shocked. After all, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen was an unreachable existence, a medium ultimate god in his early 20s. Moreover, in terms of combat strength, he was not weaker than the other veteran medium ultimate gods in the Myriad Arts Academy. Even he did not have the confidence to surpass such an existence. Yes, Duan Lingtian replied. I'm relieved that he's your senior brother. That kid, Ping Fan, can also rest assured. Yi Qinfeng said, although his tone was calm. Duan Lingtian could hear the relief in his voice. Naturally, a warm current rose in his heart. Elder Yi. At this time, Duan Lingtian also returned to the main topic and told Yi Qinfeng everything that his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had said to him. In his opinion, there was no need to hide this. Moreover, his third senior brother was a medium ultimate god expert. His words were even more persuasive. On the other side, Yi Qinfeng only spoke after Duan Lingtian finished speaking for a while. Duan Lingtian, I originally planned to go to the Myriad Arts Academy. However, knowing that Vice Palace Master Yang is now your third senior brother, I'm relieved. Although Yi Qinfeng did not say it explicitly, Duan Lingtian could still tell that Yi Qinfeng intended to enter the Myriad Arts Academy to take care of him. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian's heart throbbed again. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said again, In short, Elder Yi, please don't be anxious. Let the people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces wait. Wait for the people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces to come. You don't have to worry about what they'll do to you or that you can't refuse them. When the heavyweight ultimate god forces arrive, they'll naturally retreat. While Duan Lingtian returned to the independent dimension where the internal palace was located to cultivate outside the Myriad Arts Academy, in a mountain cave in the mountain range. The 3 figures gathered together. The 3 of them were all teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy without exception. Teachers in the Emperor God realm. 2 medium emperor gods and 1 lower emperor god. If Duan Lingtian doesn't appear, there's nothing we can do. Where did he go? Could it be that the rumors about the internal palace are true? Did he go to the independent dimension where the internal palace is located? The lower emperor god among the 3 asked in a low voice. There's no smoke without fire. The internal palace should really exist. Otherwise, how can we explain that we can't find him? We can be sure that he didn't leave the academy. Another medium emperor god said, if that's the case, he didn't have a chance to make a move. We can't be blamed for this. The last medium emperor god said, do you think the people who threatened us with our families are from the Monarch sect? After all, before we were threatened, Duan Lingtian had just killed a few people from the Monarch sect. Do we still need to guess? I just want to confirm it further. It seems like everyone thinks so. Chapter 40, 134. For the teachers who were threatened to kill Duan Lingtian. Killing Duan Lingtian was the same as cutting off their escape route. Once they made a move, they would definitely die, regardless of whether they succeeded or not. However, they had no choice. This was because their loved ones, who were more important than their own lives, had been forcibly taken away. If they did not kill Duan Lingtian, their loved ones would die. Don't try to bluff your way out of this. We have spies in the Myriad Law Palace as well. If we find out that you didn't kill Duan Lingtian when you had the chance, your loved ones will pay the price. When they thought of the threat, the teachers who were at the God Emperor stage felt angry and helpless. They were angry because they were being threatened. They were helpless because their loved ones had been taken away. They could only do as they were told because they did not want anything to happen to their loved ones. However, until now, they had not found a chance to make a move. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Wang Yunxing and the other 5 disciples of the Monarch spirit sect, he had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. He was no longer in his dormitory. They were anxious because they had not found a chance. Now that they had gathered together, they were comforting each other. It's not that we don't want to make a move, but we don't have a chance. Since they said they have spies in the Myriad Law Palace, they shouldn't vent their anger on our loved ones. I hope so. I have a feeling we can't trust their words completely. That may be the case, but we have no other choice. For now, we can still confirm whether our loved ones are still alive through their soul pearls. It's fine as long as they're alive. I thought I'd be considered a top figure after entering the God Emperor stage. I didn't expect to be threatened into doing something I didn't want to do. Duan Lingtian, who had returned to the independent realm where the inner palace was, naturally did not know that many teachers in the Myriad Law Palace had been threatened. Every one of them was waiting for him to appear so they could kill him. Of course, although he did not know this, he could still sense the potential danger in the Myriad Law Palace after being reminded by his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Moreover, he was fully focused on preparing for the opening of the divine trials. He planned to become a high-level divine emperor before that. Therefore, he did not plan to leave the inner palace for the time being. Under such circumstances, the people from the Monarch spirit cult who had been watching Duan Lingtian naturally came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian must have gone into seclusion. I didn't see him again. Helpless, the people arranged by the Monarch spirit sect passed the news back to the Monarch spirit sect and the deputy sect master, Lu Tianfeng. After hearing this news, Lu Tianfeng naturally couldn't be in a good mood. In a gloomy mood, he ordered, "Continue to keep an eye on him. As soon as he appears, immediately contact those God Emperor teachers of Myriad Arts Academy and have them attack and kill Duan Lingtian. I want to see how long he can hide. I don't believe that he can keep his cool." However, in the next few decades, Lu Tianfeng helplessly discovered that Duan Lingtian was really able to keep his cool and did not appear again. It was as though he knew about Lu Tianfeng's plan. He's really able to keep his cool. It seems like I've underestimated him. After a few decades, Lu Tianfeng's desire to kill Duan Lingtian had increased instead of decreasing. It seems like he's preparing for the divine trials in 50 years. Lu Tianfeng was the vice-sect leader of the Mon-origin spirit sect, after all. No matter how much he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he still retained his rationality. If such a scourge really enters the trial of God, I'm afraid it'll be even harder to kill him when he comes out. Now, unless it's a particularly powerful lower-level God Emperor, it'll be difficult to kill him. He's not even 1,000 years old. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he had already achieved so much. If he was given a few more decades, he might even become a high-level God Emperor. If he entered the trial of gods at that time and obtained some benefits, he might even become a God Emperor. With the cultivation of a middle-level God Emperor, his strength would not be weaker than most lower-level God Emperors. If such a person entered the God Emperor realm, even if he was just a lower-level God Emperor, it would be difficult to find a match for him. I can't let him continue to grow. Absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianfeng stood up and left his residence. He went straight to the sect master of the Mon-origin spirit sect to explain his apprehension. After listening to Lu Tianfeng's explanation, the sect master of the Mon-origin spirit sect's expression turned slightly solemn. A genius who was already standing against the Mon-origin spirit sect. Once such a person matured in the future, he would be a great threat to the entire Mon-origin spirit sect. That night, the sect master of the Mon-origin spirit sect brought Lu Tianfeng, the deputy sect master, to a few other core members of the Mon-origin spirit sect for a small meeting. Sect master, one of the deputy sect masters, said solemnly that Duan Lingtian, is there any possibility of us making peace with him? A genius like him who has grown to this day and is still alive and kicking isn't easy to kill. Before the sect master of the Mon-origin spirit sect could speak, Lu Tianfeng spoke first. It's impossible to make peace with him. Even if we do, he won't necessarily believe us. Even if he's willing to agree, we don't dare to take the risk. He hasn't matured yet. Once he does, he'll be able to go back on his word. That's a huge threat to our Mon-origin divine sect. Therefore, I don't recommend making peace with him. It's best if we find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future trouble. Lu Tianfeng's tone was incomparably cold when he reached the end of a sentence. I think Deputy Sect Master Lu's words make sense as well. The other core members, including the Sect Master of the Mon-origin Spirit Sect, echoed Lu Tianfeng's words. For a time, this small meeting confirmed the Mon-origin Spirit Sect's attitude toward Duan Lingtian. Kill. They had to kill him at all costs. Sect Master, the other two holy princes, should be heading to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace soon, right? Lu Tianfeng asked the Sect Master of the Mon-origin Spirit Sect. Yes. The Sect Master of the Mon-origin Spirit Sect replied, It's about time. Otherwise, if we can't gather enough credits, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace won't give us a place to enter. Lu Tianfeng's eyes gleamed when he heard this. Sect Master, after the two holy princes have gathered enough credits, let them see if they can find an opportunity to have a life-and-death battle with Duan Lingtian. If I'm not mistaken, by that time Duan Lingtian will most likely have entered the stage of a superior divine emperor. Of course, it'll be the kind that hasn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. Lu Tianfeng said, if the two holy princes haven't broken through to the stage of a medium divine emperor, let them suppress their cultivation base for a while. When they have a life-and-death battle with Duan Lingtian, let them break through. At that time, with the holy prince's means, it'll be easy to kill Duan Lingtian. Lu Tianfeng suggested, Of course, the people I find will also find an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. However, I'm afraid that Yang Yuchen will secretly protect Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, Even if there are many divine emperors attacking Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian won't be in any danger. Therefore, it's safest to let the holy princes sign a life and death contract with him and kill him in a life and death battle. Moreover, the holy princes will have enough reasons to kill him. After all, he killed 5 people from the Monarch spirit sect earlier. When he reached the end of his sentence, Lu Tianfeng's eyes began to shine with an incomparably cold light. All right. The sect master of the Monarch spirit sect pondered for a moment before he nodded. I'll arrange this matter. Originally, they still had to wait for a while before they set off. Now, it seems like it's better to set off earlier. Let them set off for the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in 3 days. 3 days later, at the Monarch spirit sect's encampment, a divine artifact spaceship broke through space. There were 5 people in the spaceship. There were 2 young men, 2 old men, and a middle-aged man. One of the old men was the vice sect master of the Monarch spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng, Senior Uncle Tianfeng. The handsome young man in a long blue robe looked at Lu Tianfeng and asked bluntly, "Is that Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace really less than 1,000 years old?" Yes. Lu Tianfeng's face was cold earlier, but when the young man asked him the question, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. "I can confirm this matter. The people I sent to the lower realm have confirmed it many times. There's no way it's fake. Duan Lingtian came from the mundane realm and is less than 1,000 years old, but he already has everything he has today. Moreover, he has mastered the sword Dao. Even his attainments in the law of space are extraordinary." Lu Tianfeng paused for a moment before he continued. "I suspect that he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse who's skilled in the law of space. And that supreme expert's legacy contained his own supreme expert's divinity. I'm guessing that this is the reason why his attainments in the law of space are superior to most god emperors, even though he's not even 1,000 years old." In fact, Lu Tianfeng was guessing blindly. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. After all, he had hidden the supreme powerhouse godhead so well that it was impossible for anyone to discover it. Supreme powerhouse godhead? The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Tianfeng's words. That's good stuff. Very few supreme powerhouses' inheritances have left such things behind. Of course. At this time, the other old man who had been silent all this time said, very few supreme powerhouses can leave behind a godhead. Even if they want to leave behind a godhead, they might not succeed. This is why the godhead of a supreme powerhouse is so rare. If you can obtain the supreme powerhouse godhead, even if you haven't come into contact with the supreme powerhouse's law beforehand, you'll be able to comprehend that law in a short period of time. You might even be able to surpass the law you're skilled in a short period of time. If you have the chance to kill him and obtain the supreme powerhouse godhead, it'll be great news for you. Of course, the possibility of this is not high. He might have hidden the supreme powerhouse godhead in his self-destructed spatial ring. If he dies, the supreme powerhouse godhead will disappear into the spatial turbulence along with the spatial ring. Chapter 41:35. I heard he has comprehended the sword Dao. Moreover, his attainments in it are extraordinary. Could it be the legacy of a supreme powerhouse? The young man asked again. I don't think so. Lu Tianfeng shook his head. His sword Dao originated from his master in a lower realm, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was also a genius in the lower realm. He comprehended the sword Dao on his own. When he was in the mundane realm, he had already mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Dao. He was undefeated in 10,000 battles. Later on, when he came to the Devata realm, he walked his own path of the sword Dao and mastered the true sword Dao. Duan Lingtian's Sword Dao originated from him. Lu Tianfeng's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, however, according to the news from the people I sent out, Feng Qingyang might have also obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse, since he managed to return alive from one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, the Azura Hell. The Azura Hell. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, the young man and the others present on the scene were shocked. Although they were from the realms of gods, they knew about the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Some of the deadliest places were even used by the Monarch spirit sect as training grounds for the younger generation. However, there were 3 deadliest places that not many people dared to enter even in the Monarch spirit sect. It was said that even ultimate gods would not be able to survive if they entered one of the 3 deadliest places. It was said that there were ultimate gods in the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. They might not even be humans. They would kill anyone who trespassed without any reason. They regarded the 3 deadliest places as their territories. The Azura Hell was one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Not only was it a deadliest place for people from the Devata realms, but it was also a deadliest place for people from the realms of gods. Vice sect leader Lu, what was Feng Qingyang's cultivation base when he returned alive from the Azura Hell? At this time, even the middle-aged man who had been silent all this, couldn't help but speak. This time, the 2 holy sons of the Monarch spirit sect were heading to the Wanda Law Palace. The Monarch spirit sect sent 2 medium-level ultimate gods and a low-level ultimate god to escort them. One of them was Lu Tianfeng, while the other was the middle-aged man, one of the 4 great guardians of the Monarch divine sect. As for the other old man, he was a lower-level ultimate god elder of the Monarch divine sect. However, he was one of the top 3 lower-level ultimate gods in the Monarch divine sect. Protector Lung. When Lu Tianfeng looked at the middle-aged man, there was a hint of dread in the depths of his eyes, but on the surface there was a smile that was uglier than crying. According to the feedback from the people I sent out, that Feng Qingyang had just become a god when he came out of Azura Hell. When I entered, I had yet to become a god. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, the others present couldn't help but be shocked. Without becoming a god, he entered Azura Hell and returned safe and sound? It was said that even an ultimate god would face certain risks if he entered Azura Hell. Yet, Duan Lingtian's master entered without becoming a god and survived? What kind of luck was that? Because of that, I suspect he has obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Lu Tianfeng continued, even the inheritance left behind by a high-level ultimate god may not be able to save his life. Only the inheritance left behind by a supreme expert is possible. After Feng Qingyang came out of Azura Hell, his cultivation base has improved tremendously. It's far from what it used to be. This is also one of the reasons why I suspect he has also obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, the middle-aged man made a guess. Did Feng Qingyang give Duan Lingtian the supreme expert's divinity? Did both of them encounter the same supreme expert's relic? Impossible. Lu Tianfeng shook his head. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the supreme expert's divinity before Feng Qingyang entered Azura Hell. This is because his spatial law had improved tremendously before that. The 2 of them, master and disciple, should have each obtained the inheritance of the strongest. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, the remaining 4 people looked at each other speechlessly. Was this a joke? The inheritance of a supreme expert was extremely rare. Anyone who could obtain the inheritance of a supreme expert was a person with heaven-defying luck. However, both Duan Lingtian and his master had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. At this moment, they felt that it was unrealistic. Could it be that both of them were favored by the heavens? Vice sect leader Lu, do you think the probability of both of them obtaining the inheritance of a supreme expert is high? The middle-aged man asked Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng was stunned at first. Then he smiled bitterly. Protector Lung, if someone else told me this, I would also find it unbelievable. But the problem is this is a done deal. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't obtain the supreme expert's inheritance, he must have obtained the supreme expert's divinity from somewhere. Otherwise, there's no way to explain his rapid improvement in the law of space. Lu Tianfeng still firmly believed that Duan Lingtian's rapid improvement in the law of space had something to do with the supreme expert's divinity. Otherwise, he couldn't think of anything else other than the supreme expert's divinity that could allow a person less than 1,000 years old to achieve such attainments in the law of space. Not to mention the young geniuses from the giant ultimate god forces. When they were less than 1,000 years old, their attainments in the law of space were far inferior to Duan Lingtian. Even the son of a supreme expert, who was less than 1,000 years old, could not have Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space. That's true. The middle-aged man nodded when he heard this. He might not have obtained the supreme expert's inheritance. But even if he didn't, the supreme expert's divinity isn't inferior to the other supreme expert's inheritances. Duan Lingtian's luck is unbelievable. Lu Tianfeng nodded in agreement when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible, he had to admit this. Duan Lingtian was a man of great fortune. If he didn't die halfway, he would definitely soar to the sky in the future. And this was what he feared the most. The people he sent to the lower realm had already told him that Duan Lingtian was very protective of his people when he was in the lower realm. If anything happened to the people around him, he would be angrier than if someone offended him. Although Lu Tianfeng and the Monarch spirit sect could deny Duan Lingtian's actions in the lower realm. However, when Duan Lingtian grew stronger in the future, it wouldn't be difficult to find out the truth. At that time, the Monarch spirit sect might not be able to shake Duan Lingtian, but it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. He knew very well that once Duan Lingtian had truly grown to a certain extent, the Monarch spirit sect would definitely hand him over to appease his anger. Therefore, Lu Tianfeng was the person who wanted Duan Lingtian dead the most in the Monarch spirit sect. A supreme expert's divinity. It would be more interesting if there were some stakes in a life-and-death duel. The young man who had taken the initiative to ask about Duan Lingtian was one of the two holy sons from the Monarch spirit sect. At this moment, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Humph. The other young man who had been silent all this while snorted. If you want to bet with him, you have to take out something of equal value. Otherwise, do you think he'll bet with you? That's a supreme expert's divinity, not some random stone. The young man was also a holy prince of the Monarch spirit sect. He used to be a lesser god emperor, but he had successfully advanced to become a lesser god emperor. As for the other young man, he could have broken through recently as well, but he was in no hurry to do so because the Monarch spirit sect leader had talked to him. Now he could break through at any time. That's true, the young man in front, who was the only lesser god emperor of the Monarch spirit sect, shook his head. I can't take out something of equal value to a supreme expert's divinity. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the surname Lung smiled faintly and said, If you can convince Duan Lingtian to bet with you when you have a life-and-death battle with him, you can't take out something of equal value to a supreme expert's divinity, but it's not like the sect can't. Of course, the supreme expert's divinity is a priceless treasure. However, as long as you take out something that's enough to tempt Duan Lingtian, and he thinks he'll definitely win, he might agree. Perhaps he'll only realize how foolish he was when you have a life-and-death battle with him and make a breakthrough. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Don't celebrate too early. Protector Lung continued. Even if you win and kill Duan Lingtian, The supreme expert's divinity in his hands won't belong to you. It'll belong to the sect. Of course, you can have priority to use it for a while. The young man smiled at Protector Lung's reminder. Of course, I know that. It's good enough that I have priority. The supreme expert's divinity could help one comprehend the laws of nature. It was useful even for godly venerables. In the Monarchian spirit sect, although the higher godly venerables were not proficient in the law of space, there were intermediate godly venerables who were proficient in the law of space. Since the supreme expert's divinity had arrived, he would have priority to comprehend it. Of course, if he was the one who won it, then his priority would naturally be ranked at the top. It's best not to complicate matters. Lu Tianfeng frowned and said, "If you mention the supreme expert's divinity, he might not admit it. After all, he agreed to the life and death battle with you. He must be confident that he can kill you and survive. Wouldn't he be courting death if he revealed the supreme expert's divinity under such circumstances? Who wouldn't be tempted by the supreme expert's divinity in this world? Therefore, the possibility of Duan Lingtian admitting he has the supreme expert's divinity is almost zero." Chapter 4136. When Lu Tianfeng landed on the ground, everyone fell silent again. That was indeed the case. It seems like there's no other way. The lower God Emperor stage Monarch, holy son of the Monarch spirit sect sighed. I forgot about the consequences of exposing his supreme being, Godhead. Even the middle-aged man was speechless now. Previously, he had been so excited by the paramount Godhead that he had forgotten about it. Although he was not an expert in the law of space, his elder brother, the other guardian of the Monarchian sect, was an expert in it. If the paramount Godhead fell into the hands of the Monarchian sect, his elder brother would have the absolute priority to use it. He might even become the strongest person under the greater God realm in the Monarchian sect. Martial Uncle Tianfeng, do we really have to earn the credits of the Myriad Law Academy? I heard that, although it's not much, it's quite troublesome. The lesser God Emperor, holy son of the Monarchian sect, changed the topic and asked, "We have to earn them." Lu Tianfeng said in a low voice, "Don't take any chances. This is also the agreement between the Myriad Arts Academy and the Monarchian divine sect. It has always been this way. In the past, there were a few people who didn't earn credits, but they were all denied entry to the trial of God in the end. The trial of God is controlled by the Myriad Law Academy. It's up to the Myriad Law Academy to decide who can enter and who can't. I know you've received preferential treatment in the sect, but that's only in the sect. You don't have to keep a low profile in the Myriad Law Academy, but it's best not to be too conceited. Not long from now, the top prodigies of the major God Venerable level factions at Myriad Law Academy will be heading there. Even the inheritances of Myriad Law Academy are full of prodigies, and there is no lack of existences that are not weaker than you." While Lu Tianfeng was warning the two of them, Enforcer Lung would also interrupt from time to time, reminding the two of them to focus on completing missions in the Myriad Law Temple before entering the trial of God. Only after earning enough credits could they do other things. Even if they wanted to challenge the Duan Lingtian, they could only do so after they had accumulated enough credits. This time, even if you can't kill Duan Lingtian, it doesn't matter. Lu Tianfeng continued, "If Duan Lingtian enters the trial of gods, as long as he doesn't die inside, when he comes out there's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll be a divine emperor. At that time, it will be more difficult than ascending to the heavens for the Monarchian sect to kill him. Of course, if he really enters the God Emperor realm, I won't let him live peacefully. At that time, I'll spread the news that he has the supreme powerhouse divinity. Even if it's not confirmed, people will definitely be tempted. Perhaps some of the utmost powerful beings will head over to verify this matter. If that Duan Lingtian doesn't cooperate, He'll definitely die if he encounters one or two hot-tempered ultimate experts or their envoys. When that time comes, even the current palace master of Wanlai Palace, Su Baili, won't be able to hold him back. Lu Tianfeng smiled coldly as he finished speaking. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, Protector Lung shook his head. Unless it's confirmed, the utmost powerful beings won't participate. Moreover, if he intentionally hides this matter, no one will dare to verify its authenticity. Also, no one can snatch it. The item is in the self-destructing ring. Even if the utmost powerful beings make a move, they won't be able to retrieve it. If the item is swept into the spatial turbulence, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find it. Protector Lung's words made Lu Tianfeng frown slightly, but in the end he said, even if the utmost powerful beings don't make a move, someone will definitely take the risk and force him to hand over the item. I don't believe that he can hide in Wanlai Palace forever. Now, there were still a few decades before the opening of the Trial of God. Wanlai Palace welcomed the first batch of top prodigies from heavyweight, godly venerable rank forces. The two most outstanding youths of the Monorigin sect's younger generation, two God Emperor holy sons. One was an intermediate God Emperor, while the other was a lesser God Emperor. Their arrival naturally caused a huge commotion in the 10,000 Laws Palace. God Emperors who were not even 10,000 years old. Even within the 10,000 Law Palace, such a character could only be found in the Legacy branch. At least, that was what most people thought. Junior brother, I was really worried about you when I learned that 5 of our sect members were killed in Wanlai Palace. Fortunately, you're smart and didn't get involved. I've heard about it. Wang Yunsheng and the others are idiots. If they weren't confident, why would they sign a life and death contract with them? The lesser God Emperor, holy son of the Monorigin sect, a handsome young man with a hint of evilness, had just arrived at Wanlai Palace when 3 people came knocking on his door. They were the last 3 Monorigin sect disciples in Wanlai Palace before the arrival of the 2 Monorigin sect holy sons. Of course, this was only on the surface. There must be other Monorigin sect disciples hiding their identities in the dark. Senior brother. In front of the young man, the usually arrogant Hulanchi was extremely respectful. He was not convinced by Wang Yunsheng, but that did not mean he was not convinced by the young man in front of him. The young man was not much older than him, but he had already entered the lower God Emperor realm. He was only half a step away from the intermediate God Emperor realm. Furthermore, the other party's master and his own master were martial brothers that had become disciples of the same master. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship. This also led to their relationship being quite good. Senior brother, you haven't entered the intermediate God Emperor realm yet? Hulanchi asked curiously, but he felt that this was not the case. The young man, who was the Monorigin divine sect's holy son, Mengyu, didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the 2 people beside Hulanchi and said, the 2 of you go to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and tell me which Celestial Emperor level missions are available. Yes, Senior Brother Meng. It was not difficult for the 2 of them to guess that Mengyu had something to say to Hulanchi. However, they did not show any dissatisfaction and left one after another. As soon as they left, Mengyu raised his hand and a formation plate rose into the air. The formation extended and completely covered the courtyard he and Hulanchi were in. It isolated sound and divine consciousness from probing. Seeing that Mengyu had activated the formation, Hulanchi's expression suddenly became a little solemn. He knew that his senior brother was definitely going to tell him some secret things. Junior brother, Mengyu smiled and said, actually, if I wanted to, I would have entered the intermediate God Emperor realm some time ago. The reason I'm still a lower God Emperor is because the sect leader told me not to rush to break through. He hoped that I could provoke the Duan Lingtian to have a death duel with me. Then I would break through during the death duel and kill the Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. Of course, if I didn't have the chance to have a death duel with the Duan Lingtian, I would have broken through on my own before entering the trial ground. Hu Lanqi was enlightened when he heard Meng Yu's words. I see. I knew it. Senior brother, based on the cultivation base you displayed earlier, you should have broken through by now. Hu Lanqi's expression turned solemn again. Senior brother, I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill the Duan Lingtian. Recently, he has disappeared without a trace. He should be in secluded cultivation. He wants to take a step forward before entering the divine trial grounds. When we see him again, he will most likely already be a high divine emperor. At that time, he will be able to kill an ordinary intermediate god emperor with his full soul high grade divine sword. Hu Lanqi glanced at Meng Yu. Although he did not continue, it was not difficult for Meng Yu to guess what he was going to say next. What? Do you think I'm not a match for the Duan Lingtian? Hu Lanqi felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. However, despite his embarrassment, he still continued to say, Senior brother, this time you should have the high soul grade divine weapon that senior uncle lent you. However, the life and death duel in the Myriad Arts Academy's Hall of Life and Death doesn't allow the use of borrowed high soul grade divine weapons. Of course I know this. Meng Yu said indifferently, even if I don't have a full soul high grade divine weapon, I'm confident that I can kill him when he's a higher god emperor when I've just broken through to the intermediate god emperor realm. Even if I've just entered the intermediate god emperor realm, there are very few intermediate god emperors who can be his match. Meng Yu's words were full of confidence. He's just a higher god emperor. What do I have to fear? It's better to be careful. Hu Lanqi smiled bitterly. Although I haven't dealt with him before, I went to watch the death duel between him and Wang Yinsheng. He's not an ordinary god emperor. Even if I look at him from afar, I can feel how dangerous he is. Senior brother, you should know that I'm naturally more sensitive in this aspect. My talent in this aspect has saved my life several times at critical moments. Martial uncle should have mentioned these things to you before. Hu Lanqi's face was full of fear as he spoke. I know this. Meng Yu nodded. However, it's normal for you to feel that he's dangerous. It's abnormal if you don't feel that he's dangerous. You're not even as strong as Wang Yinsheng, let alone someone who can kill Wang Yinsheng and the other intermediate god emperors. If you go up against him, I'm afraid he'll kill you in an instant. Meng Yu's words did not leave Hu Lanqi any face at all. Hu Lanqi was not angry because he was used to his senior brother's straightforwardness. That's true. However, senior brother, it's best to be cautious. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by crack. In the blink of an eye, another few decades had passed. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, there were only 7 years left before the trial of God opened. 7 years left. Although the breakthrough is slightly later than expected, at least I've broken through. As a higher god emperor, my divine power has transformed, and my strength has improved as well. Now, if I go up against Wang Yinsheng and the other intermediate god emperors again, I can easily defeat them even without the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with confidence. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, 137. Even if he had not completely stabilized his cultivation base, the increase in his cultivation base was huge. After Duan Lingtian stepped into the last realm of the Deity Emperor realm, the Upper Deity Emperor realm, the divine power in his body had undergone another transformation. The transformation was even greater than the transformation from a lower deity emperor to a middle deity emperor. However, I owe third senior brother a big favor this time. For almost 100 years, Duan Lingtian had not earned any cultivation resources. He had been living off his savings. Whatever he could eat had been eaten by him decades ago. The rest was given to him by third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, in the inner palace. According to Yang Yuchen, a person would only have one chance to enter the trial of God in their lifetime. Therefore, he had to do his best to take advantage of it. Although many of the opportunities in the trial of God were not as good as those in the dimensional battlefield, there were still opportunities left behind by omnipotent experts. They were not simple things. Omnipotent experts were the most powerful beings in this world. Even the strongest upper deity was no different from an ant in front of them. It was said that the difference between an upper deity and an omnipotent expert was even greater than the difference between a lower deity and an upper deity. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong an upper deity was, he was nothing in front of an omnipotent expert. An omnipotent expert could not be reached through normal cultivation. It required an opportunity. This opportunity was either comprehending the profundity of the laws to a certain extent or mastering the four Tao of heaven and earth to a certain extent. Moreover, if one possessed the 5 divine elements and the 5 divine elements had evolved to their highest form, they could also help a higher ultimate God become an ultimate God. All 3 paths could lead to an omnipotent expert. Of course, other than these 3 paths, there might be other paths. However, most people only knew of these 3 paths. These 3 paths would lead to becoming an omnipotent expert. The trial of God. Third senior brother said that if I'm lucky, I might be able to completely consolidate my cultivation base as an upper deity emperor and break through to become an emperor god. An omnipotent expert is so powerful. How could he leave behind such a place? Even now, thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. It should be noted that the Myriad Arts Academy was second only to the major forces in the realms of gods. However, even the most outstanding person in the Myriad Arts Academy would not be able to consolidate his cultivation base as a high-level celestial emperor and advance to the celestial emperor realm in such a short period of time, even if the Myriad Arts Academy spared no effort in providing him with resources. However, the utmost powerful beings had such means. There are still 7 years left. In these 7 years, I'll comprehend the laws of space, Sword Tao and Control Tao. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian had not given up on comprehending the laws of enlightenment, the sword principle, and the way of control in the past 100 years, he had spent most of his time on cultivation. For the next 7 years, he did not plan to cultivate. He planned to focus on these 3 areas. Any breakthrough in any of these would be a great improvement for him. His strength would also rise to a new level. Currently, he had extremely high attainments in the laws of space, the laws of time, the sword principle, and the way of control. Any breakthrough in any of these areas would be a qualitative change to his strength. For the next 7 years, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in studying the laws of space, the sword principle, and the way of control. Although there was no substantial improvement in the other areas except for the law of space, he still had some insights. As long as he was given more time, there would naturally be substantial improvements in all of them. As for the law of space, since he possessed the godhead of an omnipotent expert, it was a green light for him in this regard. Occasionally, he would encounter some bottlenecks, but after observing some battles between experts who were good at the law of space, he could easily resolve them. Therefore, in the past 6 years, his improvement in the law of space was the greatest. He even had a new breakthrough. With my current attainments in the law of space, it's difficult to find another person below the ultimate god level in the Xiangang land who can surpass me. On this foundation, coupled with the way of control, it's even stronger. Duan Lingtian originally planned to temporarily put aside the law of space for the next year and focus on the sword principle and the way of control. However, after another month of closed-door cultivation, he was awakened by his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Third senior brother, are you looking for me? After Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, he looked at Yang Yuchen in the courtyard and asked with a smile, Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled. In another year, the divine trials will be opened. You shouldn't stay in the internal palace to cultivate all day long. Go out for a walk, relax and relax. As early as a few decades ago, all the major ultimate god forces have sent their strongest young prodigies here. Now, the academy is much more lively than before. As soon as Yang Yuchen said that, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. Have all the young geniuses from the major ultimate gods forces arrived? These people were basically existences who had entered the Emperor God realm, and all of them were young people who were not even 10,000 years old. Little junior brother. While Duan Lingtian was still thinking, a pleasant voice was heard. Then, a young girl came to Duan Lingtian's courtyard without any courtesy. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. At this time, Lang Chunwan was staring at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Little junior brother. Third senior brother usually doesn't let me go out. This time, he finally let me go out with you. You must take me out for a walk. Otherwise, I can only wait for the divine trials to open before I can go out. As she finished speaking, Lang Chunyuan pouted her little mouth and put on a pitiful look. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he could not help but look at Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen also said, helplessly through voice transmission, "This girl will definitely cause trouble whenever she goes out unless I keep an eye on her. Just like the last time, she almost killed a disciple of the legacy who spoke ill of me outside." Last time, someone made fun of her because she was short and only said a few words. After that, she didn't make a move in the academy. Instead, she went out with that person, put him in a sack, and beat him half to death. Last time, as Yang Yuchen mentioned a few cases, Duan Lingtian took another look at his fourth senior sister. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Based on what his third senior brother said, his fourth senior sister was really a troublemaker. I can't always pay attention to her. Go out with her and keep an eye on her. Don't let her cause trouble. She still listens to you, said Yang Yuchen. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly to himself. Would his fourth senior sister really listen to him? Usually he thought that this fourth senior sister was quite good, but when others really angered her, would she really listen to his advice? However, since his third senior brother had said so, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. After Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, left, Duan Lingtian and his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, left the independent realm where the inner palace was located. He did not know that when he and Lang Chunwan left, there were two figures hiding in the dark in the sky, watching them from afar. Lang Chunwan followed by Duan Lingtian's side. She looked around excitedly as though she was a child from the mountains who was entering a city for the first time. She was curious about everything. Duan Lingtian brought Lang Chunwan out. Along the way, they encountered some students from Myriad Law Palace who recognized him. It's Duan Lingtian. I haven't seen him for a long time. Yes, I haven't seen him since he killed Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of Monarch divine sect, and the others in the Hall of Life and Death. Who's the young girl next to him? I think I've seen her before. She should be a student from Myriad Law Palace as well. Compared to Lang Chunwan, who lived in seclusion and did not cause any trouble in Myriad Law Palace, Duan Lingtian's battle in the Hall of Life and Death had alarmed the entire Myriad Law Palace. At that time, many people had gone to watch in person. Even those who did not go to watch had seen the scene of Duan Lingtian fighting in the Hall of Life and Death through the scryer images recorded by some people through the floating image pearl. It could be said that there were very few people in Myriad Law Palace who did not know of Duan Lingtian's existence. Little junior brother, why do I feel like they all know you? Lang Chunwan could not help but frown slightly when she heard the whispers of the passers-by. She was little junior brother's senior sister. But now these people in Myriad Law Palace did not know her, but knew her little junior brother. What was going on? How long had little junior brother been in Myriad Law Palace? And how long had she been in Myriad Law Palace? These people did not know her, but they knew little junior brother. At this moment, Lang Chunwan could not help feeling a little jealous. They must have seen my scryer images. Duan Lingtian smiled. It was not difficult for him to guess this. Scryer images? Lang Chunwan was puzzled. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything and told Lang Chunwan about the life and death battle between him and the 5 people of Monarch's spirit cult in the Hall of Life and Death. After that battle, there are probably not many people in Myriad Law Palace who do not know me. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard this, giving Duan Lingtian the feeling that she could not wait to challenge someone to a life and death battle. Little junior brother, didn't you say that there are other people in Monarch's spirit cult? Say, if I challenge them to a life and death battle, will they agree? Lang Chunwan asked. Duan Lingtian felt powerless and helpless when he heard this. Other people in Monarch's spirit cult? The remaining 3 people were not even stronger than Wang Yunsheng, who was killed by him. Even if the 2 holy sons of Monarch's spirit cult, who were god emperors, came and joined forces, they would not be a match for his 4th senior sister. 3rd senior brother Yang Yuchen had told him long ago that his 4th senior sister's cultivation was not low, but her comprehension of profound was also stronger than most high-level god emperors. This kind of high-level god emperor bullied 3 high-level god emperors? Unless their brains short-circuited, they would never agree to a life and death battle with his 4th senior sister. What? Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling helpless, his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Her voice was sharp and cold. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.